Dear friends and global UNITALKS family worldwide, welcome to this world's largest youth platform, which promotes youth to youth connections under the Belt and Road initiatives. This prestigious annual event will feature participation from over 175 countries and regions to enhance their communication skills and public speaking abilities. These youths from Silk Road countries will share their opinions and insights on a pressing topic, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal SDG 2030. On this occasion, I want to thank all the contestants for their hard work and dedication who will shape this world and are poised to become its future leaders. Today, it's your first step towards your goal. I know that all of you are first time speakers and you have worked hard to get here today. Remember, there is no final defeat until you stop trying. Wish you good luck and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year 2026.
We can be.
We must be
the first generation
to end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined
to fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done.
The global goals.
a 15-year plan
For everyone. Everywhere.
with no one left behind.
We will live in a world
Where nobody
anywhere
lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
Goes hungry.
where no one
Wakes in the morning asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world
Where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure.
and where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where
everyone goes to
school.
And education gives us the knowledge
and skills
For a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities to
thrive and be powerful
and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is head down.
We will live in a world
where all people can get clean water
And proper toilets
at home, at school,
and at work.
We will live in a world where
there's sustainable energy for everyone.
heat, light,
And power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We'll live in a world where economies prosper. And new wealth
Leads to decent jobs.
For everyone.
and we will live in a world
Where our industry,
Our infrastructure and our
Best innovations.
are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world
Where prejudices and extremes of inequality
Are defeated.
inside our countries,
And between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
And support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
what we consume.
Planet where we put back
What we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back from
climate change.
where we restore
And protect the life in our oceans and seas.
restore, and protect
life on land.
The forests,
Animals.
the earth itself.
with peace between and inside countries.
Where all governments are open.
And answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
where all countries and we their people,
Work together.
partnerships of all kinds,
To make these goals a reality.
These are the United Nations global goals.
for sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
Your voice can change a room, and one day it can change the world. Good day to everyone joining us from across the globe. We extend our respectful greetings to esteemed judges, honorable faculty members, distinguished guests, dedicated organizers, passionate participants, and all audience members join us today via Zoom. Your presence adds immense value to this international gathering. It is with great honor and distinction that we welcome you all to Global UNITALKS International Speech Competition 2025, a platform where ideas are shared, voices are strengthened, and future leaders are shaped. Global UNITALKS is the world's largest online platform that provides youth from Silk Road countries with a platform to showcase their public speaking skills and leadership qualities. They are mentored and guided by eminent professors and experts, and are all prepared to be outstanding speakers, as you will all witness today.
This competition holds special importance for young people. In a rapidly evolving world, the ability to think critically, communicate effectively, and speak with purpose is no longer optional. It is essential. Through platforms like these, youth develop confidence, leadership, awareness, and courage to transform ideas into action.
Speech competitions, such as this one, do more than test eloquence. They nurture analytical thinking, strengthen public speaking skills, encourage innovation, and prepare young minds to contribute meaningfully to society. Today's participants are not just speakers, they are thinkers, problem solvers, and future makers.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Zunaid, and I have the privilege of co-hosting this meaningful event with Aya.
And I'm Aya. Together, we will be guiding you through today's program as we celebrate youth voices, global perspectives, and impactful dialogue. Now, let me take this opportunity to invite Ms. Khawla and Ms. Annabelle Sardi to welcome you all on behalf of the Global UNITALKS family worldwide. Please welcome them.
Ladies and gentlemen, respected judges and talented speakers, good evening. Today, we gather not just for a competition, but for something far more meaningful, a celebration of voices, ideas, and the courage it takes to stand on a stage and speak.
Some people may wonder, why do speech competitions matter? Why invest time in preparing, rehearsing, and standing in front of an audience just to deliver a few minutes of speech? The truth is simple. Speech is one of the most powerful tools humans possess. Through speech, we share experiences, challenge perspectives, and inspire change.
Public speaking isn't just about confidence, it's about connection. When we speak, we invite others into our thoughts, our beliefs, our concerns, our passions. And competitions like this give us the chance to sharpen our communication skills, express ourselves clearly, and grow into stronger, more aware individuals.
Personally, I believe every person who steps on this stage today is already a winner. It takes bravery to put your ideas out into the world. Whether you are an experienced speaker or this is your first time competing, every minute you speak today is a step toward becoming a more confident version of yourself.
As we begin this competition, let's remember that each speech you hear today represents hours of effort, research, and self-reflection. So let's listen with respect, with open minds, and with appreciation for the incredible diversity of thought in this room.
A speech competition is not only a showcase of talent, but also a platform for learning. When each speaker takes the stage, they bring their experiences, their ideas, and their unique voice. Moments like this remind us how powerful communication can be in bringing people together.
Throughout my own experience with public speaking, I've learned that the impact of a speech isn't measured by its length, but by the message it leaves behind. A single sentence can inspire someone, shift a perspective, or spark a new idea.
As we listen today, let's pay attention not just to the words spoken, but to the intention behind them. The passion, the courage, and the creativity each speaker brings. Everyone here has something meaningful to share.
So let's begin this competition with enthusiasm and fairness. May today be filled with inspiration, growth, and unforgettable speeches.
To all the participants, speak confidently, believe in your message, and enjoy every moment on stage. Good luck to everyone, and let the competition begin.
Thanks, Ms. Khawla and Ms. Annabelle Sari, for your insightful speech and welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today we get to witness the annual flagship event, Global UNITALKS Speech Competition, where contestants from all over the world come together to compete. The theme of today's competition addresses one of the most critical challenges of our time. What role do youth have to play in implementing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal (SDG) by 2030?
This topic reflects the intersection of innovation and responsibility. It invites young people to explore how artificial intelligence, when guided by ethics, creativity, and purpose, can become a powerful tool in achieving sustainability, equality, and global progress.
At this moment, it is our honor to formally introduce our distinguished judges panel, whose expertise and leadership lend credibility and excellence to this competition.
We are deeply honored to have with us Professor Wallace, founder and architect of Global UNITALKS. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Professor Wallace to you. Other than the founder of Global UNITALKS, he is also director and founder of Global UNITALKS of Silk Road Association, a nonprofit organization supporting the initiative of Belt and Road across the globe. Professor Wallace made the student organization in 177 countries and regions in 6 continents, rejuvenating the youth of Silk Road countries through various educational youth-to-youth connects and cultural exchanges. We witness today the fruit of his tireless efforts. Prof. Wallace is also a renowned academician, a foreign expert in several countries. He wrote several books and research papers in the field of academic writing and the science of critical thinking and creativity. We also have today Professor Diana, Vice President, Global UNITALKS, co-founder Global UNITALKS, is responsible for the academic training and mentoring, and has been a supporting pillar to make Global UNITALKS stand here today. Prof. Diana is a foreign expert at several universities worldwide. Professor Chin, Chief Judge, Global UNITALKS, co-founder and academician from Kenya, a professor of renowned university, USIU, and the creator of Global UNITALKS, debate competition, and also visiting professor in various universities in the world. Professor Amelia, Chief Judge, Global UNITALKS, co-founder Global UNITALKS, and an academician, language expert in Australia, and creator of Global UNITALKS speech competition. Ms. Fu Qin, also known as Amanda, co-founder of Global UNITALKS, Dean of the Belt and Road Research Institute, and a consultant with significant experience in management of students worldwide. Mr. Ashish Trivedi, first winner of Global UNITALKS speech competition and Belt and Road speech competition. Mr. Abid, judge and winner of Global UNITALKS speech competition in past years. Finally, Mr. Mashiri, judge and winner of Global UNITALKS speech competition in past years.
We sincerely thank our respected judges for dedicating their time, knowledge, and experience to evaluating and guiding today's speakers.
We would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of the organizing committee, coordinators, technical teams, volunteers, and all participants whose dedication has made this international event possible.
Before we proceed, we kindly request that everyone observe a few Zoom etiquette guidelines to ensure a smooth professional session.
All participants and audience members are requested to keep their microphones muted throughout the program, unless instructed otherwise. We encourage you to show your support and appreciation by using the reaction buttons or sharing respectful comments in the chat.
We also request all participants to remain attentive and prepared when it is their turn to speak, ensuring a seamless flow throughout the competition.
With these guidelines in place, we are now pleased to formally initiate the competition phase of Global UNITALKS International Speech Competition 2025.
Let us move forward into a session filled with insight, innovation, and inspiring perspective from youth across the globe. Before we proceed to the speeches, we would like to explain the voting procedure for today's competition briefly.
At the conclusion of each participant's speech, a polling session will be launched on Zoom. This poll will allow eligible audience members to cast their votes in support of speaker.
We kindly request that all audience members actively participate in the polling process when prompted. Your vote is essential in recognizing speakers who demonstrated clarity, creativity, and impact.
Please note that each polling session will remain open for a limited time. We encourage you to submit your vote promptly once the poll appears on your screen. You also have the opportunity to vote after the polling is over on the YouTube channel of Global UNITALKS, as this event will be live broadcast.
To ensure fairness and transparency, we request everyone to vote respectfully and refrain from discussing poll results in the chat during the competition.
So, I appreciate your cooperation. With the voting process now clarified, we are ready to begin the competition.
We now officially commence the speech segment and start of Global UNITALKS International Speech Competition 2025.
We now welcome our first speaker to the virtual stage. Our first participant is Bandishova Mohabbat, joining us from Tajikistan. Bandishova will be presenting a speech titled From Inheritors to Architects: Why Youth Are the SDGs' Most Powerful Engine, Not Just Its Final Deadline. In this speech, Bandishova will explore how youth are not merely beneficiaries of global initiative, but active architects who drive innovation, implementation, and sustainable progress for the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bandishova Mohabbat.
Hello everyone, respected teachers, judges, and my dear classmates. My name is Mohabbat, and my topic is From Inheritors to Architects: Why Youth Are the SDGs' Most Powerful Engine, Not Just Its Final Deadline. We often hear about the year 2030. In talks about global goals, it can feel like a distant due date, a finish line that older generations have set for us, the young people, to cross. This makes it seem like we are just inheriting a plan made by others. But I'm here today to suggest a different idea. We are not just inheritors, we are the architects. We are not a final deadline. We are the most important engine for reaching the global goals. Why? Because these goals are not just a list to check off. They are a plan for a better world. And who better to help design that future than the people who live in it? My argument is based on 3 of our key strengths: our unique point of view, our skill with technology, and our powerful energy. First, our point of view. We see the world's problems as connected. When we think about education, we also see how it links to fighting poverty and inequality. When we talk about protecting our environment, we connect it to creating better jobs and fairer societies. We are the generation that sees how everything fits together. This way of thinking is crucial because you can't solve one problem without solving the others. We naturally understand how these global goals are linked. Second, our skill with technology. We are the first generation that has grown up with the internet and smartphones. We don't just use technology, we live with it. This gives us an amazing tool for change. We can use social media to quickly spread the word about a project that needs help. We can create apps that help people use cleaner energy or find ways to waste less. Technology is a tool for everyone, but we are the ones who know how to use it instinctively and creatively to make a difference. Third, our powerful energy. We have a strong sense of what is fair and a desire to see things improve. We are not as tied to the old way of doing things. This is a good thing. It gives us the courage to ask, why not? And to suggest new, bold solutions. We bring fresh energy to solving old problems, whether it's finding cleaner energy sources or building more inclusive communities. We are natural problem solvers who want to create, not just accept. But to be good architects, we cannot work alone. We need to work together with our teachers, parents, and leaders. We must combine our new ideas with their wisdom and experience. So what can we do right now? Our job starts today. It starts in our classrooms by learning about these global goals. It starts on our campus by starting recycling program or clubs where everyone feels welcome. It starts in our own neighborhoods by volunteering and standing up for what's right. We are not just waiting for the future to happen. We are building it. We are the thinkers, the creators, the communicators. Let's stop saying we are the future and start acting like we are the present. The global goals are not just a deadline for us. They are our blueprint, and it is time for us to start building. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mohabbat, for your speech. Dear audience, if you like the speaker's speech, you can vote now. Your speech emphasized that youth are active drivers of change, capable of shaping solutions rather than waiting for outcomes. It reminded us that ambition, creativity, and responsibility among young people are central to achieving sustainable global development. Moving forward, we invite our next speaker to take the virtual floor. Our second participant is Terry Chen, joining us from South Africa. Terry will be presenting speech titled Digital Advocates for Well-Being, Promoting Mental Health in the Online Generation. In this speech, the speaker explores how youth can promote mental health awareness in digital spaces, highlighting responsibilities, use of technology, and AI to support emotional well-being. Please welcome Terry Chen.
Hello everyone, respected teacher, amazing organizers, brilliant teaching assistants, team leaders, supervisors, and all my wonderful classmates. Thank you for this moment. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been saved by a single message this week? One tiny I am proud of you. One meme that made you laugh when everything felt heavy. One voice note that said, "You got this." Raise your hand if that has ever been you. The one who sent it or the one who received it. Look around. That's the power of our generation. Right here, right now. We are the scrolling generation. The emoji sending, story posting, midnight voice note generation. But here's the beautiful truth. We are also the caring generation, the check on your friend generation, the spread kindness like confetti generation. And today, I am so excited to tell you how millions of young people, just like us, are turning every screen into a safe space, every chat into a hug, and every post into a reminder that mental health matters. Because when we feel good inside, we can make the whole world better by 2030. Picture this rhythm with me. We post, someone smiles. We comment, someone feels seen. We share a breathing video, someone finally relaxes. We say take a break, someone actually does. We type you are enough, someone believes it for the first time. Boom, boom, boom. That's the heartbeat of youth-led change. No big budget needed, no special title required, just a phone, a heart, and 5 seconds of courage. Every day, young people are creating magic online. Calm playlists that whisper, rest is productivity. Gentle reminders like drink water. Support circles where strangers become friends. Art and quotes that travel faster than sadness. Challenges like 24 hours of kindness comments only. Watch positivity explode. And the best part, when we lift each other's spirits, we don't just feel happier, we unlock energy to study harder, create smarter, dream bigger, and contribute to every single sustainable development goal. Because a generation that protects its mental health is a generation that can protect the planet, fight poverty with fresh ideas, build equality with open hearts, and reach 2030 shining, strong, and unstoppable. So here's my promise, and I invite you to make it with me. Let's keep flooding timelines with hope. Let's keep sending random thinking of you messages. Let's keep turning notifications into notifications of love. One message, one comment, one story at a time. We are not just talking about well-being, we are building it. We are living it. We are spreading it across the entire digital world. Together we are the generation that says, mental health is not a trend. It is our foundation, and kindness is our superpower. So keep shining, keep caring, keep posting light, because when you choose love online, we don't just reach Sustainable Development Goal number 3 by 2030, we We make the journey there feel safe, joyful, and full of hope for every single heart. Thank you, and let's keep being each other's reason to smile today.
Thank you very much, Terry, for your insightful presentation. Your speech highlighted how young people can act as digital advocates by using technology and artificial intelligence to promote mental well-being and responsible online engagement. It was a meaningful reminder that progress in the digital age must go hand in hand with care for mental health. At this moment, we kindly invite our audience to complete the polling process now available on your screen.
We now invite our next speaker to the virtual stage. Our third participant is Marwa Awashi, joining us from Morocco. Marwa will be presenting Beyond Protest, the youth role in building circular and sustainable local economies. This speech explores youth-led actions in creating sustainable local economic system. Please welcome Marwa Awashi.
Hello everyone, I'm Marwa and I'm from Morocco, and the topic that I chose is Beyond Protest. In other hands, what are the youth's role in building circular and sustainable local economies? When you picture youth in action, what do you see? For too long, the narrative has been singular. We are the protesters, the voice of dissent, and while holding power accountable is crucial, that is not the whole story. What if the real revolution isn't just happening in the streets, but in the streets of our own communities? And the startups, the community gardens, the repair cafes, the digital marketplaces, we're not just the critics of the future. We are its architects. We are moving beyond protest to build something tangible, circular, and sustainable local economies. Let's talk about the problem. Our current economic model is linear. We take, we make, and we waste. It's a system that strains our planet and creates fragile, disconnected communities. This is where the UN's Sustainable Development Goals gives us our blueprint. SDG 11 calls for sustainable cities and communities, places that are inclusive, safe, and resilient. SDG 12 demands responsible consumption and production, a fundamental shift from a throwaway culture to a circular one. This isn't just a policy goal, it's our generational assignment, and we are already accepting it. So, what does this look like in practice? We are the practical implementers. Imagine the tech innovator who's building a digital platform that connects neighbors with surplus garden vegetable, fighting food waste and straightening community ties. This is SDG 12 in action. Imagine the circular designer launching a local fashion brand that uses 100% upcycled materials, proving that style doesn't have to cost the earth. He's not just selling the products, he's selling a new philosophy. Imagine the urban farmer transforming a vacant city lot into a productive green space. This isn't just a hobby, it's localizing food production, reducing food miles, and creating a green oasis. This is SDG 11 brought to life. And imagine the edutainer using social media influence not for clout, but for climate action, making sustainable living accessible, cool, and vibrant. Individually, these are powerful stories. Collectively, they create a ripple effect that transforms our entire society. This is how we build from the ground up. We create local green jobs that can't be outsourced. We build resilient communities that know how to provide for themselves. We drastically reduce waste and our environmental footprint. And we foster our culture of care and connection over one of consumption and competition. The narrative is changing. The question is no longer just what are we protesting, but what are we building? The power to redesign our world is already in our hands. It's in our code, our design, our community project, and our choices. So, this is a call to every young person. Look around you. What problem can you solve? What skill can you contribute? The future of our cities and our conception doesn't have to be written by distant corporations. It can be coded, designed, grown, and built by us. We are the generation that will move beyond protest. We are the generation that will build, and we are starting right now, right where we live. Thank you.
What an amazing speech. Thank you very much, Marwa, for that excellent speech. In your presentation, you emphasized that youth can move beyond advocacy into action, actively building circular and sustainable local economies. At this moment, we kindly invite our audience to complete the voting process.
Let us now call upon our next participant to share their perspective. Our fourth speaker is Jab Yang. Join us from Indonesia. Jab will be presenting a speech titled From Sidelines to Frontlines, the youth charge of the SDGs, SDG 3, SDG 4, SDG 5. In this speech, Jab discusses how youth can move from observation to leadership in advancing health, education, and gender equality globally. Please welcome Jab Yang.
Hello everyone, let's talk about the future, not a distant, abstract idea, but the future we are building right now. The United Nations 2030 Agenda gives us the blueprint, and 3 goals are the bedrock of everything else: good health, quality education, and gender equality. Think of them as a triad. A child can learn if they're not healthy. A society can be healthy if half of its population is held back. And equality is just a word if girls don't have the same chance to learn. These goals are interconnected, and their progress defines the very fabric of our society. And who is bringing this vision to life? We are, the youth. We are not waiting, we are contributing. First, as peer educators, we are the front line of health and well-being. We speak a language that the formal systems often don't. Consider this. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 7 of us, aged 10 till 19, experience a mental health disorder. So, we are the ones having the tough conversation and breaking the stigma. We create peer support networks. It's a simple act of check-in text can be a lifeline. We use social media not just for trends, but to share real-life information on nutrition and managing stress. And when a young person hears about self-care from someone their own age, the message doesn't just land, it resonates. Second, as a digital bridge builders, we are shattering the walls of the classroom. We know that learning doesn't only happen at a desk. Before the pandemic, more than 200 million children and youth were out of school globally. So, what are we doing? Young coders are creating free offline educational apps. Students are tutoring peers in rural villages over Zoom. And on platforms like TikTok and YouTube, we're turning complex subjects into engaging. We're not just students, we are teachers, ensuring that the joy of learning is amplified by a global network of shared knowledge. And third, and most critically, we are the unwavering champions of gender equality. This is the goal that unlocks all of the others. Yet, more than 100 million girls are still out of school. We are the generation saying, no more for that. We are the ones promoting positive representation in the media we create. We see young women leading everywhere, from climate action with activists like Vanessa Nakate to tech innovation. We are supporting efforts to create safe and fair environments, ensuring that the next generation of girls can learn with confidence, lead with strength, and live without limits. But knowing our potential is not enough. We must act on it. The path to 2030 is built on the well-being of our bodies, the quality of our minds, and the equality of our society. So, let's rewrite the old saying. Let's not be the leaders of tomorrow. Let's be the leaders of today. Let's be the generation that delivered greater health, educational, and equality for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guoliang, for the inspiring presentation. Your speech highlighted how youth can actively drive progress across multiple SDGs, showing that leadership and engagement can transform challenges into impactful solutions. It was a potent reminder that young people are catalysts for global change. Dear audience, if you like Guoliang's speech, please vote for him.
We now invite our next speaker to step into the spotlight. Our fifth participant is Brian Valentino Chia, joining us from Indonesia. Brian will be presenting a speech titled Youth in SDGs, the Bridge Builders. In this speech, Brian explores how youth connects communities, ideas, initiatives, acting as bridge of collaboration and sustainable development. Please welcome Brian Valentino Chia.
I want you to think about the last time you saw a disagreement unfold, whether it be on social media or in your own community. What did you see? Often we see divides in perspective, divides in experience, or divides between different groups. But what if the most powerful force connecting these divides isn't found in boardrooms or official meetings, but in the hands of the younger generation? The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are a blueprint for a better world. And goal number 16 calls for peace, justice, and strong institutions. In today's world, youth are not just participants in this goal. They are its essential catalysts. They are the bridge builders. Young people are often labeled as the future leaders, but that implies that their power is dormant, waiting for a distant tomorrow. The unique position of youth, with their digital nativity, their borderless sense of global community, and their hopeful vision, makes them the key actors for building stronger communities today. Their role isn't just to inherit the world, but also to improve it by building bridges that connect us all. So, how do they manifest their powers? First, they're architects of digital bridges. Where some might see the internet as a place of disagreement, digital native youth see a network of untapped potential for connection. They're moving beyond simple online interactions to create tangible, human-centered links. For instance, consider global youth groups that organize virtual connection rooms where young people from different backgrounds meet. They don't just start with difficult topics. They share music, stories, and hopes for their future, like normal friends. They build friendships and find common ground. That is the definition of a bridge. It's the foundation for a more understanding world. Second, they're engineers of social bridges, connecting communities through shared action. Young people often bring a fresh perspective, asking, how can we make things better? We see organizations that bring together young people from different walks of life to work on shared community projects, like starting a public garden or organizing a neighborhood cleanup. When you work side by side with someone to achieve a common goal, differences fade into background, and focus on a shared positive future emerges. And third, and perhaps most crucially, they are the builders of inclusive institutions. SDG 16 isn't just about peace. It's about creating fair, transparent, and effective systems for everyone. Who has a greater stake in ensuring our communities and institutions work for everyone, rather than the generation that will live with the outcome the longest? That generation is the youth. Around the world, we see them leveraging technology as a tool for positive engagement. They are using digital platforms to organize community dialogues, promote volunteerism, and encourage constructive participation. They're not just asking for a seat at the table. They're actively helping to build a bigger, more inclusive table for everyone. This is the highest form of civic responsibility. It's the diligent work of forging a community that is not only stable, but truly welcoming for everyone. So, when we ask what role youth have in achieving the SDGs by 2030, the answer is pretty obvious. They're the master builders. The digital bridges they create form understanding. The social bridges they engineer strengthen communities with the mortar of shared experience. And the bridges of inclusion they build are the sure foundation for a lasting and harmonious society. So I want to say to the young people here, recognize the power you already hold. You're not waiting for your turn. Your next click, your next conversation, your next community project, these are all your tools. Choose to build, choose to connect, choose to be a bridge in a world that desperately needs them. And to every educator, policymaker, parent, and citizen, the time for passive support is over. Let's move beyond seeing youth solely as future leaders. See them as the current catalysts that they are. Listen to their voices not as a token gesture, but with genuine intent. Support their ideas and offer your experience not as a directive, but as a support for their positive vision. You know, a famous speaker, Nelson Mandela, one of history's greatest, once said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." The task of global peace and justice can seem like a huge challenge, but young people are proving that progress is possible. They are making a difference every day by building bridges. So let's make sure they don't have to do it alone. The 2030 deadline is not a distant horizon. It's just around the corner. The foundations for a better world are being poured right now. And if you look closely, you'll see that the ones mixing the mortar, the ones steadying the beams, the ones fearlessly working to connect our world are the young. They're not waiting for a better world. They're building it, one bridge at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, for those insightful and excellent presentation. Dear audience, if you like his speech, it's time to vote for him. Brian, your speech emphasized the importance of connection and collaboration, showing how youth can bridge gaps between and strengthen efforts towards sustainable development. It reminded us that unity is a powerful force for lasting impact.
We now turn to our next participant for the following speech. Our sixth speaker is Jemima Karintandra, joining us from Indonesia. Jemima will be presenting Breaking the Cycle, Rectifying the Past, Securing the Future. In this speech, Jemima discusses learning from past challenges to build a resilient and sustainable future. Please welcome Jemima Karintandra.
Greetings, respected judges, honorable guests, and fellow participants. We are the first generation to have a comprehensive blueprint for a sustainable world, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we may be the last generation with a realistic window to achieve them. Our topic today explores the role of youth in this pivotal moment. Breaking the cycle, rectifying the past, securing the future. So, what does it mean to rectify the past? It is not an assignment of blame, but an acceptance of a unique responsibility. It means we have the opportunity to build upon the foundation laid by previous generations, integrating new knowledge and contemporary values. We can enhance existing economic models by embedding principles of the circular economy. We can advance societal frameworks to be more inclusive and equitable. This rectification is a proactive, global course correction towards a better future. How then do we, as young people, become the architects of this transition? We build with our choices. As the consumers of today and tomorrow, we can drive market trends by supporting companies that prioritize ethical supply chains and sustainable innovation. Every purchase becomes a signal for the kind of economy that we wish to see. We build with our innovation. In classrooms, university labs, and tech incubators worldwide, young minds are developing groundbreaking solutions. They are pioneering advancements in renewable energy, creating apps to reduce food waste, and engineering systems to provide clean water. We are not passive bystanders. We are active creators of sustainable technology. We build with our voices and collaboration. Change is amplified through partnership by engaging in community projects, raising awareness on digital platforms, and collaborating with educators, researchers, and industry professionals. We can mobilize collective action. Our role is to be bridge builders, connecting ideas with execution. This leads us to securing the future. So, what does the future look like? It looks like a child in a rural village whose time is spent in a classroom, not fetching water, empowering her to become the scientist who discovers a new clean energy source. It is a world where every individual has the opportunity to thrive, where biodiversity is not a memory from a textbook, but a living, thriving reality. This vision is an ambitious but achievable target, grounded by the framework of the SDGs. To those who may question the scale of this ambition, we say that our idealism is not a weakness. It is a necessary catalyst. We are the generation with the digital fluency, global perspective, and collaborative spirit required to tackle interconnected challenges. We are the natural custodians of the SDGs. Our task is to channel this potential into sustained action. Let's move beyond simply imagining a better world. Let's dedicate our intellect, our energy, and our passion to methodically and collaboratively building it, goal by goal. Let us be the generation that secures a future that is not merely stable, but is prosperous, just, and radiant with possibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jemima, for that compelling presentation. Your speech powerfully illustrated how youth can break cycles, learn from the history, and take responsibility for shaping a more sustainable and inclusive future. Dear audience, if you like Jemima's speech, the polling process is ongoing. Please vote for her.
Up next, we welcome another inspiring voice to the virtual stage. Our seventh participant is Tona Waz Iben. Join us from Rwanda. Tona will be presenting Digital Literacy for All, SDG 4, Quality Education. This speech highlights how digital access and literacy empower education and reduce learning gaps globally. Please welcome Tona Waz Iben.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, professors, and fellow students, good day to you all. I am by the names Iben Tonwase, here in front of you today to talk about the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, quality education. where I'll be emphasizing on the topic, or I'll be talking about the theme that says digital literacy for all. You may be wondering, what is digital literacy? Digital literacy refers to the skills required to navigate, evaluate, and create content using digital technologies. It empowers individuals by equipping them with the tools to participate actively in social, economical, education, and even political areas. It includes the ability to judge the credibility of information, analyze various media critically, and manage one's digital presence responsibly. Today, digital technology has transformed the way we communicate, learn, work, and even socialize. These opportunities, however, can only be accessed by people that are already digitally literate. Digital literacy requires technical, social, and critical thinking skills that support communication, creativity, collaboration, and problem solving across an expanding digital landscape. Why is digital literacy important, and why we as the youth, we can be able to help with the digital literacy? Technology so far is now part of our everyday life, and it continues to evolve rapidly all over the world. As young people, we play a crucial role in promoting digital literacy, among others, by 2030. And that is because we are the new generation, and we normally use such technological equipments. So by helping others learn more about these technological equipments, we are teaching and developing digital literacy. I'll be stating some of the reasons why digital literacy is important and how it will be achieved as the youth. One of the reasons why it is important, it is because, as I stated in the beginning, it is in the SDG number 4, which says quality education. Being educated has many ways. There is being book smart, but then we also need to be technologically smart, since we have seen that the world is evolving rapidly around technology. With the use of technology in study, in work, and in many different places, there are people that can get complications in using it since they are not digitally literate. It can be achieved by starting youth-led digital training to synthesize other youth's participation and people's participation to learn and be able to use technological equipments. Another point would be young people influence each other more easily. Peer pressure. Here we look to positively use peer pressure. If we can negatively be influenced by peer pressure, what about being positively influenced by peer pressure, where we as the youth can easily understand what our fellow youth is teaching us, and through this we can use other youth to teach other age mates all about technical equipment, technological knowledge, where it will be making them more digitally literate and henceforth pushing us forward to our goal of achieving this by 2030 due to a united front with other youth. Thirdly, youth are among the widest and fastest users of technology. Since we are already familiar with digital tools, we are in the best position to guide others and teach them skills they may find difficult to learn alone. Here, as I said, we as the youth can volunteer to teach others, whether in schools, in small workshops that we can put together, or go around and help others know more or know what we already know. For us that already know something, can go and teach those that do not know anything as yet. You can teach your fellow classmate, you can teach your friend that does not know anything. Maybe they know about a mobile phone, the use of a mobile phone, but do not know how to operate a laptop. That is a new skill that you can teach them. That is a new skill you can help develop in them, which is very crucial and beneficial. Fourth, we can help bridge the gap between those with opportunities and those without opportunities. Not everybody was fortunate enough to have different or many opportunities, such as being able to go to school, or having an education, or owning any technological equipment. So as the opportunistic people we are, we would choose to help those that did not get the opportunity to have those equipments by donating to them, and also teach them how to use them, not only just donating to them. Another thing is that they say it takes a whole village to raise a child. So we as the youth, we are empowered to give back to the community that raised us. There are different people in our communities that cannot use technological equipment, that cannot operate a smartphone, that cannot operate a laptop or a simple computer, or even just turn it on. So we as the youth, in a way of giving back to our community, we can teach them, educate them about this technology, and it will make them be more digital literate and help them move with the evolving world. In conclusion, we are the upcoming adults of this generation, and many of our elders never had the chance to learn digital skills. It is now our turn to make a difference. By promoting digital literacy for all, we ensure that not only young people, but also adults and elders have the chance to learn, grow, and adapt in this fast evolving world. Together we can create a future where everyone is digitally literate and where everyone is empowered through technology. With consistency and hard work, this can all be obtained by 2030 as the youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tona, for that enlightening presentation. It's time for voting. Dear audience, if you like the speech, vote now. Tona, your speech emphasized the importance of digital literacy in achieving educational quality, reminding us that access to knowledge is a foundation for long-term development and leadership.
We now invite our next participant to share their insights. Our eighth speaker is Adnan Bouraj, joining us from Morocco. Adnan will be presenting Combating Substance Abuse, SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being. This speech focuses on youth-led action to promote healthier lifestyles and stronger communities. Please welcome Adnan Bouraj.
Greetings everyone, my name is Adnan, and today I want to talk about a real issue that affecting a lot of young people. This isn't just a personal thing, it hits families, communities, and honestly our whole future. So yeah, it's something we got to deal with together. So with this manner, we should, young people, right, stay away from unhealthy habits and bad choices because it doesn't just mess with our body, it can seriously affect our mental health, school life, motivation, and future plans. Once those habits kick in, they can hold you back really so hard. A lot of youth fall into this stuff because of pressure from friends, stress, curiosity, or just not having the right support around them. And once it becomes a routine, it's really tough to step away. If we ignore this, we're like basically wasting the talent and potential of whole generation. Preventing this isn't just important, it's an investment in where we're headed as a society. So we do have a lot of questions to exploit and invent ourselves, like how we move forward and what we want by 2030. So the big question is, what can we actually do, and how do we know we're making progress by 2030? First, building real awareness. We gotta keep it real and educate people properly, not scared tactics, just honest informations. By 2030, we want health and life skills lessons in all schools. Easy to find, trustworthy, infos online for youth. Really awareness events led by young people themselves. 2. Help you make smarter choices. Decisions should be based on facts, not pressure. By 2030, we aim to train teachers and counselors to give solid guidance, bring professionals into schools and communicate to talk openly, make sure most youth can spot early warning signs and of bad habits. 3. Create safe, supportive spaces. People open up more when they don't feel judged. By 2030, we're looking to open more youth centers where people can talk freely and get support. Strengthen peer support groups in schools. Offer private online support options for those not ready to take out loud. Give better alternatives when youth are busy with positive stuff. They're way less likely to fall in bad patterns. By 2030, the goal is to expand sports, art, culture, and academic clubs. Fund youth-led projects and ideas, boost anticipations in after-schools and community activities, lower exposure to negative influences, make harmful options harder to accept helps a lot. By 2030, this means better monitoring in high-risk areas, tougher consequences for people pushing harmful behaviors, stronger teamwork between communities and institutions, more international cooperation to tackle the issue on a bigger scale. So all of this harmful choices less attractive and way more harder to stick with. So if we want to include or make a conclusion and wrap up the end of the day, isn't one of the personal, it's one of all of us if we stay informed. Look out for each other's and like how to say publish for healthier environments, then by 2030 we can really actually to see real challenge, fewer young people struggling, and also more, how can I say it, how can I push it, like more reaching their goals and stronger, healthier generation shaping what comes next. So these subjects really popping up in our day, or how can I say, how our day's cooperation with how the generation youth can do. So basically we want not just like one topics between one hand, it's about the whole world's hands. So we should cooperate and make our future better to make such a great and superb communication.
Thank you very much, Adnan, for that meaningful presentation. Voting is in progress. Please give your valuable vote for Adnan. Adnan's speech highlighted how awareness, prevention, and youth engagement can contribute to healthier societies and advance SDG 3.
Let us now welcome our next speaker to the platform. Our ninth participant is Safih Soufiane, join us from Morocco. Safih will be presenting the role of youth as socio-technical architect. In this speech, Safih explores how youth combine critical thinking and emerging technologies to design systemic solutions for the SDGs. Please welcome Safih Sufyan.
Good morning. We all have heard the refrain, youth are the future. It's a sentiment filled with hope, but also with a dangerous implication that our role is to wait, to be passive beneficiaries of a world that is built for us, but not by us. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are here as a blueprint for this world. But with the 2030 deadline looming, the old method have been proven to be slow, celluloid, and solid for a world that is fluid. Today, I propose a shift of perspective. The role of youth is not to inherit this plan, but also to architect it. We must move from being passive beneficiaries to becoming the active system engineers of a new world that will provide for us a sustainable future. So, what does this mean in practice? It means we stop seeing ourselves as just a demographic, and we start recognizing our power as socio-technical catalysts. Our native language isn't just English, Arabic, or Spanish. It is the language of networks, the language of technology, platforms, and decentralized collaborations. We don't just use technology. We also think of its way. This is not a generational stereotype. It's a form of systems literacy. It makes us uniquely able to be equipped to design an SDG solution that are inherently scalable, agile, and participatory. Think of it this way. While traditional institutions operate like a carefully drafted blueprints, we operate like open source, live system project, constantly iterating, updating, and improving in real time. Our low aversion to failure and our beta testing culture is not a weakness. It is a critical R&D asset for tracking the weak problems the SDG represents. And we can also say that this leads to our strategy. The SDG often bumped up against solid institutional walls. Our role is to create a liquid interface, adaptive bridges between these solid structures, the fluid reality on the ground. We see also that this is already available in youth-led platforms, cooperatives that organize clean energy transition or food redistribution, bypassing bureaucracy in civic tech apps built by students to improve and provide real-time public accountability for local SDGs. But our most powerful tool isn't this way. It's also a prefigurative praxis. This is an academic term for a simple and powerful idea, building the future you want now in a miniature. We don't just ask for a circular economy, we create it. We turn our university campuses into living labs, launching student-run repair cafes to model zero waste, creating microgrids for renewable energy, and transforming vacant lots into regenerative urban farms. These are not just projects, they are functional prototypes. They are not just advocating for change, they are demonstrating how the change can be done and possible today. Now, let's think even further outside the box. The traditional approach doesn't actually tackle SDGs one by one. Our approach is to find and push intersectional leverage points where one action can create a cascade of positive effects across multiple goals. Consider a single youth-led initiative, tackling period poverty with sustainable products. By improving and providing education and access, it directly addresses SDG 3, health, and SDG 5, gender equity. And also, by choosing reusable, biodegradable products, it hits SDG 12, responsible consumption. But manufacturing these locally with a sustainable material, it fuels also SDG 8, decent work, and also SDG 9, innovation. And by reducing plastic waste, it directly supports SDG 14, life below water. This is not a scattered effort. It is surgically precise, systematic intervention. It is the kind of holistic, non-soloid thinking that our network minds are built for. In conclusion, the 2030 agenda doesn't need more passengers. It needs more architects. It needs more engineers. It needs a generation of fluent in the language of technology and at the same time the human-centric design, capable of building liquid bridges between those stereotypes. Our role isn't just to wait for the future. Our role is to deconstruct the obsolete system of the past one and build and test and scale blueprints for the next one. The goal is 2030. The time for passive waiting is over. Now it's time for change. It should begin now. Thank you.
Oh my God, what an impressive presentation by Sophie Soufiane. Thank you very much, Soufiane, for that presentation. Dear audience, please cast your valuable vote for Sophie Soufiane. Sophie, your speech demonstrated how innovation and critical thinking can be engineered together, also in a systematic way. Thank you very much for your presentation.
We now call upon our next participant to deliver their speech. Our 10th speaker is Sachem Manchuladar, joining us from Nepal. Sachem will be presenting From Leaders to Leaders, the Youth Bulletproof for a Green Economy. This speech focuses on transforming education into leadership for sustainable economic growth. Please welcome Sachem Manchuladar.
Hello everybody, my name is Saksham Mantuladar. I come from Nepal. I'm 19 years old, and this is the topic I'll be talking about. From learners to leaders, the youth's blueprint for a green economy. So this topic highlights Sustainable Development Goal number 4 and Goal number 8. Look around this room. What do you see? Students, graduates, future professionals. I see something more. I see innovators, problem solvers, and architects of our future. But for too long, the story told about young people has been one of waiting. Waiting for a job, waiting for a promotion, waiting for our turn to lead. But what if we stopped waiting? What if the very education we are receiving right now is not just a path to a job, but the blueprint to rebuild our economy? This is the powerful synergy between Sustainable Goal number 4, quality education, and Sustainable Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. It's not just about nice pairing. It's a revolutionary formula. It refrains us, the youth, from being passive learners into active leaders, leveraging our knowledge to design a green and inclusive economy. For generations, the formula was simple. Get an education, get a job, fuel the economy. But that economy, as we know now, has been fueling something else: climate change, inequality, and environmental degradation. The old jobs are changing and the old growth model is broken. But within every crisis lies an opportunity. And our quality education is the key that unlocks it. This isn't the rote learning of the past. This is the education that teaches critical thinking, asking why do we do things the way we do. This is the education that fosters creativity, imagining how we can do them better. It's in a chemistry lab discovering new biodegradable materials. It's in an economics class designing a curricular business model. It's in a coding workshop building an app that optimizes energy use in smart cities. This knowledge is our toolkit, and with it, we are not just looking for jobs in the green economy, we are creating them. I want you to imagine a young person, perhaps not unlike someone here. They learn about the staggering food waste in their community. Instead of writing in a paper, they use their business skills to create a social enterprise. They connect with farmers, collect imperfect produce that could be thrown away, and create a subscription box for affordable, healthy food. They hire other young people, they reduce methane emissions from farm fields, and they make nutritious food accessible. This isn't a fantasy. This is happening now all over the world. This is what it means to be a leader. It means seeing a problem not as a barrier, but as a business plan. It means understanding that decent work isn't just about a paycheck, but about the purpose work that restores our planet and uplifts our communities. Our blueprint for a green economy is not a single document. It is written in every sustainable agriculture project started by an agri-science graduate. It is coded into the platform developed by a computer science student that connects consumers with local green energy providers. It is engineered into the water purification system designed by an engineering student for a remote community. This is the ultimate power of education. It empowers us to be entrepreneurs, not just employees. So the call to today is twofold. First, for us, the youth, let's stop asking who will hire me and start asking what problem can I solve. Let's use our education not as a certificate to be framed, but as a compass to navigate the challenges of our time. Let's be audacious in our ideas and relentless in our pursuit to build. And second, for our educators, policymakers, and investors, believe in us, invest in our ideas, create ecosystems that support youth-led green innovations, from mentorship and seed funding to curriculums that encourage entrepreneurial thinking. Our blueprint is ready, but we need you to provide the foundation, and we are the generation that will solve it in the boardrooms, in the labs, and in the marketplaces of the world. We are the learners becoming leaders. We have the education, we see the need, and we are ready to build. Let's go and get to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sachin, for that insightful presentation. Your speech showed how learning can evolve into leadership, empowering youth to shape a green and inclusive economy. At this moment, we kindly invite our audience to complete the polling process now available on your screen.
As we approach the later part for today's session, we are pleased to welcome another insightful speaker to the virtual stage. Our 11th participant is Hiba Kuna, joining us from Morocco. Hiba will be presenting the equation of equity, a youth-led approach to global fairness. Please welcome Hiba Kuna.
Hello everyone, I'm Hiba, and tonight I want to talk about the messy, complicated and deeply human equation of equity. The equation of equity is such a clean idea. It wants to be a perfect formula like E equal mc square. You input the problem and you get fairness. But life isn't physics, it's messy. Everyone uses this box and fence example to explain equity. And on the surface, it's perfect. You have got three people trying to watch a baseball game. There is a tall one, a medium one, and a short one. A big fence is in the way. The first thing you do is give them each one identical box. That's equality. Same help for everyone. The tall guy is fine. The medium guy can just barely see. But the short person still can't see a thing. So same help didn't work. So then you adjust. You give the short person 2 boxes, the medium person 1, and the tall person none. Now they can all see. That's equity. You have given each person what they specifically need to get to the same outcome. And on the surface, it seems like we have found the perfect answer. But is it? The box and fence example, it's a great start. This is a clean, simple picture. The real world isn't that clean. It assumes that we all agree on who is short, who is tall, and what the game even means. What if we don't have enough boxes? What if the boxes are poorly made and break? So the first variable in the equation is measurement. How do you fairly measure need? Is it by money, by history, by how someone feels? If you get it wrong, you are not solving the equation. You are just moving the unfairness somewhere else. Then there is the resource variable. There are never enough boxes, so you have to choose. Do you help the person who is almost tall enough to see because they need less help, or the person who can't see at all, who needs a lot more? Both are valid, both are right, but you can't do both. The equations start to break down, and the biggest variable, the one everyone feels but no one wants to write down, is their sentiment. What about the person who built their own box through hard work? What about the person who is tall but has their own problem? Maybe they have a heavy backpack. If the equation only looks at height, it ignores their struggle. They see others getting help they don't get, and they feel punished. Is that fair? This simple example shows us the goal, but it hides all the hard, messy work of actually getting there. This example doesn't ask the most important question: why is the ground so uneven to begin with? That's where history comes in, and history isn't a variable you can just put in, it's the entire landscape. Maybe the reason the short person is so short is because their grandparents weren't allowed to eat at the same table, weren't given the same food to grow strong. Maybe the tall person's family has been passing down boxes for generations, hoarding them in a shed, so they start the game already standing on a pile. The fence itself, it was just built yesterday. It was designed centuries ago by the people who owned the field to make sure only a certain kind of people could watch the game. The original design of the fence is the problem. The equation of equity is us today, trying to fix the symptoms of a disease that's been spreading for hundreds of years. So when we talk about giving out boxes, we are not starting from zero. We are starting from a point of depth, inherent depth. The resentment we see today is often because we are having an argument about a single box, while ignoring the centuries of box hoarding that came before it. The tall person today might feel they earned their hate, never realizing they have been standing on the shoulders of their ancestors' advantage all along. So the youth-led approach, it's not about pretending history doesn't exist. It's about finally, honestly, reading the ugly old blueprints of the fence. It's about acknowledging that the game has been rich from the start. Our job isn't just to hand out boxes for today, it's to dismantle that old rotten fence plank by plank, while still making sure the person who can't see today gets a box to stand on right now. It's a constant, never-ending calculation between repairing historical wrongs and meeting present needs. There is no perfect answer. There is no formula in any history book. There is only the choice to recognize the truth of the past, to feel the urgency of the present, and to keep working towards a future where the equation won't be so desperately needed. And this is where people say, well, in a perfect world. But that's the biggest trap of all. If you ask me about a perfect world, the equation disappears entirely. In a perfect world, there is no fence. The ground is naturally sloped, the boxes aren't needed, people's strengths aren't punished, and their weaknesses aren't held against them. The very concept of equity becomes obsolete because the system is just fair by design. But we don't live there, we live here, in the world with the fence. So maybe the goal isn't just to find the one perfect equation, maybe it's to be the variable that changes the entire system. Instead of just calculating who gets how many boxes, we ask why the fence is there in the first place. We design a world with no fences or with traced stands so everyone can see naturally. But even that's a long-term project. People need help today. So the real equation of equity isn't a solution, it's a constant, never-ending calculation. It's a balancing act between helping now and building for later, between individual need and the group stability. It's the hardest math in the world because the answer isn't a number, the answer is a choice, and then another choice, and then another choice.
Thank you very much, Hiba, for that thoughtful and impactful presentation. Your speech clearly demonstrated how equity can be transformed from an idea into action, highlighting the critical role youth play in shaping a fairer global society. Dear audience, please cast your vote for Hiba.
We now invite our next speaker to take the virtual stage. Our 12th participant is Ayman Jawad Amour, joining us from France. Ayman will be presenting how can youth drive innovation and creative problem solving to shape smarter, more sustainable solutions for the future. Please welcome Ayman Jawad Amour.
Dear Admission Committee, today I'm here to talk about something that affects all of us even if we don't always notice it. My topic focuses on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. But instead of listing definitions, I want to explore a simple but powerful question. How can youth drive innovation and creative problem solving to shape smarter, more sustainable solutions for the future? Now, let me start with something we all know. The world is changing incredibly fast, sometimes so fast that by the time we finally understand one new app, they've already released 3 updates, 2 redesigns, and a completely new interface. So, in a world that moves this quickly, is it even possible to rely only on traditional ways of thinking? Of course not. That is exactly why innovation matters so much today. Innovation isn't just about inventing robots or designing futuristic technologies, although robots are cool. Unless one day they start doing our homework, then we might have a problem. Innovation is really about finding better solutions to everyday challenges. It's about curiosity, creativity, and the courage to say, I think there's a better way to do this. And guess who is naturally the best at doing that? Young people. Us. Why? Well, for one simple reason. We question everything. Seriously, everything. How many times have we asked, why is it like that? Or, who created the system? Or, my personal favorite, who thought this was a good idea? This mindset is not annoying. It's innovation in its early stages. One of the greatest strengths of youth is our fresh perspective. We look at the world without the limitations of it has always been this way. Instead, we look at things. Maybe not. Is that the very beginning of creative problem solving? Also, let's be honest, sometimes young people don't follow the rules simply because, well, we forgot them. But even that innocence can lead to new ideas. Another huge advantage is our comfort with technology. We grew up with phones, apps, and the internet. Some of us can multitask between 6 tabs, 3 conversations, and 2 deadlines while pretending everything is under control. But joking aside, such digital fluency allows young people to turn ideas into real prototypes faster than ever before. We can design, share, test, and improve ideas with tools that earlier generations never had. Youth also love collaboration. Innovation today requires teamwork, and young people are masters at working together. Sometimes in person, sometimes in group chats, that were supposed to be about studying, but somehow turned into memes. But even that creates connection, and connection fuels creativity. When young minds share ideas, solutions become more stronger. So, how exactly can youth contribute to that? First, by noticing the problem around them. Innovation starts with a simple question: why is this so complicated? And honestly, as students, we ask that every day. Second, youth can use creativity to imagine better ways of solving things. When one solution doesn't work, we don't give up. We improvise, adapt it, and if necessary, Google it. And third, with digital tools, we can turn ideas into something real. Today, you don't need a big library to innovate. Sometimes you just need a laptop, Wi-Fi, and an idea that keeps you awake at 2 a.m. Another contribution is sharing ideas with others. When young people post useful tips, create content, or spread awareness, they encourage others to think differently. Innovation grows when it circulates. And finally, youth can join communities club, teams, organizations that give them space to build, create, and experiment. The impact of youth-led innovation can be enormous. It can make systems more efficient, technologies more responsible, and infrastructure more accessible. More importantly, it builds a mindset that pushes society towards creativity instead of stagnation. And let's be real, if young people can find ways to solve problems like low battery anxieties, low Wi-Fi, or confusing bus schedules, imagine what they can do for the world. In the end, I believe youth are essential for building smarter and more sustainable future. We don't just represent the future, we shape it. Through curiosity, creativity, teamwork, and a bit of boldness, young people can transform challenges into opportunities and ideas into real solutions. So let me end with one last rhetorical question. If not us, then who? Who else had the energy, the creativity, the flexibility, and the courage to rethink the world? The answer is clear. It's us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ayman, for that inspiring and forward-looking presentation. Your speech highlighted the transformative power of youth-led innovation and problem-solving, reminding us that sustainable futures are built through creativity, vision, and courageous ideas. Dear audience, you can vote for him. Thank you so much.
At this moment, we welcome another compelling voice to share their perspective with us. Our 13th participant is Maria, joining us from Morocco. Maria will be presenting the ripple effects, how small, everyday choices by youth create a sustainable world. In this speech, Maria explores how simple daily actions, when guided by awareness and responsibility, can collectively drive meaningful change and contribute to long-term sustainability. Please welcome Maria.
Honorable judges, esteemed educators, and fellow students, hello to all of you. Today, I would like to begin with a question I believe many of us have asked before, which is the following. When we consider global challenges, what meaningful impact can one person truly have? This question can feel immense, but today I propose a different perspective. We are not powerless. In fact, we possess an instrument of change more potent than we often realize: the power of our daily decisions. This is the principle of the ripple effect. Those small, conscious choices, when multiplied across millions of youth, can generate a tidal wave of sustainable progress. Let us explore how these ripples manifest in three key areas of our lives. First, consider the environmental ripple. The choice to use a reusable water bottle seems minor, yet this single act initiates a cascade of positive consequences. It immediately reduces plastic waste. And when others observe this habit, it normalizes sustainable behavior, inspiring imitation. This collective action then signals a clear market demand to industries, encouraging a shift away from single-use plastic bottles. A simple, personal decision thereby ripples outwards, influencing community norms, and even industrial practices. Second, we have the socio-economic ripple. Every purchase we make is a micro-transaction that shapes our world. When we consciously decide to support a local business or brand with ethical practices, we do more than just buy a product. We invest in our local community, help create stable local opportunities, and advocate for a more circular economy. Our spending, however modest it may feel, collectively creates powerful economic currents that can steer entire markets towards greater sustainability and equity. And third, we must not overlook the digital ripple. In our interconnected world, the content we share and the dialogues we engage in online carry significant weight. Choosing to amplify a scientific climate report or to engage in respectful discourse on a complex issue creates ripples of awareness and shapes public understanding. We, as digital natives, have the unique capacity to cultivate a global online environment rooted in truth and constructive conversations, which is a critical foundation for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The journey to 2030 is not built on vast, distant platforms alone. It is constructed here and now in the accumulation of our everyday actions. Each sustainable choice is a declaration of the future we wish to inhabit. We are not merely the leaders of tomorrow, we are the active architects of today. Let us therefore be intentional with our choices, no matter how small they may seem. Let us be the generation that understands that 1,000 ripples, started by 1,000 determined hands, can reshape the very shores of our futures. That'll be all from me today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Maria, for the thoughtful and inspiring presentation. Your speech beautifully illustrated how small, conscious choices made by young people can collectively create a powerful ripple effect, leading to a more sustainable and responsible world. Please, you can give your important vote to her.
Let us now welcome the next speaker who will share their insights with our global audience. Our 14th participant is Kritapas Lorpanichon, joining us from Thailand. Kritapas will be presenting Digital Divide and Education Equity, how access to technology affects educational equality globally. In this speech, Kritapas explores how unequal access to technology continues to shape educational opportunities worldwide, highlighting the role of digital inclusion in achieving equitable and high-quality education for all. Please welcome Kritapas.
Imagine a classroom without walls, where students can access the world knowledge from anywhere, at any time. Now, imagine millions of students who cannot reach that classroom because of the tools, internet, or devices just simply aren't available. Education is no longer just about schools, it's about access. And as youth, we have the power to transform this access into opportunity, ensuring that quality education is truly inclusive and equitable. The United Sustainable Development Goals on quality education call for inclusive, equitable, and high-quality learning for all. Yet, the digital divide, the gap between those with access to technology and those without, remains a major barrier. As youth, we are uniquely positioned to bridge this gap. With creativity, energy, and deep understanding of technology, we can turn challenges into solutions. Today, I will share you 3 key ways youth can act: advocacy, innovation, and community engagement. First, youth can raise awareness about digital divide and its impact on education. Not every student has reliable internet, a laptop, or digital learning resources. By organizing campaigns, creating informative online content, or partnering with schools and local organizations, youth can highlight these inequities and inspire change. Awareness is the first step toward action, because change only happens when the problem is seen and understood. Second, youth can use and create technology to enhance learning opportunities. Online learning platforms, educational apps, and AI tutoring systems can make knowledge accessible to students in remote and under-resourced areas. Youth can design apps, produce educational videos, or curate interactive lessons, making learning personalized and engaging. In this way, smartphones, laptop, and coding skills become more than tools. They become instruments of equity. Finally, youth can support their peers directly. Remote mentoring, online study groups, or volunteering-led tutoring programs can help students who lack access to formal resources. By sharing knowledge and skills, you foster a culture of learning and inclusion. Even one young volunteer can inspire many learners, creating a ripple effect that extends far beyond a single classroom. The responsibility of transforming education is not solely on governments or institutions. It rests with all of us, especially the youth, who inherit both the challenges and the opportunities of the next decade. Through advocacy, innovation, and peer support, we can bridge the digital divide, making quality education accessible to every learner. By turning technology into tools of equity, we're not just shaping classroom, we're shaping the more inclusive, knowledgeable, and empowered world. The power is in our hands, and the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kritapus, for that insightful and impactful presentation. Your speech clearly demonstrated how bridging the digital divide is essential to ensuring education equity, reminding us that access to technology is not a privilege, but a foundation for global education progress. The polling window is now available on your screen. We encourage you to participate by voting.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has truly been a privilege to host and guide you through the inspiring speeches so far. We are grateful for the passion, insight, and thoughtful perspectives shared by our remarkable participants.
We sincerely thank our speakers for their meaningful contributions and our audience for our attentive presence and active participation throughout this session. At this moment, we are honored to hand over the hosting to our esteemed colleagues, Preksha and Terichan, who will continue guiding you through the upcoming speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending a warm welcome to Preksha and Terry.
We wish them a smooth and engaging continuation of the program, and we thank you all for being valued part of today's event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aya and Junaid. What a wonderful speech we heard in the first segment of the speakers. Now, let us take you to the second segment, where many outstanding speakers are lined up for you. They have worked very hard and come up with great insights in their speech.
What an eventful day. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the next segment of the Global UNITALKS International Speech Competition. We are your hosts for this session, Preksha from India and myself, Tyree from South Africa, and we are truly honored to join you today.
To begin, we invite you to listen to a vision of foundational change. Please join us in welcoming Helman Abdul Wahab from India, who will present on The Architects of Tomorrow, How Youth Build a Sustainable Future. Let's welcome him.
Good morning, estimated judges, dedicated teachers, and my fellow future leaders. Look around you. Look at your left, look at your right. What do you see? You don't just see your classmate, you don't just see your students, you are looking at the architects of tomorrow. And I know what some might be thinking. Architects, we are just young people. We are told to study, to get good grades, to wait for our turn. The big problems, climate change, pollution, social inequality, all are handled by adults in suits in a big meeting far, far away from here. But I am here to tell you that is an outdated story. We are just the leaders of tomorrow. We are the innovators of today. We are not waiting for our turn. We are building our own table and the blueprint we are using for a sustainable future. What does it mean to be an architect? An architect doesn't just see an empty plot of land. They see possibility, they see structure, they design solutions that are both beautiful and functional, that stand the test of time. And that is exactly what young innovators are doing all over the world. We are not burdened by the way things have always been done. Our minds are native to a world of rapid change, of technology, of global connection that gives us a unique superpower. We can reimagine the system we have inherited. Let me give you few blueprints already in progress. Blueprint number 1, the circular economy. While many industries create waste, a young innovator looks at plastic waste and doesn't just see trash. They see raw material. They are creating 3D printed filaments for printers, turning old bottles into fashionable clothing, or developing apps that connects people to share and repair goods instead of throwing them away. They are designing waste out of existence. Blueprint number 2, tech for good. We are the digital generation. We don't just use technology, we speak its language. We are the ones coding apps that tracks our personal carbon footprint, using AI to monitor deforestation from satellite images, and creating social media campaigns that go viral and force real corporate and political change. We are weaponizing our connectivity for the planet. Blueprint number 3, social sustainability. A sustainable future isn't just about green energy and clean oceans. It's about people. It's about justice. Young people are on the front lines building communities that are inclusive, equitable, and fair. We are starting social enterprises that employ marginalized groups. We are advocating for mental health awareness. We are demanding educational systems that teach empathy alongside equations. We are architecting a society where no one is left behind. But I hear that out. Maybe you are thinking, that's amazing, but that's them, not me. I'm not a genius coder or a charismatic activist. I am here to tell you that you are wrong. Being an architect doesn't mean you have to single-handedly design the entire skyscraper. You can be the one who designs the window that let the most light, saving energy. You can be the one who sources the sustainable materials. You can be the one who ensures the building is accessible to everyone. Your innovations might be starting a meat-free Monday campaign in your school cafeteria, planting a pollinator garden in your community, using your art, a painting, a song, a poem to make people feel the urgency of these issues. Simply having the courage to ask the tough question in class. But how does this affect the environment? That is innovation. That is architecture. Your curiosity is your measuring tape. Ask why and why not. Your education is your blueprint. Learn, but don't just accept. Question, improve, adapt. Your voice is your most powerful tool. Used to demand change, to inspire your friend, to challenge the status question. We are not passive passengers on a sinking ship. We are the crew. We are the crew. We are already building new vessel. We are the architecture. We are the future is our construction site. It won't be easy. There will be setbacks. There will be those who tell us to be quiet, to wait, that our ideas are too idealistic. But remember this, the world has always been shaped by the idealists, the ones who look at the crumbling system and sees not ruins, but a foundation for something better. So let's go to work, let's design, let's build. Let's be the architects of a future we are proud to inherit, because we had the courage to build it ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Helman. Your words have not just described the future, but actively designed it. You've shown us that sustainability begins in the minds of the young, and it is built with the hands of the determined. Thank you for reminding us that architecture is not just about building, but about blueprints for a better world. Viewers, please take a moment to submit your scores for this inspiring opening presentation.
Now, let's turn our attention to a voice from Yemen. Please welcome our next speaker, Osama Mohammed Mohsen Nasser. Osama's speech is titled Beyond Growth, What Should Industry and Innovation Really Solve? He will challenge us to reconsider the true purpose of progress, reminding us that innovation should serve people and planet, not just profit. A big welcome to Osama.
Hello everyone, welcome for watching my speech. So first of all, I want to thank Professor Wallace to give us this opportunity to have a speech competition about the global goals for sustainable development. And I have something to share with everyone. And my topic is Beyond Growth, what should industry and innovation really solve? So for many decades, the primary measures of progress in industry and innovation has been economic expansion, higher output, increased efficiency, and broader market reach. These metrics have undeniably delivered remarkable achievements, improved infrastructure, advanced technologies, and greater access to goods and services for billions of people. Yet, academic research in economics, psychology, and sustainability studies increasingly invites us to ask a deeper question. Once basic material needs are met, what should industry and innovation prioritize next in order to support human and planetary well-being? So, firstly, enhancing quality of life and human flourishing. In this case, studies in positive psychology and public health demonstrate that beyond a certain income threshold, additional wealth contribute only marginally to life satisfaction. Instead, factors such as strong social connections, mental well-being, work-life harmony, and access to lifelong learning emerge as significant predictors of happiness and fulfillment industry, and innovation can play a transformative role here by developing tools and systems that strengthen relationships, support mental wellness, and enable flexible, meaningful work. Secondly, fostering environmental stewardship and regenerative systems. Research in industrial ecology and circular economy principles shows that it's entirely feasible and increasingly profitable to design processes that restore rather than deplete natural resources. Innovations in material science, renewable energy, integration, biodegradable packaging, and closed-loop manufacturing offer practical pathways to align industrial activity with ecological health, ensuring that future generations inherit a thriving planet. Third, promoting inclusive and equitable participation. Management and innovation studies highlight that diverse teams consistently produce more creative and effective solutions when industry actively designs products and services and workplaces that accommodate varied abilities, backgrounds, and life stages. It not only expands markets, but also creates environments where every individual can contribute and benefit. Fortunately, many forward-thinking organizations are already demonstrating these principles in practice. Companies are introducing collaborative digital platforms that help employees maintain strong social bonds, even in remote or hybrid settings. Engineers are developing smart systems that optimize energy use in buildings while improving occupant comfort and air quality. Designers are creating assistive technologies and universal design products that enable people of all ages and abilities to engage fully in education, work, and community life. Researchers are advancing bio-based materials that naturally decompose, reducing waste while maintaining high-performance standards. These examples illustrate that pursuing human flourishing, environmental regeneration, and inclusivity is not a trade-off against economic success. It often enhances long-term viability and opens entirely new markets. From an academic perspective, several scholars propose complementary indicators to traditional growth metrics. These include measures of subjective well-being and life satisfaction, access to quality education and health care, environmental quality indices, social trust and community engagement levels. When organizations incorporate such indicators into their strategic planning, innovation becomes aligned with broader dimensions of human progress. In conclusion, the evolution from a singular focus on economic growth toward a multidimensional understanding of progress represents a natural and positive maturation of industrial and innovative thought by directing creativity and resources towards solutions that enhance well-being, regenerate natural systems, and include every member of society. Industry can contribute to a future that is not only prosperous, but also healthy, sustainable, and fulfilling for all. This perspective invites each of us, whether in engineering, business, design, or the social sciences, to consider how our work can support these broader aims. Together, through respectful collaboration and evidence-based innovation, we can help shape systems that truly serve humanity and the planet we share. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Osama. You have taken us beyond numbers and charts into the very heart of progress. By questioning what innovation truly serves, you reframe the purpose of industry. Thank you for a talk that was not just heard, but deeply felt. Judges and audience, your feedback is essential. The poll is now live for your evaluation.
Now, let's shift our focus to a voice from Bangladesh. Please welcome our next speaker, Mohammad Zakaria. Zakaria's speech is titled Blueprint for Tomorrow, the 3-0 Strategy for Industry and Infrastructure. He will present a clear and actionable framework for sustainable development, reminding us that visionary planning is the first step towards tangible, transformative change. A big welcome to Zakaria.
The 3-0 Strategy for Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure. Respected Professor, my audience and my dear classmates, Assalamu alaikum and very good evening. I feel very proud to be a participant in today's competitive event. At the same time, I extended special thanks to our professor who has provided us with this opportunity to enhance our skills by organizing such a unique event. Today, I am going to discuss an important topic, Blueprint for Tomorrow, the 3-0 Strategy for Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure. This topic is aligned with the global goals for sustainable development, which is the main focus of our conversation today. We will focus on industry, innovation and infrastructure as the core element to make the world a better place and achieve the global goal. My proposed strategy is 3-0. Zero approach, zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero net carbon emission. The strategy is not just a dream, it is based on proven model. I will explain it in detail today, particularly how we can achieve this using microfinance and social business model. First, let's talk about microfinance. Microfinance is a system that provides small loans to poor individuals, allowing them to start business and escape poverty. It is not charity but a sustainable business model where loans are repaid and profit are made. For instance, Bangladesh, this model has helped millions of women purchase cows, sell milks, or open shops to become self-reliant. Over the past 400 years, China has lifted about 800 million people out of poverty by using this model, leading to significant industrial growth. We can apply this model on large scale, not just a small business, but in industry and infrastructure projects as well. Now let's discuss the social business model. The heart of 3-0 strategy. Social business is a business model where the primary goal is not to maximize profit, but to solve societal problems. These businesses are financially stable, environmentally conscious, and provide fair wages to workers. However, the profits generated do not go to shareholders but are reinvested for social improvements. For an example, imagine a company making nutrition yogurt for poor children, and profit earned would go toward distributing more yogurt to those need. This investor in this model only get their original investment back, not in dividends. This ensures that business remains focused on societal benefit rather than individual gain. Application of social business in large-scale projects. Often large-scale events like Olympic, World Cup, and other mega events are held in these cities. Big companies take contracts, make profit, and live without contributing to the development of our local population. The social business model changes this dynamic. This event can be hosted in less developed cities, and entire project can be run through the social business model, ensuring that local factories and supply chains are owned and operated by local business starters. For an example, consider the Paris Olympic 2024. For the first time, they implemented this social and solidarity economy charter involving over 500 social enterprises. The stadium millions of shares were made from recycled plastic collected by people from the poorer communities. These individuals were not ordinary workers. They were business starters who supplied plastic to local businesses where they were paid. The plastic was then sent to the local factories to be transformed into chair, where workers share profit like shareholder. This created a self-retained chain of production. After the games, the chair were recycled and sent elsewhere. This proves that large event can be a tool to change society, not just sport. Social business in industry and infrastructure. We can implement this model in industry and infrastructure as well. In industry, we can use innovation like AI to improve production, reduce waste, and allow local businesses starter to create new products. In infrastructure, when building roads, bridges, or smart cities, materials can be supplied by local social business, reducing poverty and ensuring that everyone becomes a business starter, reducing dependency. Additionally, this supports zero carbon by using renewable materials and promoting sustainable practices. In summary, I want to say 3-0 strategy is beautiful blueprint for tomorrow. Through microfinance, we can eliminate poverty. With the social business, we can make industries and infrastructure more society focused, and with innovation, we can make everything sustainable. Achieving these goals is not just about meeting target. It's about building a new world. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Zakaria, for that clear and strategic presentation. You provided a visionary yet actionable roadmap, showing how the 3-0 principles can systematically transform industry and infrastructure for a sustainable future. It's an empowering blueprint that turns ambitious goals into tangible, achievable steps forward. We now open the floor for your ratings. Your input helps chart the course forward.
Now, let's welcome a perspective from Nigeria. Please welcome our next speaker, Yeremiah Ibrahim Ibn Ibrahim. Yeremiah's speech is titled Life on Land, Young Hands Healing the Earth. He will illuminate the restorative power of youth stewardship, reminding us that protecting our planet begins with mindful, committed action. A big welcome to Yeremiah.
Honorable judges, distinguished guests, and respected audience. Good day to everyone around the world. My name is Ibrahim Ibn Ibrahim Nidima. I'm here today to affirm the mission, the growing evidence that desertification and biodiversity loss can be reversed, and that this reversal is indispensable for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Often the challenges of land degradation and species decline are presented as problems for future generations to solve. But the truth is, young people are not waiting. We are actively shaping a healthier planet right now. Across the globe, students, researchers, entrepreneurs, and activists under 30 are leading innovative efforts to restore our natural world. We are planting trees, developing digital tools, launching sustainable ventures, and contributing to global conservation of land stewardship. Youth-led restoration initiatives now account for more than 25% of new land rehabilitation projects within the global networks. From university campuses, cultivating native seeds, banks, to digital platforms using satellite data to map areas in need of care, young innovators are turning scientific knowledge into tangible positive impacts. We are also redefining how conservation works. Young movements are championing inclusive approach that honor traditional ecological knowledges and empower local communities and campuses worldwide. Students are promoting sustainability across all fields of study, integrating environmental principles. On campuses worldwide, students are promoting sustainability across all fields of study, integrating environmental principles into computer science, economics, and beyond, and encouraging institutions to support green innovation. Technology is our ally. Young developers are building AI models to help predict and prevent land degradation. Environmental engineers are creating affordable soil sensors. Biology students are using DNA barcoding to track the recovery of animals and plant life. This is not abstract theory, it is a science-driven action, made stronger through collaboration. Crucially, we understand that healthy land is the foundation of human well-being. We see the vital link between fertile soil and food security, between thriving forests and climate resilience, and between rich biodiversity and cultural heritage. That's why participation in global environmental forums, from the UN Biodiversity Conference to collaborative restoration project, it is an unprecedented high. The challenges ahead are significant, but so is our determination. We are the generation that have witnessed both the urgency of environmental changes and the power of collective action. We act from fear, but from creativity, solidarity, and a deep commitment to our shared hope. Let us move beyond calling young people leaders of tomorrow. Today we are co-architects of renewal, planting seeds, writing codes, fostering partnership, and proving that regeneration is not only possible, but already underway. The land is healing, and with youth at the forefront, the healing will grow deeper, wider, and faster. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Iremia. Your presentation was a powerful testament to the fact that the earth speaks through those who care for it. You've shown that healing the land is an act of both memory and hope. Thank you for grounding us in such profound stewardship. Listeners, your voices matter now. We invite you to cast your vote via the on-screen poll.
Let's welcome our next speaker joining us from Nigeria. Please welcome Lawan Umar Baba. Lawan's speech, Zero Hunger, Youth-Led Agritech, Seeding a Sustainable Food Future, will explore how innovative agricultural technology driven by young people is cultivating a world free from hunger. He will highlight how merging tradition with innovations can grow a resilient and equitable food system for generations to come. Welcome, Lawan.
Honorable judges, distinguished guests, and respected audience, good day to everyone listening to us around the world. My name is Umar Babalawan, and I'm going to be talking about Sustainable Development Goals, specifically SDG 2. Zero hunger, which entails youth-led agri-tech seeding a sustainable food future. A sustainable food system begins not in boardrooms, but in the hands of those who feed the world. Today I speak in firm affirmation of a powerful truth. Youth-led agri-tech is not merely an innovation. It's a vital pathway to achieving zero hunger and transforming our global food systems by 2030. The challenge before us is immense. 1/3 of all food produced is lost or wasted. Smallholder farmers, many of them young, face volatile yields, limited market access, and intensifying climate pressures. Yet amid these challenges, a new generation is rising, not as victims, but as architects of resilience. Armed with smartphones, data literacy, and deep local knowledge, young entrepreneurs are building agri-tech solutions that are smart, sustainable, and inclusive. First, they are making farming smarter. Through low-cost sensors, satellite imagery, and SMS-based advisory services, young innovators help farmers apply water, seeds, and fertilizers with precision, reducing waste by up to 30%, yielding yields and lowering environmental footprints. Secondly, they are making agriculture circular, from solar-powered vertical farms in urban centers to biodigesters that convert crop waste into clean energy and organic fertilizer. These models regenerate degraded land, sequester carbon, and create green jobs, especially for rural youth. Third, they are making food systems more equitable. Digital marketplaces designed by students and young developers connect small-scale farmers directly with schools, retailers, and consumers. This shortens supply chains, slashes post-harvest losses, and boosts farmers' income by 20 to 40%. Critically, these ventures prioritize inclusion. Over 60% of youth-led agri-tech teams in emerging economies include women, co-founders, and many specifically serve marginalized farming communities. This proves that sustainability and social equity are not competing goals. They are mutually reinforcing. Of course, scaling these innovations requires support, access to patient capital, improved rural digital infrastructure, and support ecosystems built through education, community programs, and university industries. Universities, investors, and development partners all have a role by funding incubators, mentoring founders, and integrating agri-tech into curricula and local development initiatives. In closing, youth-led agri-tech is far more than a trend. It's a core strategy for achieving zero hunger, advancing climate resilience, and creating decent work for millions. Young people are not waiting for permission to fix broken systems. They're already building the tools that will fill their shared future. Our task is clear: amplify their voices, invest in their ideas, and learn from them. Thank you for your patient hearing. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comment box.
Thank you, Lawan. You planted in our minds the seeds of a hunger-free future. By weaving tradition with technology, you've shown that the most fertile ground for innovation is a sense of purpose. Thank you for cultivating such a compelling vision. Audience and judges, we now pause for your assessments. Please share your ratings using the available poll.
Our following speaker speaks to responsibility. Please welcome Al-Kambashi Abdul Karim. Al-Kambashi's speech, The Responsibility of the Young Generation in Protecting Our Planet, will delve into the profound duty and opportunity that youth hold as stewards of our shared home. He will highlight how proactive guardianship today is the most meaningful legacy we can build for tomorrow. Welcome, Abdul Karim.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judge, imagine a clock ticking, not on your wall, not on your wrist, but a giant invisible clock hovering over our planet. That clock is counting down to the year 2030. We are told that 2030 is the deadline. It is the checkpoint for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. But when we look at the news, when we see the wildfires in the choking ocean, we have to ask ourselves, is the clock broken? Or are we just moving too slowly? We are gathering here today to discuss the role of youth, but I am here to speak specifically about something heavier, yet more empowering. I'm here to talk about the responsibility of the young generation in protecting our planet. For decades, the narrative has been the same. You are the leader of tomorrow. I'm here to respectfully disagree. We are not the leader of tomorrow. If we wait until tomorrow to lead, there might not be a world left to lead. We are the leaders of today. What does responsibility mean for us? Some say it's unfair. They say, we didn't start the fire. We didn't build the factory that bombed carbon into the sky. Why? It is our problem to fix. And yes, valid point. But responsibility isn't about who started the problem. It's about who has the power and the will to end it. We are the first generation to feel the sting of climate change, and we are the last generation that can do something about it. The unique position gives us a moral obligation. First, we are the disruptors. Look at SDG 13, climate action. Historically, change happened behind closed doors in Parliament. Today, change happens on the street and on the screen. We are the digital natives. We have the power to amplify the truth. When we use social media, not just for fun, but to educate, we force corporation and government to listen. Our voices is our weapon. Silence is no longer an option. Second, we are the innovators. We need to stop thinking of environmental protection as just planting tree. Our responsibility extends to science and technology. Look around you. Young interrupters are developing material to replace plastic. Young engineers are designing smarter solar panels. Our role is to use our education to invent the solution that the previous generation thought were impossible. We must turn eco-friendly from a niche market into the global standard. Third, we are the consumer. This is the most immediate power we hold. Every dollar we spend is a vote for the kind of world we want. When we refuse a single-use plastic, when we choose sustainable fashion over fast fashion, we disrupt the supply chain. We force industries to adapt to us. We are driving the market towards SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. Now I know what some of you are thinking. I'm just one student. I'm too young. What can I do? This is the greatest lie ever told to us. Small action, when multiplied by millions of young people, transform the world. You don't need a PhD to protect the planet. You don't need to be a president. Your responsibility starts on your own home. It starts with reducing food waste. It starts with turning off the light. It starts with conversation at the dinner table with your parents. We must also be the bridge. We must work with the older generation, not just blame them. We provide them energy and they provide us experience and the resource. This is how we implement the SDG. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2030 is approaching fast. The SDG are not just colorful charts on the United Nations website. To my fellow youth watching this, do not let anyone tell you that you are the future leader. Take up your responsibility now. Protecting our planet is not a hobby, it's not an activity. It is the rent we pay for living on this beautiful earth. Let us be the generation that didn't just talk about change, but become the change. Let us be the generation that looked at the ticking clock and said, we are not out of time. We are just getting started. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul Karim. You redefined responsibility not as a weight, but as a privilege of our generation. Your passionate call to stewardship was a powerful reminder that guardianship is the highest form of love for our planet. Thank you for such a mobilizing message. Viewers, the moment to reflect and to rate has arrived. We encourage all judges and viewers to participate.
Now, let's hear from Sian Nicola Harahap from Indonesia, who reminds us that change starts small. He will delve into the cumulative power of everyday choices and quiet initiatives, also highlighting how consistent, conscious efforts collectively shape a better world, often before we even recognize the change we've created. Welcome, Sian.
Greetings, everyone. Today, I want to remind you guys of something powerful, that you don't need to become rich, famous, or even be a superhero to change the future. Let me give you guys a simple idea. Newton once said that every action has a reaction. Just like a single drop of water can start a ripple, one person can inspire hundreds. Think about the last time you helped someone. Maybe you helped your classmate with their homework, or maybe you talk with someone who you think they feel left out. You might think that you're just being nice to them, that your small actions doesn't really matter. Sure, you can think of that, but to them, they can oftentimes think that that's they're ever needed in their own life. Us, youth, often underestimated our power. We often think that we're still too young, that we can't change anything with our movement. Wrong. Because age has never limited the impact, just like how every fool can also still grow up. What limited us is that we still believe that our actions doesn't matter. Many world-changing movements start with something small, silent actions. For example, maybe a student started planting a tree, a teenager started speaking up against bullying, or maybe even one young person is teaching an old person new tricks, because I too believe that old dogs can still learn new tricks. None of these actions are loud, big, mind-blowing, jaw-dropping. Nah, nothing. It's something that you can see oftentimes in everywhere you walk. But each and every action created a chain reaction that will inspire others to join. Because change doesn't always happen through big speeches, jaw-dropping projects, everything that you might see immediately out of nowhere in the middle of everywhere. No, sometimes it can happen through a quiet decision made in your heart. I believe that young people are the most powerful generation today. Why? Because we are creative, energetic, easily connected, and the most important thing to me, that we are not afraid to try new things. When us youth take small actions, like maybe for example cleaning a park, volunteering, helping a classmate, or even posting positive messages in social media, we can easily influence the people around us, because slowly these small actions will build a better community and eventually a better world. Imagine this. One student starts picking up their trash, then people see it, and then two more people join the action. Teachers see them, and then the teachers started to create school-wide cleaning project. Or another example maybe. One young person spoke kindly to someone who they think they're lonely. That person gained confidence, gained happiness, they do better in life, and then one day they will help someone else again. And then the cycle continues to everyone. These examples are some of the examples that we youth can create. You don't need to change the whole world today, immediately. No, just change one moment, one person, one choice. Smile at someone, share your knowledge, start a small project, use your voice, use your talent. Do one thing that you think that will make life better for someone, even if you think it's small. Because the truth is, Sorry. Because the truth is, every big change in history started with something small. And maybe the next big change will start from you. So today, in this video, I leave you with one message. Don't wait to be older, richer, or to feel more important. No. Your small actions today can already create a better tomorrow. You may not realize it, but you, are changing the future, one step at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Xian. You reminded us that giants are not born overnight. They are built through small daily choices. Your focus on quiet, consistent action revealed the true anatomy of change. Thank you for honoring the power of the seemingly small. We now open the poll for your evaluation. Every rating adds to the collective voice.
Next, we have Ashraf Dabak from Morocco, who will guide us through a critical question. What role youth has to play in implementing United Nations Sustainability Development Goals by 2030? Ashraf's speech will delve into the critical position of young people as the drivers and executors of global progress. He will highlight how their energy, innovation, and localized action are indispensable for turning the 2030 agenda from a vision into reality. Welcome, Ashraf.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I want to remind you of something powerful. You don't need to be famous, rich, or a superhero to change the future. Sometimes the biggest change starts with something so small that we don't even notice it. Let me begin with a simple idea. Every action creates a reaction. Just like one drop of water can start a ripple. One small action from a young person can inspire hundreds. First, the power of one small step. Think about it. The last time you helped someone, maybe you explained homework to a friend, maybe you shared something with a classmate who felt like left out, you might think it was nothing, but to them, it was everything. Youth often underestimate their power. We think, I'm too young, but age has never limited impact. What limits us is believing that our action doesn't matter. Second, real change starts quietly. Many world-changing movements begin with small, silent action. A student planting one tree, a teenager speaking up against bullying, a young person teaching others a new skill. None of these actions were loud, none were big, but each one creates a main reaction that inspires others to join. Change doesn't always happen through big speech or big projects. Sometimes it happens through a quiet decision made in your heart. Third, why youth are the key. Young people are the most powerful generation today. Why? You're asking. Because we are first creative, second generative, third connected, fourth unafraid to try new things. When youth take small actions like cleaning a park, volunteering, helping a classmate, or even posting a positive message online, we influence the people around us. Slowly, these small actions build a better community and even a better world. Fourth, examples of small action with big impact. Imagine this. One student starts picking up trash after school. The next day, two more join. A week later, the whole class is doing it. And suddenly the school becomes cleaner, healthier, and more respectful, all because one small action. Or another example, let's say. One young person speaks kindly to someone who feels like lonely. That person gains confidence. They do better in school. They help someone else later. The cycle continues. This is the quiet power of youth. Fifth, your small action doesn't matter. Or your small action matters. You don't need to change the whole world today. Just change one moment, one person, one choice. Smile at someone, share your knowledge, start a small project, use your voice, use your talent. Do one thing that makes life better to someone, even if it's tiny. Because the truth is, every big change is history started with one small action. And maybe the next big change will impact you. Conclusion. So, today I leave you with this message. Don't wait to become older, richer, or more important. Your small actions today are already shaping tomorrow. You may not realize it, but you are changing the future, one step at a time. And thank you.
Thank you, Ashraf. You positioned youth not at the sidelines of SDGs, but in the driver's seat. Your clarity on turning global goals into local action was both a roadmap and a rallying cry. Thank you for outlining our role with such precision. We invite our judges and audience to translate your impressions into scores via the poll.
We now come to our speaker from Congo. Please give your attention to Kabiena Kulila Grady, who will speak on good health and well-being, delving into the foundational importance of physical and mental wellness as the cornerstone of all sustainable development. He will highlight how prioritizing health is essential for empowering individuals, communities, and entire societies to thrive. Welcome, Grady.
Hello everyone, I'm Grady from Congo. I'm the team leader of Group 11, and today I want to speak about good health and well-being. This is a very important topic for all of us. Good health means more than to being sick. This means feeling well in your body and in your mind. When we are healthy, we can study, work, help others, and enjoy life. When we are not healthy, everything becomes difficult. There are many simple ways to take care of our health. First, this means eat well. This means eating fruits, vegetables, and food with good nutrients. We should drink water every day. We should not eat junk food or drink many sugary drinks. Food gives energy to our body, so we must choose the right one. Second, move your body. Exercise doesn't to be hard. You can walk, run, dance, swim, or play a sport. Even 20 or 30 minutes a day can make a big difference. Exercise helps the heart, the muscle, and even the brain. It also reduces stress and makes us to feel happier. Third, we must sleep enough. Sleep helps the body recover. When we sleep well, we can think better, learn better, and feel better. Many people today sleep too late because of screens, phones, or stress. We should try to sleep around 7 to 8 hours every night. Good health is not only physical matter, it's also mental health. Mental health means how we feel inside our emotion, our thoughts, and our stress. Sometimes we feel sad, tired, and worried. This is normal. What is important is to ask for help when we need it. We can talk to friends, family, teachers, or professionals. We should not feel ashamed. Taking care of our mind is just as important as taking care of our body. Another important point is community support. We need people around us who care about us. When we feel connected, we feel stronger. Helping others also improve our well-being. A kind word, a smile, or a small act of help can make a big difference. Good health is not only personal matter, it's also something we build in our communities. When people share knowledge, support each other, and create a safe space, health becomes easier to protect. Clean environment, healthy habits, and respect between people help everyone feel happier and stronger. Access to information, friendly advice, and local care service can make a big difference in someone's life. Health grows when we look after ourselves and also care about those around us. In conclusion, good health and well-being come from many things: eating well, moving body, sleeping enough, taking care of our minds, and supporting each other. We all can do something, even a small action. When we take care of ourselves, we can live better, learn better, and become stronger for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Grady. You placed health where it belongs, at the absolute center of everything we strive for. Your human centered perspective reminded us that well being is the bedrock of all development. Thank you for such a foundational and compassionate talk. Viewers, we now turn to you for your feedback. Please take a moment to submit your polls.
Now, let's welcome our next speaker, joining us from Morocco. Please welcome Hiba Banur Main. Hiba's speech, Bridging the Gap from Education to Employment for Youth, will delve into the crucial connection between learning and livelihood, exploring how to translate skills into sustainable opportunity. She will help highlight how empowering this transition is essential for building both individual futures and thriving economies. Welcome, Hiba.
Hello everyone. Today we will talk about youth in education and capacity building. There is two main topics. My topic is bridging the gap from education to employment for youth, and Nassim topic is beyond the classroom, holistic education for sustainable development. I will start with bridging the gap from education to employment for youth. Imagine this: a young person spends years in a classroom, they memorize formulas, learn historical dates, and write essays. They finally get their diploma, a ticket to the future. They step into the job market full of hopes, only to meet with doubting question: do you have any experiences? This is the gap, is the chasm between what our education systems often teach and what the modern economy desperately needs. It's a gap where potential is lost, ambition is demanded, and the energy of an entire generation is underutilized. Bridging this gap isn't just an educational issue, it's economic and social imperative. So how do we build that bridge? First, we need stronger pillars of practical skills. This means integrating work-based learning like internships and co-programs. It's about letting a student of marketing run a real social media campaign or an inspiring engineer solve a problem on a factory floor. Second, the bridge must be built with the steel of digital and technological fluency in a world shaped by AI, data, and automation. Digital literacy is no longer an elective, it's a fundamental as reading and writing. We must equip youth not just to use technology, but to create with it and thrive in a digital economy. And finally, the bridge needs a robust design of career guidance and mentorship. We must connect young people with mentors and career counselors who can provide a roadmap. This means fostering partnerships between universities, vocational schools, and the private sector to ensure that the skills being taught are the skills being sought. When we successfully bridge this gap, we don't just create employers, we empower innovators, entrepreneurs, and problem solvers. We transform youth from job seekers into future builders. But a successful career is only one part of a successful life. A narrow bridge can only take us so far. This is where my colleague Nassim will pick up the conversation to show us the wider landscape of learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hiba, for that insightful and solution-oriented presentation. You masterfully outline how connecting education to real-world opportunity is an essential bridge to empowering youth and unlocking economic potential. It's a powerful call to transform learning into earning and ensure that every young person can build a dignified and prosperous future. Audience, your evaluation will help solidify these ideas. The polling tool is now active.
We welcome our next speaker joining us from Morocco. Please welcome El Azouzi Nassim. Nassim's speech, Beyond the Classroom, Holistic Education for Sustainable Development, will delve into the importance of educating the whole person, mind, character, and spirit for a sustainable world. He will highlight how true learning extends beyond academics to cultivate values, empathy, and active citizenship. Welcome, Nassim.
For my part, I'm going to talk about Beyond the Classroom, Holistic Education for Sustainable Development. First of all, I want to give a big thanks to Hiba. You have perfectly outlined the crucial bridge to employment, but what is the point of having a great job if you are not a good citizen? What is the value of a strong economy and a weak and fragile planet? This is where we must go beyond the classroom. If the bridge to employment is the how, then the holistic education is the why. It is about educating the whole person, head, hands, and heart for the complex challenges of our time. Holistic education moves beyond memorization to focus on three key areas. First, the head and the heart. Cultivating critical and socio-emotional skills, we need education that teach empathy, resilience, and ethical reasoning, alongside mathematics and science. This is about learning to collaborate across cultures to manage conflicts and understand our own emotions. These are the skills that build peaceful and inclusive societies. Second, the hands and the earth. Fostering environmental stewardship through education for sustainable development must connect students the world around them. This means getting their hands dirty in school gardens, understanding carbon footprints, and learning about circular economies. It's about creating a generation that doesn't just see environments as a resource to be used, but as a home to be protected. And third, the spirit of community, access citizenship, holistic education doesn't end at the school gates. It encourages students to engage with their communities to identify local problems and design local solutions. Whether it is a beach cleanup, a campaign for inclusivity, or student-run charity, these experiences teach young people that they have these experiences teach people that they have the agency to create change. When we educate holistically, we are not just preparing youth for the world, we're preparing them to shape the world. We create individuals who are not only employable, but are also empathic, environmentally conscious, and engaged citizens. This is the powerful synergy between our two topics. Nassim's Bridge ensures our youth can walk confidently into their future with the skills to earn a living. Our holistic approach ensures they have the wisdom, values, and compassion to live a life that is not only successful but also significant and sustainable. And about the conclusion, so together we are calling for an educational transformation, one that builds robust bridges to opportunity while cultivating the vast landscape of human potential. Because when we combine employable skills with holistic development, we don't just empower youth for today's world, we equip them to build a better one for everyone. And I want to say thank you for listening to our speech.
Thank you, Nassim, for that expansive and thoughtful presentation. You beautifully illustrated how true education for sustainable development extends far beyond textbooks, nurturing the whole person with the values, skills, and awareness to become conscious global citizens. It's a powerful vision for learning that prepares us not just for careers, but for building a just, resilient, and thriving world. Now, we kindly invite our audience to complete the polling process now available on your screen.
Now, we turn to the vital role of learning in shaping a sustainable future. Please welcome Ilhan Senaj from Morocco. In her speech, The Future of Higher Education for Sustainable Development, she will explore how universities can transform into hubs of innovation and ethical leadership, preparing not just for graduates, but global stewards. Let's give a warm welcome to Ilhan.
Hello, everyone. I would like to talk about an important topic that connects education, environment, and future. My topic is the future of higher education for sustainable development. We live in a time where our world is changing very quickly. Climate change, pollution, poverty, and social problems. Because of these challenges, education must also change. This is why SDG 4, quality education, is so important. Education should not only teach us information. It should prepare us to solve real problems and help our planet. So, how can higher education support sustainable development? Let me start with the first point. Is higher education must prepare students for real challenges. In the past, universities focused mostly on memorizing facts and passing exams, but today the world needs students who can think critically, solve problems, and work with each other. So the future of higher education must focus on creative thinking, environmental awareness, digital skills, communication, teamwork, and social responsibility. Preparing students is important, but education is not only about what we learn in class. It is actually also about the environment where we study. So this brings me to my second point, which is universities should become models of sustainability. If universities want to teach sustainability, they must also show it in their actions. A sustainable university might use renewable energy, reduce waste, recycle, build green campuses. When students see these practices every day, They understand that sustainability is not just a subject, it is a lifestyle. While university buildings and daily practices are important, the way we learn is also changing. This leads me to my third point: technology will shape the future of education. So technology is making education more flexible and accessible. Online learning and digital libraries help students from rural areas or those who cannot travel. But even with technology, we still need human values like empathy, respect, and cooperation. However, learning should not stay only online or inside classrooms. Students need real experiences to truly understand sustainability. So this brings me to the fourth point: is education must connect to real life. Students need real experiences such as internships, community projects, environmental activities, and research. This helps them learn how to create real solutions and prepares them for future green jobs. Finally, even with good universities and modern education systems, nothing is possible without students themselves. So, students are key to sustainable future. This is my fifth point. Students also have a big role. We should care about our environment, learn new skills, respect diversity, and use our knowledge to help our communities. All these points show that education plays a key role in shaping our future. So let me conclude. The future of higher education is connected to the future of our planet. Education should not only help us build careers, it should help us build a better world. With quality education, we can create a future that is fair, safe, and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilhan, for a truly enlightening perspective. You've reframed higher education as a dynamic catalyst for ethical leadership, reminding us that the institutions of learning must evolve to build not just careers, but a more conscious and sustainable tomorrow. Judges and audience, please share your reflections and ratings using the polling tool now visible on your screen.
Now, let's welcome a powerful voice all the way from Zimbabwe. Please join me in welcoming Marvelous Tinashe Chinyowa to the stage. His speech, titled Quality Education, will explore how true learning goes beyond classrooms and curricula. It ignites minds, unlocks potential, and fuels lasting change. Marvelous will remind us that education isn't just what we learn, but who we become. A warm welcome, Marvelous.
Why are we mocking ourselves? To be honest, for a moment, think, why are we mocking ourselves? Now you're wondering why I'm even asking, why are we mocking ourselves? Out of nowhere, I just come and say, why are we mocking ourselves? It is because there is something that is not normal amongst our lives. Okay, let me jump to somebody. Nelson Mandela, the man that I love the most. He fought in liberation wars. He fought in great battles. But there's something that he caught, that he said, and I caught it. Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. That quote, that saying changed my life. Because for a man that I know as a liberational struggle, never mentioned about grenades in that statement. He mentioned about education. Then I'll come back to you. Why are we mocking ourselves by learning things that are not revolutionizing our lives? Today I asked you, what kind of education are we learning? That makes myself to ask you, why are we mocking ourselves? Is it the education that fills our mind with things that we forget? Or the education that fills our lives with skills and compassion and purpose, so that we become purpose-driven people? What are we really learning today? Because right now, in a world facing climate struggles, climate changes, disasters, wars, strifes, conflicts, collapsing conflicts, rising loneliness, uncertain future, we must confront the uncomfortable truth that no one dares to speak of. Why is education stagnant? Yes, you might question yourself. We have managed to introduce electrical cars. We have managed to produce AI. But in the middle of producing AI, education is declining. Why I'm saying education is declining? We have more graduates than ever before, yet we have more problems than ever before. Which is the problem? More unemployed people. It seems like when you go to school, we are getting a degree to be unemployed. That's why I'm asking, why are we mocking ourselves? Is the education that we are learning in schools relevant, making ourselves worth people, worthwhile, useful people in the society? Why? Because for too long, education has been disconnected from reality. It seems like they're just two parallel lines. This is reality, this is education. They're not coming together. It just maybe here and the small there, you find a bridge, which is AI, Tesla's cars, BYD cars, Huawei cars, Xiaomi, iPhone 17 Pro Max. But it's not fixing the whole reality. Because for far too long, we have mistaken memorizing for learning, certificates for competence, and prestige for quality. We flew and we have been flying to go to certain countries to learn something which is being taught in the same country you are living. Because the same textbook for mechanical engineering, the same textbook being used in another country for mechanical engineering. But other country which is producing good mechanical engineers or the same mechanical engineers in 3 years or 4 years, they're revolutionizing their country. They're revolutionizing their continent. But in another country, they just seated. They don't have anything. So why are we mocking ourselves with the things which are not equipping our lives? Many believe quality education is about studying in prestigious universities, going into so-called countries, elite schools, famous universities. I will not mention the names. We all know the names of the universities and the countries that we call elite, famous. But real quality education is defined not by the country you go to study, in the buildings that you go. Because the same four walls that we have in this other university are the same walls which we have in another wall. Maybe just because this one has a pentagon, this one is a hexagon, but it's still the same. The same diploma that you have, the same degree that you have is still the same. But why is it another country is being so good? But well, let me stop talking about another country being so good. Why is it we have so many people who are educated but the educated fools? They're only thinking of being successful in terms of money, but they're not successful in terms of critical thinking, in terms of skills, in terms of social well-being, in terms of IQ, emotional intelligence. They're not even educated. They're not successful. They have not qualified to become graduates in those areas. Because real quality education is not defined by who you become, by the certificate that you have. It is defined by what you do, what you can solve, what you can contribute to the society, how many lives you have proven. Because our lives are not our lives if you only think of ourselves. Because we don't live to ourselves, but we live for another person that I know, don't know. We live for others. We cry for others. We learn for others. We eat for others so that I might change somebody's life. Because my life, I've already changed it by choosing to do what I want to do so that I might change for somebody's life. So if we do things for our own competence and for our own prestiges, it's not education, it's not life. So what we are learning is not things that are supposed to be what we are supposed to be learning. In this world, we knew a new philosophy of education, a new type of learner that we want. A learner who initiate learning. I would say again, today we need a new learner, a learner with agents, a learner with initiative, a learner who goes and asks, what should I learn to make something that is beautiful comes from nothing? Not somebody who goes and asks for an exam, but somebody who goes on and asks, what should I do? What skill should I have so that I might pass the test of life? But instead, we are just asking each and everyone today, what should I do to pass an exam? At the end, we still have the problems that have been existing in the 2020s, 2010, 2015, early 2000s. And you're still having leaders who only think of themselves, who are only thinking of the people in their circle, who don't think of how can we sustain the world that I'm living in today. Leaders who are just looting. They look like they're going for war. So we need learners, we need leaders, we need people who are equipped with skills, with a different mindset. And that will change the world. Imagine a system where a student will just come and say, what skill should I have? What should I learn so that I might change my community? I might change my country. I might change somebody's community. I might change somebody's life. Not to pass an exam and get a certificate, because it is what we are doing today, which is not making us a better people. We might memorize equations, formulas, and know how to do differentiation, integration, triple second, all those things. But if we cannot live for somebody, we are not doing anything. We are living in a frozen world where we can't even use the equations that we have learned to solve our lives. There's some skills that we need, some skills for humanity. Different from the skills that you could think of each and every day. The skills to solve mathematics, economical equations, medical equations. Yes, we need them day by day, but there's so much more skills that we need, because at a certain age, you're going to retire from your field. And we expect you to live as an educated person, as a graduate in the society. But if you're somebody who doesn't bring harmony and peace in your society at 50, at 60, at 80, at 90, you are just a problem that we need to dissolve, maybe with a nuclear warhead. But we can't do that because we're men of peace, we're people of peace. So true education must equip us with skills that sustain the world, skills that build, protect, and even preserve life. Quality education is something that does that. Quality education is something that makes a person become a problem solver, not deciding answers, but generating solutions for the world that is in need of solutions. People who are critical thinkers, not people who follow instructions, who follow the line, who just follow what others have been doing yesterday and 10 years before, but people who questions the existence of Newton's equation, people who question the existence of life, people who question the existence of going to school, people who think out of the box, people who think out of comfortability. What if this might happen? That is what we need. People who are innovators, not waiting for opportunities, but they're innovative to such an extent that they innovate opportunities for themselves and for somebody. People who are full of compassion. Because in this world, we have people who are sponsors so that they might earn a night or be called a knight or somebody, this, and that. But they are not compassionate enough. If you live indoors forever, you don't even know the people we are donating to. How can you say you're compassionate? How can you say you are a good donor? But if you can live and eat in the same swamps and and play in the same ground with other person, we can say you are compassion. That is what we are doing. That is what we are looking for. Protecting what we have is what we want. Stewards of today. Our land, our ocean is crying. Our people are crying. Our culture is being diluted and diluted by movies you are creating each and every day in the name we want money to revolutionize our economy, to change our world. But the way we are making movies, it's actually destroying us. So there's no education in the way we are making movies if they're only destroying our moral and ethical values that we have been born with, destroying our cultures, our societies. Because from what we watch, we create a new being. From what we learn, we create a new being. But what have you been learning from education? From the education which is being brought by the movies, by the music, by the audios, by the videos. content creation, which has become in somehow pathetic. It looks like it's just vulgar. What are we doing as a world? Because education is not just about an ability to solve an equation. Education is not only about the ability to solve a conflict, but it is the ability to see that there might be a conflict. And in order to prevent a conflict, I must do this and I must behave like this. That is what you have to do. Water shortages are there. Dams are drying. Oceans are rising. We have a lot that is going on. Sharks are dying. But you don't care. We are not acting as good people. We are living in a broken community and broken society, which needs to be solved, not by money, but people who go in and live as the glue that fuses all what is broken. Because what is good is a certificate if you cannot heal the world with it or around you. What is good is education if you cannot make life out of it. If you cannot show compassion and peaceful out of it. Because kindness is not a skill. It is not a survival skill, but it is a necessity for each and every one. Some say love and compassion is weakness, and men is not supposed to cry. But what are we if men are not allowed to cry, if men are only allowed to be bold, and they bottle themselves each and every time? They live all the years with grief. And we say we have people who can understand. We have women who are compassion. But only these women, they're only there to eat the money out of man. If he has nothing, they go away. In just the twinkling of an eye, she's gone. How can we say we are a community if we can't look after each other? Even the CCTVs are there, but we cannot be the good CCTV. We have found the CCTVs, we have created them so that we might see what we cannot see. But with its presence, we have become to be corrupt with its presence. Love is not a luxury that you can say we can't afford to have. It is something that is a necessity. It is a foundation on which stable societies are built. It is the foundation on which quality education is built. The 2030 SD4 mandate of education, it is built by love. It is built by kindness, by stewardship, by critical thinking, by innovation, by skills. Education has not changed. We might think that the people who have lived in the 90s, in the 70s, the 80s have created so many equations that today the people they can't create education, they can't create more equations to solve the problems. But we have things that you have been producing, but they're not solving the problems that we have today because the people of the past, they have compassion, they have love, they have kindness. Today we don't have it. Because a highly educated person without empathy becomes just destructive. It's just like a tornado. It's just like a nuclear warhead. A skilled professional person without kindness becomes a machine, efficient but empty, because it doesn't have heart. Real education must equip the heart as it equips the mind. It must equip the mind as it equips the certificate, the paper. The moment you put a stamp in your mind, in your heart, that I will fight to the grave for this world to become a better place. Because the world doesn't only need people who can code for artificial intelligence to create better DeepSeek, better ChatGPT, better Gemini Pro, OpenAI, all those things. We need people who can code life to be integral, authentic, transparent, and honest. It needs people who can humanize AI, the things that we have, and guide it in an ethical way and in a moral way. We cannot talk about the world we are living in. We cannot talk about education if we cannot talk about the world we are living in. Because it is the one that sustains and gives us life. Though life you can give it from the one that created it. But we have to live and preserve what we have. Climate crisis, we have it. Disappearing forests, polluted water, dying sea creatures each and every day. They're not just topics of environmental scientists only, but it is for every human being who is living today. That who is living has to see the benefit of it. Because without those things, it is dead. Life is not balanced. A person or a student or a graduate And an uneducated person who cannot appreciate the land cannot protect it. You can't protect something that you don't appreciate, that you don't love, that you don't care of. A graduate who cannot preserve a resource cannot lead a nation, and it cannot sustain a nation, because it is by those resources that you build a nation and you build our economy to be strong. Worship is not just a religious thing that we found in Christianity or in the places that we go to worship. It is the backbone of education, the backbone of humanity. It is a survival requirement, not just a survival requirement. It is a necessity of life itself, of education itself. True education teaches us to protect what we have, protect what we are going to make, protect what has been destroyed so that we might create it and bring it to life. Protect what is beyond us, beyond our reach, and beyond our fingertips, and leave the world a better place so that those who I don't know might come and live in it. The whole world needs us in a better way. The world no longer rewards people who memorize, rewards people who cares, people who protect. It rewards people who solve, people who care, people who innovate, people who heal, people who build, people who lead with a compassion heart. Quality education is not about producing employees. Because I dream myself. I have a dream, just like Martin Luther King once said. I have a dream in the nation of America whereby blacks and white live together. I have a dream and I have a vision whereby education will be measured by how compassionate you are, how much love you can offer, how selfless you are. I have a vision whereby we can make a better world which has no conflict, whereby we can heal the world not with science and fiction, but we can heal the world with our skills, with our minds in a peaceful way. That is how I can call you to change the world today. It is time to revolutionize the way we live, to build and to educate people to be peacekeepers, problem solvers, protectors of the world, protectors of the earth, creators of solution, stewards of resources, fighters of justice, communities, peace, skills. That is quality education in my mind, not memorizing, not theory without practice, not prestige without purpose, because purpose itself is prestige, not certificates without competence. Quality education is the power to build a peaceful life, a sustainable world, and a future where humanity thrives in a balanced world. And if we can teach that, not only will we win competitions, we will win the future in harmony and in peace. That is quality education. With that, think of it and create quality education for yourself and the people to live after you.
Thank you so much, Marvelous, for that stirring and profound presentation. You reframed education not as a system, but as a living, breathing force of empowerment. Your insight into how quality learning shapes identity, agency, and purpose reminds us that the most powerful engine of sustainable development is an educated mind. Thank you for reigniting our belief in learning as the ultimate tool of transformation. We now open the floor for your evaluation using the poll.
A huge thank you to our inspiring speakers and our engaged audience. You made this segment come alive. Every idea shared has woven a richer tapestry of what youth-led change looks like in action. Your clarity, courage, and conviction have left us all energized and hopeful.
As we bring this segment to a close, we offer our deepest thanks to each and every speaker. You have shared not just ideas, but pieces of your conviction and hope. Your presentations were powerful reminders that the future is not a distant place we are entering, but one that you are actively and brilliantly building right now. Now, let me take this privilege to invite the next segment hosts, Miss Christine and Maki, who will take you to more exciting speakers, who will share their insights and their action plan to achieve the United Nations SDG Goals 2030. Please welcome Miss Christine and Maki. The stage is yours.
What an inspiring journey we've been on so far. Before we continue, let's give a huge round of applause to our wonderful host 2 team, Prashka and Terry, for guiding us through such powerful and thought-provoking speeches. Thank you both.
Indeed, the energy and depth of ideas shared so far have truly set the stage for what's to come. And now, it's a great honor my co-host Christine and I, Maki, will take you through the next remarkable segment of Global UNITALKS International Speech Competition.
Now, let me invite our next speaker, Amani and Nasri from Morocco, to speak on the topic, the teacher gap, how teacher shortages and training undermine learning. Amani, the floor is now yours.
Good day, everyone. I'm Amani and I'm from Morocco. My topic is about the quality of education, the teacher gap, how teachers' stories and training undermine learning. Education has long been organized as the backbone of every successful society. Yet, today that backbone is under serious strain. Across the world, schools are facing an alarming and often overlooked crisis, the teacher gap. This gap, driven by both teachers' stories and insufficient training, is silently undermining the quality of learning and weakening the future of entire generation. The first and most visible problem is the shortage of qualified teachers. In many schools, one teacher is responsible for 40, 50, or even more students at once. This is not teaching, it's survival. Teachers are expected to manage heavy workloads, cover multiple subjects, and meet unrealistic expectations, all while being underpaid and underappreciated. As a result, many talented graduates choose other careers, and experienced teachers leave the profession due to burnout. However, I strongly believe that the real danger does not stop at stories. It depends with poor training. Even when teachers are present, many are placed into classrooms without adequate preparation for modern education. Today's students are digital learners. They face complex social, emotional, and academic challenges. Yet, many teachers are trained using outdated methods that no longer match the reality of today's classrooms. And in my opinion, this mismatch between modern learners and outdated training systems is one of the greatest weaknesses in education today. Let me give you an example. Imagine a rural school where one under-trained teacher is responsible for teaching mathematics, science, and English to three different grades levels, with no access to digital tools or professional development. That teacher struggles. The students, despite their potential, fall behind, not because they lack ability, but because they lack support. Now compare this to a well-funded urban school with training educators, digital resources, and monitoring systems. The difference in students' success is not due to intelligence, it's due to opportunity. The consequences of teacher gap are severe and long-lasting. Students in overcrowded and under-supported classrooms receive less individual attention. Subjects like mathematics and science become difficult to master. Confidence decline, motivation fade. Over time, these learners enter the workforce less prepared, widening economics inequality and slowing national development. When teachers struggle, nations struggle. So what can we do? What we can do? First, we must invest the teacher economically, competitive salaries, reduced workload, and stable working environment will restore dignity to the profession. When teaching becoming a respected and secure career, patients individually will return. Second, we must reform teachers' training systems. Training should not end at graduation. Teachers need continuous professional development in technology, mental health awareness, classroom management, and inclusive education. For example, countries that provide yearly skill upgrading programs for teachers consistently record higher student performance and lower teacher dropout rates. Third, we must support teachers emotionally and professionally. Mentorship programs for new teachers, access to counseling services, and collaborative teaching environments can dramatically reduce burnout. In my view, solving the teacher gap is not optional, it's urgent. Technology alone cannot replace a qualified, motivated teacher. Buildings alone cannot inspire a child. Only teachers can do that. Every engineering, doctor, leader, and inventor begins their journey in a classroom. If we fail to protect and strengthen the people who guide that journey, we fail society itself. Let us not wait until the system collapses. To act, let us choose to value teachers now, through policy, through funding, through respect. Because when we empower teachers, we do not only fix education, we secure the future. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you, Amani, for that compelling and thought-provoking presentation. Your message highlighted the profound impact educators have in shaping generations to come. One message stood out clearly. When we invest in teachers, we invest in the future itself. Audience, if Amani's word resonated with you, please cast your vote now. Her call for meaningful, systematic change in education was both timely and inspiring. Let's show our appreciation with another round of applause for Amani.
Now, we're turning our attention to the future of work, a topic that's essential for young people everywhere. How can we create jobs that are not only plentiful but also fair, ethical, and empowering? Next, we welcome Sally Megan Stephan from Tanzania, who will explore this through her speech discussing decent work and economic growth, the role of youth in fostering an entrepreneurial and ethical gig economy to achieve inclusive economic growth. Sally Megan, please take the stage.
Hello, my fellow students, esteemed faculty, seniors, and fellow innovators. We stand at a unique intersection in human history, a point where the relentless force of technological disruption meets the urgent necessity of global sustainable development. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 8 calls for decent work and economic growth, a monumental challenge in an age of automation and fluid labor markets. Yet, this challenge is precisely where our generation finds its purpose. The topic before us is not merely academic, it is a declaration of intent. The role of youth in fostering an entrepreneurial and ethical gig economy is to achieve inclusive economic growth. We are the digital architects of the future. Our thesis is simple yet revolutionary. By embracing dual roles as both entrepreneurial drivers and ethical stewards, the world's youth can transform the flexible, project-based labor market from a source of precarity into the most powerful engine for inclusive, equitable, and dignified economic expansion the world has ever seen. To begin with, the entrepreneurial approach of the gig economy democratizes opportunity and enhances human capital. The gig economy is fundamentally the democratization of enterprise. For decades, entrepreneurship was constrained by capital, geography, and established networks, but the youth as digital natives have shattered these barriers. We are turning expertise into revenue with unprecedented speed. When individuals receive quality training in digital literacy and specialized skills, they do not merely earn more, they become agents of change. A young coder doesn't need a skyscraper office, they need reliable connectivity to serve a client thousands of miles away. A graphic designer does not need to relocate, they can launch a global studio from their dormitory. This is entrepreneurship at the micro level, and it is key to unlocking inclusive growth. This flexibility directly addresses the sub-goals of SDG 8, focused on high productivity and full employment. By viewing ourselves not only as applicants waiting for a job, but as independent service providers, we leverage technology to bypass traditional unemployment pipelines. We are transforming underutilized skills into monetizable assets, creating personal wealth and injecting vibrant, new transactional energy into local economies that were previously marginalized. Secondly, ethical stewardship and the creation of decent work serve as a cornerstone of empowerment within this new labor market. The narrative surrounding the gig economy is often shadowed by concerns about worker precarity, the lack of benefits, the challenge of fair pricing, and the power imbalance between platform and provider. This is where the ethical mandate of the youth comes into sharp focus, ensuring the work remains decent. Entrepreneurship without ethics breeds exploitation. Therefore, our most critical role is to lead the government for ethical digital labor standards. We must use our technical fluency to code decency directly into platforms of tomorrow. Consider the challenge of fair payment. Our generation has the knowledge to pioneer solutions like transparent, decentralized contract systems, perhaps utilizing immutable digital ledgers that automatically enforce agreed upon rates, penalize late payments, and provide immediate, verifiable proof of service delivery. This establishes a floor of fairness. Furthermore, we must architect portable benefit structures. Since youth are unlikely to be tied to one employer for life, the benefits must follow the individual. This means advocating for and collectively building shared insurance pools, continuous upskilling credits, and micro-retirement accounts that are platform agnostic, transferable, and accrue with every project completed. Thirdly, this model of an entrepreneurial and ethical gig economy is essential to achieving SDG 8 as it catalyzes community development and national growth. Empowered individuals participate more effectively in markets, stimulate entrepreneurship, and foster local innovation. Imagine a young data specialist living in an area historically excluded from these central financial hubs. In the entrepreneurial gig economy, this individual is instantly plugged into the global value chain, earning rates commensurate with their skill, not their zip code. The youth are the agents enabling this exchange. We are building the virtual bridges that connect untapped talent with unmet global demand. To scale this, our role is to institutionalize this micro-entrepreneur mindset. Mentorship networks, creating peer-to-peer digital literacy and financial management programs. Specialized hubs, fostering youth-led co-working and creating spaces that treat digital skills training as the foundation of modern entrepreneurship. Advocacy, championing regulatory frameworks that acknowledge and support the status of gig worker as a microbusiness owner, simplifying tax and legal compliance. This ensures that the economic growth generated is not concentrating in existing power centers, but it is distributed, making our pursuit of SDG 8 genuinely inclusive. In closing, this economic structure is far more than a developmental strategy. It is a commitment to human dignity and a foundation for sustainable progress. The youth of today hold the operational mandate for SDG 8. We recognize that the gig economy is not a temporary trend, it is the structural evolution of labor. We see it not as a fault line of inequality, but as a fertile ground for a new, equitable economic architecture. Our unique role is defined by two interlocking pillars. First, as entrepreneurial drivers, using digital platforms to democratize wealth and access to global markets for truly inclusive growth. Second, as ethical stewards, insisting on technological and policy frameworks that guarantee dignity, security, and fairness for every digital micro-entrepreneur. As Amartya Sen reminds us, poverty is not just a lack of income, it is a lack of opportunity. If we aspire to realize the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, we must commit our creativity, our critical thinking, and our digital fluency, not just to chasing individual success, but to building a universally decent, thoroughly ethical, and profoundly inclusive global economy. Let us ensure that the digital future is in fact the realization of SDG 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally Megan, for that energetic and future-focused speech. Your vision of a youth-driven, ethical gig economy offered a refreshing and necessary perspective. The key takeaway is clear. Empowering young people is key to inclusive and sustainable growth. Audience, if you support Sally Megan's vision, please vote now. Her ideas of aligning entrepreneurship with ethics provide a powerful roadmap for the future. Excellent work.
Up next, let us all explore how young leaders are changing our economy from the ground up. Our next speaker is Mariam Mfame, also from Tanzania, speaking on the youth-led revolution, building a circular economy from the ground up. Mariam, we're ready for your revolution. Welcome.
Change is the end result of all true learning. Leo Bascaglia. Honorable judges, esteemed guests, and respected audience, good day to everyone. Today, I stand before you to discuss a topic that is increasingly becoming essential to our global future. How youth can lead the transition toward a circular economy. A circular economy is not just an idea. It is a transformative model for a more sustainable future. One that minimizes waste, maximizes the use of resources, and ensures that nothing is discarded. Through this presentation, I will demonstrate how youth will use their innovative thinking, awareness, and determination as spread-spreading efforts to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 12, and how their everyday actions are contributing to this critical global movement. As to begin with, let us define what a circular economy truly is. A circular economy is designed to keep products, materials, and resources in use for as long as possible. Unlike the traditional trade, take, make, dispose model, the circular economy focuses on reducing waste through reusing, repairing, redistributing, and recycling products. It promotes responsible consumption and production, aiming to preserve natural resources, reduce pollution, and build a more sustainable world. Instead of following the linear model of consumption, where products are used once and then discarded, a circular approach ensures that items continue to serve their purpose, even after their initial use. By repairing devices instead of discarding them, repurposing materials, and recycling products, we can extend the life of resources and reduce our environmental impact. This model not only helps protect our planet, but also fosters innovation and efficiency in how we use the Earth's precious resources. First, youth are uniquely positioned to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. They are quick to adopt new habits, open to sustainable lifestyles, and willing to think creatively about solutions to global challenges. The digital literacy, curiosity, and drive of young people made them well suited to lead the charge for more sustainable and circular systems. Today's youth are not only aware of the environmental challenges facing our world, but they also actively seek to change their behaviors to support sustainability. Whether through embracing eco-friendly habits, innovating new sustainable technologies, or leading community initiatives, young people's commitment to the environment is driving change on a global scale. When youth take action, they inspire others to follow, creating a ripple effect of positive change that transforms entire communities. Second, every day, youth make choices that shape their environmental impact, whether it's opting for reusable products, repairing items instead of replacing them, or reducing waste. These daily decisions lay the foundation for a more sustainable lifestyle. Even small actions like choosing a reusable water bottle or repairing a broken item can make a big difference when practiced regularly. By consistently making these conscious choices, young people help to reduce waste generation, extend the life cycle of products, and promote responsible consumption patterns. What might seem like minor habits can collectively lead to significant change. Moreover, youth are more inclined to explore new sustainable options, such as sharing resources, borrowing items, or utilizing digital tools to support circular practices. These efforts, when embraced by millions of young people, will help build a global movement towards more responsible consumption. Third, innovation is one of the most powerful contributions that youth bring to the circular economy. Many young people are finding creative ways to repurpose waste materials, design durable products, or develop digital tools that encourage sustainable behavior. Youth entrepreneurship, especially in sustainability-focused businesses, is helping accelerate the transition to a circular economy. Youth-led innovations are reshaping how society views waste, whether it's upcycling old clothes into new fashion, designing repairable gadgets, or creating apps that connect people to recycling programs. Young people are growing that sustainability can be both practical and exciting. These innovations directly contribute to Sustainable Development Goal 12 by encouraging more sustainable production practices and reducing overall waste. As a final point, youth are also taking on leadership roles in their communities, organizing recycling campaigns, awareness programs, and sustainability workshops. Through these efforts, they encourage others to adopt circular practices and focus a collective sense of environmental responsibility. Youth leadership is vital for building a culture of sustainability, whether through local cleanups, sustainability clubs, or educational initiatives. Young people are creating grassroots movements that inspire action and change. Their energy, enthusiasm, and fresh perspectives are essential to strengthening the foundations of a circular economy, where waste is minimized and resources are valued. How youth contributions support Sustainable Development Goal 12? Youth-led actions are deeply aligned with the targets of Sustainable Development Goal 12, which calls for sustainable consumption and production pattern. By reducing waste, increasing recycling, and promoting sustainable lifestyles, youth contribute directly to achieving Sustainable Goal 12. Their innovation, advocacy, and leadership drive progress toward a future where resources are used more efficiently and responsibly. Through their efforts, youth advances targets life reducing, where generation targets 12.5, promoting awareness. Targets 12.8 and encouraging sustainable production target 12.6. These contributions underscore that young people are not just participants in sustainability, they are central drivers of the global movement toward responsible consumption and production. By making sustainable choices now, young people are laying the groundwork for a future where waste is minimized and resources are preserved. Through their creativity, leadership, and commitment, youth will continue to shape a world where sustainability is at the core of how we live and work. It's easy to think of the future as something distant, but the reality is that the future is being built today with every decision we make. Youth, by embracing secular practices and leading the church for change, are ensuring that the world of tomorrow will be greener, more efficient, and more sustainable. In conclusion, youth are at the heart of the transition for a secular economy. Through their daily actions, innovative solutions, and leadership, they are contributing to a more sustainable and responsible global system. With their determination and creativity, young people have the power to transform the way society uses resources and ensure that Sustainable Development Goal 12 is achieved by the year 2030. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it, by Robert Swan. Let's be the change we wish to see in the world, leading the way towards sustainable future. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Mariam, thank you for that passionate and action-oriented presentation. Your focus on grassroots innovation within the circular economy brought sustainability down to a human and local scale. The message was powerful. Real change begins within communities led by youth. Viewers, if Mariam's idea inspired you, please cast your vote. Her enthusiasm reminds us that global impact often starts small. Outstanding job.
Now, let me invite our next speaker, who will guide us through how young people are designing these systems for resilience and impact. Kiprop Johnny Kibet from Kenya to speak on industry innovation and infrastructure, driving sustainable industrial growth through technological innovation, resilient infrastructure, and high-impact solutions for a knowledge-powered future. Kiprop, the floor is now yours.
Honorable judges, distinguished guests, and my fellow students, hello. My name is Johnny, the team representative of Group 5, and it is my privilege to speak today in the Global UNITALKS international speech that we have all been waiting for. Our topic of today will be Sustainable Development Goal 9 with the 3 I's. First, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. With this quote, building resilient infrastructure, fostering innovation, and promoting inclusive industrialization are not just economic goals. They're the cornerstone of a sustainable and equitable future. Our team consists of our leader, Pascal, Deputy Milan, and members, Marvelous, Victor, Bilal, and Abdullah. SDG 9 aims to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. These 3 pillars are not isolated objectives. They are deeply interconnected engines essential for driving economic development, ensuring environmental sustainability, and creating meaningful opportunities for all people. We must recognize that economic growth, social development, and effective climate action are all fundamentally dependent on strong infrastructure and technologically advanced industries. Without these foundational elements, nations, particularly the least developed countries, the LCDs, are left struggling to compete in the global arena or meet most basic development needs. For a brief while, I'll speak about the least developed countries, the LCDs. We all come from Africa. This being an international global talk, it is under our university, and I'm addressing my fellow students also. in particularly most from Africa. We all know about the least developed countries. Most of them come from Africa. In our least developed countries, we have the counties and we also have the sub-counties which are struggling to reach even one state, maybe in the United States, one province in China, or even one sub-county in another country. All this is because of the 3 I's which have not been fulfilled with the 2030 agenda in hand. Poor infrastructure, poor innovation, and also pure industrialization. But we look into all this and see how we can develop these least developed countries. Walk with me. The profound importance of SDG 9. The significance of SDG 9 cannot be overstated, and here is why. Infrastructure, industrialization, and innovation. Number 1, infrastructure, which forms the backbone of modern society, supporting transport, communication, trade, and access to essential services like healthcare and education. Industrialization is a powerful engine for job creation, poverty reduction, and facilitating the digital transformation of economies. Thirdly, innovation, which is the lifeblood of progress, driving the new technologies that increase productivity, solve complex problems, and improve living standards for everyone. When industries embrace sustainability, our environment directly benefits. However, if we delay decisive and collective action, achieving the ambitious 2030 agenda becomes increasingly difficult, leaving basic needs unfulfilled for millions in undeserved communities. I'll take you through a snapshot of our global reality. In 3 points, the current data paints a picture of both promising progress and profound challenge. Global manufacturing growth has slowed to 2.7% in 2024, signaling an incomplete and fragile recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Medium and high-tech industries have grown robustly. The least developed countries are not on track to double their industrial share as the target demands. Although 96% of the world's population is within reach of a mobile broadband signal, remote, rural, and improved regions remain critically undeserved. Most alarmingly, the global carbon emissions from industry and energy, they reached 37.6 gigatons in 2024, erasing previous progress and underscoring the urgent need for clean industrialization. These statistics make it clear without a focused, accelerated, and global effort, existing inequalities will deepen and sustainable development will remain out of reach for the most vulnerable. The pathway forward is held by 6 pillars of action. First, I will mention the 6 pillars of action. 1, transport infrastructure. 2nd, energy. 3rd, digital networks, the ICT. 4th, modern and inclusive industries. 5th, reducing carbon emissions. And lastly, expanding mobile broadband access. I'll take you through slowly so that you can understand the pillars of action. Transport infrastructure. Transport is the circulatory system of an economy, essential for trade, job creation, and growth. We must build and maintain all-weather roads to connect rural areas to expand markets, railway networks for good movement, and modernize ports and airports to foster international trade and logistics. Look at it in this way. Back then we used to have the carts, the donkeys and the camels, moving goods from one place to another. As time went by, we went to the carts, then to the railway stations, the railway network, whereby the railways used to operate using the firewood, but today we have even the electric trains, which were then expanded now to the modern airports, and the railway stations. This shows that there has been an improvement. Second, the energy infrastructure. Reliable and sustainable electricity is the undeniable foundation of industrial growth and modern life. We must expand national power generation, especially from renewable sources, upgrading aging electricity grids to reduce outage and extend access to rural communities using mini grids, solar power, and small hydropower solutions. Third, digital network. Digital connectivity is the new frontier of innovation, education, and business development. We must expand fiber optic networks to all regions, invest in mobile towers and community digital centers, and promote digital literacy. Lastly, strengthen cybersecurity to build a safe and inclusive digital future for all. Nowadays, in our infrastructure, we have people breaking into data, extracting data information from very important sources. But through cybersecurity today, if you are found, you'll face the law because there are sources from cybersecurity which ensure that all information, rather all data, is safe. Fourth, you have the modern and inclusive industries. Industries must evolve to be technologically advanced, environmentally responsible, and inclusive in their job creation. We must promote local value addition over the export of raw materials, support small and medium enterprises with affordable credit and technology training, and invest in research institutions and innovation hubs. On fifth, we have reducing carbon emissions. Clean industrialization is no longer optional. It is essential for our planet's survival. We must adapt low-carbon machinery and clean energy for factories, improve resource efficiency to reduce industrial waste, and strictly enforce pollution control laws and emission limits. Sixth, expanding mobile broadband access. This is the last one, but most improved today. Digital inclusion is a critical determinant of economic and social development. We must build telecom infrastructure in undeserved regions, expanding 4G and 5G networks. Today we have the 5G. If you look carefully at your phone, on the top bar, you'll notice the 5G network has been updated in our system today. This shows that in the infrastructure of mobile broadband access, there is an improvement. This has reduced the cost of data and smart devices and provide digital skills training to empower every citizen. A dual vision, which I chose, will be integrating rural and urban development. For SDG 9 to be truly and meaningfully achieved, development cannot be concentrated in urban centers alone. It must be inclusive, reaching every corner of the nation. We have the rural areas and the urban areas. Look at a pulley. For you to fetch water from the well, you normally have a pulley. You have to pull the bucket inside the well so that you'll be able to have the water in level, water in ground. Look at it in this way now. We have the rural and urban areas. For a least developed country to achieve more, first, they have to look even in the rural areas. If all the rural areas are advanced in terms of infrastructure, in terms of innovation and industrialization, also the urban areas will go even higher to achieve a least developed country to go to even a middle class and later a higher advanced country. So if the rural areas are improved, then the urban areas will excel even more. And together, a country will rise and it will do very well. The reason why I chose this is because rural areas are really neglected by the leaders of today. The leaders do not look at rural areas in a way that they can be advanced to be even greater like the urban areas. In rural areas, it means building resilient roads, linking villages to markets and clinics, introducing mini grids and solar systems for electrification, establishing a mobile tower and community ICT center, and lastly, supporting rural SMEs in agro-processing and cottage industry. Then in the urban areas, the focus must be on expanding efficient public transport, developing specialized industrial zones with stable power and water, rolling out high internet speed fiber optic infrastructure, and enforcing clean industry regulations to reduce urban pollution. Most critically, we must actively bridge the urban divide. This can be achieved by creating integrated transport corridors for the efficient movement of goods, decentralizing industries by building factories in secondary towns, and combining national grid expansion with renewable mini grids for remote village. In my village, we never used to have, in my up country, the village where my grandparents are, back then there never used to be electricity. As time went by, we were using the lamps. From the lamps, we started using the portable solar torches, which were introduced in 2014. From there, we went a notch higher to using the battery connected to the solar panels. And today, there is now electricity, thanks to the improvement of infrastructure in terms of network, in terms of the mini grid, which have been brought to the remote villages. The main key is the balanced development as the only way to ensure that progress benefits all citizens, not just privileging a few people. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, SDG 9 represents a powerful and indispensable driver of global economic transformation and human progress. It is more than a target on a chart. It is a profound commitment to building a world where innovation thrives, industries sustain rather than deplete, and infrastructure connects and empower rather than divide. To realize this vision, we must collectively and courageously invest in resilient infrastructure, foster inclusive industries, and champion clean technology. We must ensure that these investments and opportunities go from bustling city centers to the most remote village. With strong political will, global cooperation, and unwavering dedication to innovation, achieving this goal by 2030 is not just a possibility. It is a responsibility we must fulfill for our shared future and generations to come. Thank you for your kind attention. We are here to speak ideas and also to follow our ideas. So let us not put our questions behind. Let us feel free to ask all the questions for this year's Global International Talk 2025. I'm your speaker, Johnny, representing Group 5, and this is our presentation. You're welcome. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, SDG 9 represents a powerful and indispensable driver of global economic transformation and human progress. It is more than a target on a chart. It is a profound commitment to building a world where innovation thrives, industries sustain rather than deplete, and infrastructure connects and empower rather than divide. To realize this vision, we must collectively and courageously invest in resilient infrastructure, foster inclusive industries, and champion clean technology. We must ensure that these investments and opportunities go from bustling city centers to the most remote village. With strong political will, global cooperation, and unwavering dedication to innovation, achieving this goal by 2030 is not just a possibility. It is a responsibility we must fulfill for our shared future and generations to come. Thank you for your kind attention. We are here to speak ideas and also to follow our ideas. So let us not put our questions behind. Let us feel free to ask all the questions for this year's Global International Talk 2025. I'm your speaker, Johnny, representing Group 5, and this is our presentation.
Thank you, Kiprop, for that bold and forward-looking speech. Your approach to integrating technology and infrastructure for a knowledge-driven future was both strategic and inspiring. The key lesson here is that innovation must be resilient, inclusive, and collaborative. Audience, if Kiprop's vision speaks to you, please vote now. His call for a high-impact global solutions was truly compelling. Well done.
Next up, let us please welcome Bashir Muhammad Aba from Nigeria, speaking on building the green economy, youth as the architects of a sustainable 2030. Bashir, show us the future.
Building the green economy. Youth are the architect of a sustainable 2030. Distinguished Judge, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Muhammad Abba Bashir, and today I stand before you as a representative of a generation determined to reshape the world. Allow me to begin with a clear message. The future is not something we wait for. The future is something we build. For decades, the world believed that economic progress and environmental protection could not coexist. But today, that belief is being rewritten. A new understanding is emerging, one that recognizes a strong economy depends on a healthy planet. This is the foundation of the green economy, and the youth across the globe are the architects bringing it to life. Why youth and why now? Firstly, the urgency is undeniable. With the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals fast approaching, the world needs solutions that are bold, innovative, and immediate. Secondly, young people possess a unique advantage. We are digital natives, comfortable with technology, fluent in modern tools, and capable of creating solutions powered by AI, data, and renewable energy. Thirdly, we influence change. Our voice, our choice, and our values are pushing governments, businesses, and institutions towards sustainability. Across the world, young investors are already building the foundation of the green economy. Some are transforming waste into new materials, proving that cellular design is not theoretical, it is achievable. Others are developing clean, affordable energy solutions, bringing power to communities where once left behind. Many are reimagining food systems with climate-resilient farming and resources-efficient methods. These are not efforts, these are the building blocks of a sustainable economic future. To drive this transformation, we rely on modern tools, technology that increases efficiency, green finance that support responsible projects, and global collaboration network that connect young minds across continents. But even with our passion, our creativity, and our determination, one truth remains clear: youth cannot build the future alone. We call on educators to integrate sustainability, system thinking, and innovation into learning. We call on government to create policies that support green entrepreneurship and remove barriers to progress. And we call on cooperation not just to employ the youth, but to partner with us, invest in us, and innovate with us. Ladies and gentlemen, 2030 is not far away. It is not a distant dream. It is an urgent calling. And we, the youth, answer that call, not with hesitation, but with action. We are not the leaders of tomorrow. We are the architects of today. We hold the blueprint, we carry the tool, and the construction of a sustainable future has already begun. So let us build the green economy the world deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Bashir, for that urgent and motivating message. Your portrayal of youth as the architects of a sustainable future was both powerful and convincing. The lesson is undeniable. The green economy is not optional, it is our responsibility. Viewers, if Bashir's vision for 2030 resonates with you, please cast your vote. His optimism and clarity shine as a guiding light for environmental action. Remarkable work.
All right, let's now hear from Burma Alfred Nahi from Nigeria on Beyond Urban Centers, the indispensable role of rural youth in SDG implementation, reminding us all that real change happens everywhere, not just in cities. Burma, the stage is now yours.
Good day, everyone. My name is Birma Alfred, and today my topic of discussion is Beyond Urban Centers, the indispensable role of rural youth in the implementation of the SDGs. When we discuss youth empowerment and the Sustainable Development Goals, our attention often focuses on urban landscapes. However, today I want to redirect our focus to where the most fundamental battles for the SDGs are being fought, in rural communities, where the majority of the world's youth actually reside. Let me begin with some critical data that fundamentally challenges our urban-centric perspective. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, of the 1.2 billion young people in developing nations, nearly 70%, that is over 800 million youth, live in rural areas. In some regions, this figure rises to over 75%. These are not just statistics, they represent the very demographic foundation upon which the success of the 2030 agenda will be built. My research reveals that rural youth are the living embodiment of our most critical global challenges. Consider this. Recent data indicates that rural youths constitute the backbone of the agricultural workforce, making them central to SDG 2, which is Zero Hunger. They are the primary stakeholders in SDG 6, which is Clean Water and Sanitation. The studies showing water scarcity rates in rural areas are multiple times higher than in urban centers. Furthermore, they face unemployment rates significantly higher than their urban counterparts, making them key to SDG 8, which is decent work. The evidence is clear. Without progress for rural youth, there can be no meaningful progress on the 2030 agenda. Now, contrary to our popular perception, my research demonstrates that rural youths are not passive. They are active innovators. Let me share 3 evidence-based examples. First, in several East African communities, youth-led agricultural technology startups have helped smallholder farmers increase yields by up to 40% through mobile-based services, directly contributing to SDG 2, which is Zero Hunger. Second, in Southeast Asia, youth-led conservation groups using drone technology have helped reduce deforestation rates significantly in monitored areas, advancing SDG 15, that is life on land. Third, across Southeast Asia, young digital entrepreneurs have established thousands of community internet centers, bringing digital access to millions and supporting SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. However, my analysis reveals a profound disconnect between their potential and the support they receive. Data shows that while rural youth represent the majority in developing nations, they receive less than 10% of development funding targeted at youth empowerment. Furthermore, rural communities face a substantial gap in digital infrastructure investment compared to urban areas. This isn't just an oversight, it is strategic miscalculation. Based on my research findings, I propose 3 evidence-based recommendations. First, government must reallocate infrastructure investments to close the rural-urban digital divide, prioritizing broadband access as critical 21st century infrastructure. Second, development organizations should establish dedicated funding mechanisms for rural youth enterprises, with data showing that every dollar invested in rural youth entrepreneurship yields significant return in community economic benefits. Third, we must implement robust monitoring frameworks for SDG 5, which is gender equality, and SDG 10, which is reduce inequalities, specifically tracking rural youth inclusion in national development plans. In conclusion, the data leaves no room for doubt. Rural youth are not a peripheral concern, but the central actors in sustainable development. The evidence shows that investing in rural youth yields multiplier effects across multiple SDGs, from poverty reduction to climate action. As we approach the 2030 deadline, we must recognize that the future of the SDGs will be determined in the rural communities, where the majority of young people are already building sustainable solutions. The time for strategic evidence-based investment in rural youth is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Burma, for drawing attention to voices that are too often overlooked. Your speech reminded us that meaningful development must reach every community, including rural areas. The message was clear. Progress means leaving no one behind. Audience, if you support Burma inclusive perspective, please vote now. His focus on rural youth is a vital reminder of what holistic development truly means. Excellent insight.
Now, let's dive into the vital role of youth play in protecting our planet's ocean. Our next speaker is Nirmal Dolma Tamang from Nepal, addressing the ocean's next wave, the indispensable role of youth in marine conservation. Welcome, Nima.
Morning, respected teachers, honored guests, and fellow guardians of our family. Today, I want to take you on a short journey, a journey that begins with a simple question. What if the next great discovery of our oceans didn't come from a scientist on a research ship, but from a young person standing on a beach holding a notebook, a phone, or even a simple test kit? This is not a fantasy. This is the power of citizen science. It is transforming the way youth helps protect our oceans. As we move towards the goal of 2030 agenda, especially SDG 14, life below water, citizen science has become one of the most direct and meaningful ways young people can shape the future of marine conservation. Citizen science turns curiosity into contribution. It allows young people to become the eyes and ears of the ocean, observing, recording, measuring, and sharing information that scientists simply cannot capture alone. Imagine thousands of young people scattered along the coastlines, lakes, and rivers, collecting data that builds a worldwide picture of ocean health. That picture doesn't come from one research center. It comes from all of them together. One of the most powerful examples is pollution tracking. When students walk along a beach and record every picture of debris they find, whether it's a bottle cap, a food wrapper, or a tangled piece of fishing lines, they are doing more than clean up. They are collecting data that fits into global databases used by researchers to understand where pollution originates and how it travels. Every recording item strengthens our ability to meet SDG 14's target of reducing marine pollution. One walk, one list, one upload, and suddenly a young person has contributed to global science. Youth also play a key role in monitoring marine biodiversity. Picture a student kneeling beside a tide pool snapping a photo of a small creature hidden under a rock. That simple image uploaded to a citizen science platform becomes a data point for experts studying species distribution. When thousands of young people do this, patterns appear. patterns that reveal which spaces are thriving and which are struggling. This kind of monitoring helps detect early warning signs in ecosystems long before the damage becomes irreversible. And then there is water quality testing, one of the most hands-on ways youth help. With simple school science kits, young people can measure temperature, clarity, and pH level in local waters. These numbers might seem small, but together they form long-term environmental records that scientists use to understand how human activity and climate change are altering aquatic environments. These huge power measurements become part of the scientists' evidence need to plan restoration and protection efforts. Beyond the data itself, citizen science transforms the young people who participate in it. It turns learning into action. It shifts ocean issues from distant concept into reality they can observe and influence. Instead of reading about conservation, they take part in it. Instead of waiting for someone else to act, they become the ones who act. This shift in identity from passive learner to active contributors is exactly what the world needs as we approach 2030. And perhaps one of the greatest impacts is the ripple effect youth creates in their communities. When young people share their findings, whether it's a pollution report, a species observation, or water quality results, they inspire others around them. Families, schools, and local groups become more aware, more involved, and more hopeful. Citizen science proved that protecting the ocean is not limited to experts or laboratories. It begins with anyone who cares enough to look closely, record what they see, and share it with the world. In the end, the message is simple but powerful. Youth don't need a lab coat to contribute to science. They don't need a title to help save the ocean. They only need curiosity, commitment, and the tools of citizen science. So, as we look toward the goals of ICC 14 and the broader 2030 agenda, let us remember this. Every photo of a cell, every record of bee service, every water sample collected by a young person is a step toward healthier oceans. When youth gather data, they are not just collecting numbers. They are collecting solutions, building knowledge, and shaping a clear, more resilient future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirma, for that engaging and impactful speech on marine conservation. Your passion for protecting our oceans was truly contagious. The key takeaway is simple yet urgent. The health of our blue planet depends on you-led action. Audience, if Nirma's advocacy moved you, please vote now. Her message was not just about oceans, but about safeguarding our shared future. Beautifully delivered.
Artificial intelligence is reshaping our world, but beyond convenience, can it be a direct tool for achieving our most ambitious global goals? Our next speaker believes so, and he's here to show us how. A very warm welcome to Mohammad Abu Zunaid from Bangladesh, who will explore how youth can use artificial intelligence to accelerate the SDGs by 2030. Welcome, Zunaid.
Illustrious members of the judging panel, respected teachers, participants, and spectators joining us from across the globe, good day. Welcome to Global UNITALKS International Speech Competition 2025, where ideas cross borders and youth voices shape global dialogue. In an era defined by rapid transformation, it is no longer enough for our young minds to observe change. We must become the force that drives it. Today, I'm honored to speak on a topic that unites innovation with responsibility: how youth can use artificial intelligence to accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Artificial intelligence has become a silent force shaping the world around us. It analyzes storms before they form, detects diseases before symptoms appear, and recognizes patterns far beyond human capability. Yet, despite remarkable technological progress, global assessments show that the world is currently not on track to meet a significant number of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. This reality leads to an important question. If technology today is more powerful than ever before, why is progress still slow? And how can young people change this trajectory? To understand what young people can achieve through AI, let us look at a well-known real-life example. At just 15 years old, Jack Andraka lost a family friend to pancreatic cancer. Motivated to find a better solution, he turned to freely available research papers and basic machine learning principles. The result was extraordinary. An early detection test for pancreatic cancer that was 168 times faster, 400 times more sensitive, and 2,600 times cheaper than current methods. This innovation did not emerge from a major research institution. It came from a young student with determination, curiosity, and the willingness to explore artificial intelligence. His story proved one powerful message. Youth do not need authority to create a global change. They only need opportunity, and AI gives them that opportunity. The global challenge: slow SDG progress. The Sustainable Development Goals represents the world's vision for quality education, good health, climate protection, reduced inequality, and sustainable communities. However, multiple global reports indicate that progress remains uneven. Environmental pressures, resources limitations, and social inequalities continue to slow advancement in many regions. To accelerate SDG progress, we need solutions that are fast, efficient, and scalable. Artificial intelligence offers exactly these capabilities, especially when used by young people who are comfortable navigating digital tools. Why youth are critical in the AI era? Young people from most technologically capable generation in history, as digital natives, we adapt quickly, learn new tools with ease, and are open to creative experimentation. This makes youth natural leaders in applying AI to real-world challenges. Furthermore, open source platforms, online courses, and global innovation communities give us young people unprecedented access to knowledge and technological tools. When combined with curiosity and creativity, this access enables youth to develop solutions that support the SDGs meaningful ways. AI as an accelerator of the SDGs. Number 1. SDG 3. Good health and well-being. AI can detect diseases earlier, assist doctors through data analysis, and support remote healthcare delivery. Youth-led innovations already include mobile applications that identify symptoms and help communities monitor health more effectively. Number 2, SDG 4. Quality education, AI-driven tutoring systems, personalized learning for each student, smart platforms detect learning gaps, adapt teaching contents, and provide academic support beyond traditional classrooms. Young developers have already created educational applications that improve language learning, mathematics, and digital literacy. Number 3, SDG 13. Climate action AI-powered models predict extreme weather, assess pollution, and monitor deforestation. Youth climate groups are using AI to track waste, analyze climate patterns, and support conservation efforts with greater accuracy and speed. Number 4, SDG 12. Responsible consumption and production. AI reduces food waste by predicting demand, improves recycling through automated sorting, and supports sustainable consumption choices. Youth-led AI solutions have already been implemented in universities and cities around the world. Practical ways youth can use AI for SDG progress. Young people can contribute in practical, impactful ways such as developing school or community AI projects, joining AI for good innovation challenges, using AI tools for environmental monitoring, creating educational or health-related mobile applications, participating in robotics, coding, and data science groups, learning ethical and responsible AI practices. These actions demonstrate that contributing to SDG progress does not require advanced laboratories or large budgets. It requires curiosity, digital skills, and commitment. Vision for 2030. Youth and AI leading sustainable development. If youth continue to harness AI responsibly, the world in 2030 could look significantly different. Diseases could be detected earlier and treated more effectively. Education could become accessible and personalized for every learner. Cities could operate with greater sustainability through smart systems. Climate risk could be predicted and mitigated more efficiently. Communities could rely on data-driven insights for better decision-making. This vision is realistic, it is possible, and begins with empowering young people to use AI as a tool for sustainable transformation. In the conclusion, artificial intelligence presents one of the most powerful tools available today for solving global challenges. Young people, with their creativity, adaptability, and technological fluency, are uniquely positioned to use AI to accelerate sustainable development goals. By embracing AI responsibly, by applying it to real-world issues, youth can play a decisive role in bringing the SDGs closer to achievement by 2030. Together, the imagination of youth and the capability of AI create one of the strongest forces for sustainable global progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Muhammad, for that innovative and technology-driven presentation. Your exploration of artificial intelligence as a tool for advancing the SDG was both ambitious and thought-provoking. The key lesson is clear. When used responsibly, technology can be a powerful force for good. Audience, if you believe in Muhammad's vision, please cast your vote now. His perspective on AI for positive and impact was truly impressive.
True development cannot happen without equality. Investing in women's education is one of the most powerful ways to unlock economic potential and build a just society. Next, we welcome Kala Esak from Morocco speaking on gender equality, girls' education, and economic development. Kala, please share your insights.
Hello everyone, my name is Khawla and today I want to talk about something simple, powerful and deeply connected to our shared future, girls' education. Around the world, millions of girls still face barriers that prevent them from completing their school. And when a girl cannot learn, her community loses potential and her country loses progress. Education is more than reading and writing. It's confidence, opportunity, and independence. When a girl receives a quality education, she gains the knowledge and skills needed to make informed decisions, to participate fully in society, and to build a better future for herself and her family. Educated girls are more likely to start careers, open businesses, and innovate. They become leaders in science, technology, healthcare, and many other fields. In simple terms, when girls learn, communities grow. Girls' education is not only a social issue, it's an economic strategy. Studies consistently show that when more girls stay in school and enter the workforce, national productivity increases. Families earn more, communities become more stable, and economies grow faster. Each additional year of schooling can improve a girl's future earnings and give her access to a better future. This creates a circle where educated women reinvest in their families, support local businesses, and contribute to long-term development. So investing in girls' education is not charity. It's a smart, efficient, and sustainable path to economic development. This topic connects directly to the United States Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 4, Quality Education, calls for inclusive and equitable education for all. SDG 5, Gender Equality, emphasize equal rights, equal opportunities, and equal access to learning. When these two goals work together, they create progress that benefits everyone, boys, girls, families, and entire countries. Even small actions make a difference. We can encourage young girls to stay curious, support organizations that promote education, volunteer in local tutoring programs, or simply raise awareness. Each of us has the power to make the education more accessible and more inclusive. In closing, girls' education is not only a human right, it's one of the strongest tools we have to build peaceful, stable, and economically successful societies. When we invest in girls, we invest in our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla, for that powerful and essential speech. You have made a compelling connection between girls' education and long-term economic prosperity. The message was unmistakable. Empowering girls strengthens entire nation. Viewers, if Carla's message on gender equality resonates with you, please vote now. Her advocacy stands as a cornerstone for building fair and inclusive societies. Strong and impactful work.
Our next presentation returns us to the core of sustainable growth, people-centered progress. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Hatim Rahib from Morocco, addressing promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth through people. Hatim, the floor is now yours.
Good morning. Today I will discuss the role the youth play in promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth, especially in respect to people-centered developments in many societies. Young people normally make up the majority and therefore have a good chance of making positive changes. In economic progress, aside from bringing about social changes, their through skills and activities go a long way in helping contribute directly to community growth and how economies should grow in fair and lasting ways. First, young people drive innovation. They look at problems with a sense of creativity and freshness. The aspect of growing up while the world is rapidly changing asserts that they are comfortable with new technologies, digital tools, and modern ways to communication. These capabilities enable them to develop and offer new solutions to such economic and social problems as poverty, unemployment, and climate change. It is by initiation innovation that the young people support inclusive economic growth for the benefits not only of a few but also of a many. They contribute to labor force developments. The idea here is that in entering the labor market, they bring fresh labors and updated skills in the work sector that modern economies are in dire need of, be it education, technology, agriculture, or healthcare. Young workers build more productive societies. If youth are given decent jobs and decent wages, they will be able to support their living and their families. The living standards improve with positive economic effects spreading in the community. Thirdly, the youth promotes the spirit of social inclusion in society. The youths tend to fight against systems that are unequal and demand equal opportunities for everybody. They advocate for issues concerned with gender inequality, discrimination, and obstacles. and obstacles faced by people with disabilities because of promoting justice and rights for all. As a result, the youth contribute to making societies whose economic growth involves all human around. Also, such societies are more stable and productive to ensure long-term sustainable developments. Other key areas of contribution to growth include education and skills development. It is in education and relevant training that within a country, human capital is being built as the youth educate themselves. The youth with acquired skills are better prepared for eventual employment opportunities that may lie ahead and hence will adapt easily to any economic fluctuation. The economies will hence be resilient and competitive. Normally, educate youth provide guidance to their peers and those younger than themselves, fostering a culture of learning which has positive application on entire communities. Today, youth are the increasingly important player for the protection of the environment. Many young people partake is responsible consumption, care of natural resources, and raising other people's conscience about the health of the planet in the long run. They do know that the healthy environment is fundamental to the accomplishment of a long-term economic growth. Younger generation also change the support policy limitation pollution and protection key resource so that economic developments does not harm to environment nor threatens the well-being of future generation. Other ways that the youth contribute to sustainable developments include leadership, position, and public engagement. Young people become involved in local projects, serve in a youth council, or volunteer with different local initiatives that strengthen social bonds and help bring more voices into position of authority. This is highly important because for sustainable developments, cooperation, shared responsibility, and trust within the community are all needed. Overall, young people's contribution to inclusive sustainable economic growth are invaluable, whichever their contribution may be initiative, work, civic involvement, education, environmental action, or leadership. They bring with themselves the shaping of a future that is to be equitable, people-centered, and environmentally conscious. The support given to youth people today is an investment in so many ways that society will be more stable, more equal, and more prosperous in years to come. And thank you.
Thank you, Hatim, for that thoughtful and people-centered presentation. Your emphasis on placing human well-being at the heart of economic growth was deeply meaningful. The lesson here is clear. True progress is measured by how people live, not just by numbers. Audience, if Hatim's approach inspired you, please cast your vote now. His, his holistic view on development offers a vital and refreshing perspective. Thank you, Hatim.
Now, let's recognize the power of collaboration in reaching our shared goals. I'm pleased to introduce Kalaumi and Joel from Congo, who will discuss partnerships for the goal. Welcome, Joel.
For my part, I'm going to talk about beyond the classroom, holistic education for sustainable development. First of all, I want to give a big thanks to Hiba. You have perfectly outlined the crucial bridge to employment. But what is the point of having a great job if you are not a good citizen? What is the value of a strong economy and a weak and fragile planet? This is where we must go beyond the classroom. If the bridge to employment is the how, then the holistic education is the why. It is about educating the whole person, head, hands, and heart for the complex challenges of our time. Holistic education moves beyond memorization to focus on three key areas. First, the head, and the heart. Cultivating critical and socio-emotional skills, we need education that teach empathy, resilience, and ethical reasoning, alongside mathematics and science. This is about learning to collaborate across cultures to manage conflicts and understand our own emotions. These are the skills that build peaceful and inclusive societies. Second, the hands and the earth. Fostering environmental stewardship through education for sustainable development must connect students the world around them. This means getting their hands dirty in school gardens, understanding carbon footprints, and learning about circular economies. It's about creating a generation that doesn't just see environment as a resource to be used, but as a home to be protected. And third, the spirit of community. Access to citizenship, holistic education doesn't end at the school gates. It encourages students to engage with their communities to identify local problems and design local solutions. Whether it is a beach cleanup, a campaign for inclusivity, or a student-run charity, these experiences teach young people that they have these experiences teach people that they have the agency to create change. When we educate holistically, we are not just preparing youth for the world, we are preparing them to shape the world. We create individuals who are not only employable, but are also empathic, environmentally conscious, and engaged citizens. This is the powerful synergy between our two topics. Nassim's Bridge ensures our youth can walk confidently into their future with the skills to earn a living. Our holistic approach ensures they have the wisdom, values, and compassion to live a life that is not only successful but also significant and sustainable. And about the conclusion, so together we are calling for an educational transformation, one that builds robust bridges to opportunity while cultivating the vast landscape of human potential. Because when we combine employable skills with holistic development, we don't just empower youth for today's world, we equip them to build a better one for everyone. And I want to say thank you for listening to our speech.
Thank you so much, Joel, for that inspiring presentation. You reminded us that young people are not just participants, but leaders driving global collaboration and innovation. Audience, if Joel's message motivated you, you're welcome to vote for him now. His vision of youth led impact was both confident and hopeful. Well done, Joel.
As we near the end of this segment, let's return to a fundamental pillar of thriving societies, decent work and economic dignity. Let us warmly welcome Azizbek Kaharov from Uzbekistan, who will present on decent work and economic growth. Welcome, Azizbek.
Good day, distinguished judges, respected faculty, and fellow students. Today, I'm honored to speak about the essential role that youth play in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, with a special goal of promoting decent work and economic growth by the year 2030. Youth today represent one of the most dynamic, creative, and adaptive groups in our global society. So their perspectives, skills, and their innovative energy make them central to achieving sustainable development. When we speak about the Sustainable Development Goals, we are not simply discussing targets. We are discussing a shared vision for a more prosperous, more inclusive, more sustainable future for everyone. The first major contribution youth bring is innovation. With rapid advancements in technology and communication, young people are often the first to adopt new approaches and challenge outdated systems and explore creative solutions to economic and social challenges. So, their ability to think differently from others allows them to shape industries, create new opportunities, and support sustainable patterns of growth. So, secondly, youth contribute through skill development and lifelong learning. So, as the nature of work evolves, young people are actively engaging in upskilling, digital literacy, or we can just say new forms of education. So, their commitment and their desire to learn equips them to participate meaningfully in modern economies where innovation and adaptability are crucial and important. So, within the Sustainable Development Goals, the entire commitment to ensure decent work and economic growth is especially relevant to youth because this subtopic emphasizes fair opportunities, safe working environments, productive employment, and sustainable economic progress. So, actually, youth support these goals in several ways. So many young people are founding small enterprises, exploring new business models, and using digital platforms to create economic opportunities. So we can connect this with startups or just businesses. So their startups often support local communities, promote sustainability, and generate, of course, new job opportunities for everyone. And for the second one, we can relate it with skills for the future workforce. So what I mean is that by developing skills in technology, communication, leadership, and creative problem solving, youth strengthen their ability to take part in modern labor markets. Like their readiness to adapt ensures that economies remain resilient and competitive. And for the next, namely third, we have advocacy for fair and inclusive work environment. So youth play a role in promoting ethical practices, inclusivity, gender equality, and respect in the workplace. So their voices help build environments where all individuals feel valued and empowered. So the first one would be supporting sustainable economic models. Many youth people are passionate about sustainability, so they promote responsible consumption, environmentally friendly businesses, and long-term economic strategies that protect both the people and the planet. And the next one, we should say, beyond economic contributions, youth are effective collaborators. So they participate in community programs, volunteer initiatives, maybe research projects, and professional organizations. These engagements enable them to support the SDGs not only at academic or professional levels, but also at personal and community levels. So, moreover, youth demonstrates strong leadership qualities. They organize educational programs, awareness campaigns, and innovation challenges that encourage others to think critically about sustainable development. Through these efforts, they create a culture of responsibility and collection of actions. So an important part of achieving the SDG is ensuring that everyone feels respected, valued, and included. So youth contribute to this by encouraging collaboration, as we mentioned above, embracing diverse perspectives, and promoting environments where every individual is treated with dignity and equality. So this culture of inclusivity supports healthy learning, productive teamwork, and shared growth. So to conclude, we can say youth are not only beneficiaries of the Sustainable Development Goals, which we said SDG, they are essential drivers of progress too, because their creativity, energy, and forward-thinking spirit play a vital role in promoting decent work, strengthening economic growth, and ensuring sustainable development. As we look forward to 2030, It is with confidence that we recognize extraordinary potential of young people, namely youth. Through education, innovation, collaboration, and a commitment to ethical and inclusive practices, youth will continue to shape a brighter and more sustainable future for all of us, for the future, of course. Thank you for your listening. That's all from me.
Thank you so much, Asiswet, for that insightful presentation on decent work and economic growth. You highlighted how dignity, opportunity, and equality are essential foundations for thriving societies. Audience, if Asisbek's message resonated with you, please cast your vote now. His speech clearly reinforced why economic dignity remains central to sustainable development. Excellent work.
Our last speaker brings us a perspective rooted in innovation, community, and forward-thinking design. Please welcome Israel Livingstone from Kenya, who will speak about sustainable cities and communities. Israel, the floor is now yours.
Good evening, everyone. If you would ask me the biggest challenge in the world right now, I would say climate change or poverty immediately. I would say neglect. Let me tell you why. I want you to picture your walk home. Maybe you took a bus, maybe you walk, maybe you drive. Think about that one spot you pass every single day that just looks tired. I see it on my own street. I see a bench in the park that has been broken for 6 months. I see a patch of grass that isn't green anymore because it's covered in plastic, wrappers, and old bottles. I see a street corner that is pitch black at night because the lamp has burned out and nobody has come to fix it. We have a name for this. It's called urban blindness. We walk past these broken things so many times that we stop seeing them. We think that's just how it is. But these small broken things are what where big global goals like sustainable cities fail fast. If we can't fix a bench, how are we gonna fix the climate? We are often told that fixing cities is a job of the government. We think there's a department somewhere with a list of these problems. But the truth is, I can't see everything. I believe the real change starts with us, the youth, looking at our own block and saying, this stops here. Today, I want to talk about how we stop waiting for a master plan and start becoming the architects of our own neighborhoods. The 3 tools we already have. So how do we do it? How do we turn a neglected space into a good one? We don't need millions of dollars. We use 3 simple tools we already have: our eyes, our voice, and our hands. First, our eyes. We are the generation that is always looking at screens. We are constantly documenting our lives. So let us use that habit for good. Usually, when we see a big pile of trash or dangerous potholes, what do? We might complain about it to a friend, or maybe we post a photo on social media with an angry caption, but that doesn't fix it. Instead of just posting, let's report. We can use local community apps or even just Google Maps to pin the location of every broken item, every dirty area, or every corner that feels unsafe. Think about the power of that. If one person complains, it's noise. But if 50 students maps out every safety hazard in the neighborhood, that is data. We are giving the city council the exact information they need to fix things. We stop being passive observers and start being active detectives. The second is our voices. A sustainable city isn't just about bricks and roads. It's about people. A strong community is a connected one. But right now,
Many of us live in cities where we don't even know the name of the person living next door. This is where we come in. Often, the older residents know the history of the neighborhood. They know why things are the way they are. And the new residents, us, the youth, we have the energy to move things, but there is a gap between us. Our job is to be the bridge. We can organize a simple neighborhood walk. It doesn't have to be a formal. You just get a group together, walk the block and ask, what do we need here? When you do this, something amazing happens. You stop being strangers. And when you know your neighbors, the street becomes safer. You look out for each other. This simple act of talking builds trust. And trust, the cement that holds us as a resilient city together. Third, our hands. This is the most visible part. We need less concrete and more nature. I know it feels like a small thing. You might think, how does planting one tree or clearing one empty lot save the world? But think about the broken window theory. If a place looks dumped on, people will dump more trash there. But if a place looks cared for, if there are flowers, if it's clean, people will respect it. Planting a small garden isn't just a nice hobby. It's a direct action against climate change. It cools down the hot pavement, it cleans the air we breathe, and more importantly, it gives us a sense of ownership. When you sweat to clean a path, you will never throw trash on the ground again. You'll have invested in that land. And to conclude, the ripple effect. I want to end this thought with a thought. We often wait for permission to do good things. We wait for a formal invitation to save the planet. We think we are too young or too broken or too busy. But the world's cities are just millions of neighborhoods put together. Imagine if every student in this room went home today and fixed just one thing on their street. Maybe you report the broken light, maybe you sweep the sidewalk, maybe you just introduce yourself to a neighbor. If we all did that, the city would change overnight. The biggest problem isn't that sustainability is hard. It's the belief that someone else will handle it. So let's change our mindset today. We are not just residents watching things happen. We are designers making things happen. We are not waiting for a global plan. We are building one right here on the ground. We are not just students. We are the leaders of our own streets. The blueprint for a better future isn't a government office. It is your pocket, in your voice, and in your hands. Thank you. Let's start building the cities we deserve, one block at a time.
Thank you, Israel, for that clear and powerful speech. You reminded us that meaningful change begins right where we are, within our own communities. Your simple call to look, to speak, and to act was both practical and inspiring. You have showed us that we don't need to wait for others to create the better future. We can start today. If Israel's message moved you, please cast your vote now to show your support.
What an amazing journey we've been through. 13 speakers, 13 visions, one shared mission, a better world led by youth.
To all our speakers, Amani, Sally Megan, Mariam, Kiprab, Bashir, Burma, Nima, Muhammad, Kaula, Hatim, Joel, Asisbek, and Israel. Thank you for your courage, clarity, and commitment. You have inspired us all.
Now, we are honored to pass the torch to our next host, who will bring us even closer to the finale of this historic competition.
Please give a warm Global UNITALKS welcome to our next segment host team, Muhammad and Yaya.
Over to you, Muhammad.
Thank you, Kristen and Maki, for your amazing hosting. Hello, everyone. Me, Muhammad from Tajikistan, and my partner Yahya from Thailand are happy and honored to be hosts for you today. We are thrilled to welcome our speaker to our virtual stage. Please join me in welcoming Aya Amhana from Morocco. Aya will be presenting a speech titled From Digital Natives to SDGs Champions. In her talk, she will explore how young people who have grown up in a connected world can use their digital fluency, not just for connection, but to become powerful advocates and achievers of the Sustainable Development Goals. Let's give a warm welcome to Aya Amhana.
Hi, my name is Aya. I'm Hannah from Morocco, and my topic is From Digital Natives to SDG Champions. In today's world, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It's a present reality affecting every region, every community, and every generation. But among all groups, one stands out as uniquely prepared to respond: the youth. Not only because we care deeply about the future, but because we possess a skill that earlier generations never had: an instinctive fluency with digital technology. My generation grew up surrounded by technology. We move naturally between apps, platforms, and devices. What feels complex to others feels intuitive to us. This digital confidence is not just a cultural characteristic, it is an asset. And we talk about achieving SDG 13, climate action. This asset becomes a powerful tool. Climate data, environmental monitoring, and scientific research are increasingly digital. Youth understand these systems, know how to navigate them, and most importantly, know how to communicate them to the public. Social media is often dismissed as entertainment, but it has become one of the strongest drivers of global awareness. A single post, video, or hashtag can reach millions in just minutes. We have seen it with climate strikes, ocean cleanup challenges, and awareness campaigns that spread far beyond classrooms and conferences. Young people are turning platforms like TikTok, Instagram, and X into educational spaces, transforming scientific facts into stories people actually understand and care about. We are using creativity, visuals, and storytelling to make climate science accessible to everyone. But awareness is only the first step. Youth are also building solutions. Across the world, young innovators are using technology to address climate challenges, developing apps that track carbon footprints, using drones to plant trees at massive scale, applying AI to predict floods and protect communities, creating sustainable startups that turn waste into energy and new materials. These innovations show that youth are not waiting to be told what to do. We are actively transforming our knowledge into tangible climate action. Climate change requires cooperation, but also fresh perspectives. Youth serves as a bridge. We understand digital tools, we understand global communication, and we understand the urgency of acting now. We bring new ideas, faster methods, and determination shaped by the knowledge that our future is directly at stake. From digital native to climate leaders, today's youth have skills, creativity, and motivation to drive progress towards SDG 13. Our relationship with technology is not just a lifestyle, it's a strength that can help the world respond to one of the greatest challenges of our time. If we combine our digital abilities with our passion for change, we can transform awareness into action, innovation into impact, and hope into real solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aya, for that energizing and thoughtful presentation. You beautifully illustrated how our innate digital skills can be channeled into meaningful global action. It's a powerful reminder that the tools we use every day can also be used for tools for championing sustainability, equity, and progress. A truly inspiring start to our session. Audience, if you were satisfied with that presentation, please vote.
Next, let's turn our attention to a voice from Nepal. Please welcome our second speaker, Stapit Sohanika. Sohani's speech is titled Youth for Peace, Justice, and Equality. She will discuss the vital role young play people as builders of fair, just, and peaceful societies, reminding us that true progress is rooted in these universal values. A big welcome to Stapit Sohanika.
Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my fellow classmates, good evening. I am Suhanika, and today I will be speaking about the essential role of youth in supporting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The focus here lies on peace, justice, and equality. Today's youth are not only observing worldwide changes, but we are contributing to them. With our creativity, technological fluency, and strong sense of responsibility, we approach global challenges with fresh perspectives. Our participation is essential to shaping a world that is more equitable and peaceful, especially as we represent one of the most dynamic youth generations. This idea is reflected in how young people collaborate, communicate, and build new approaches within their communities. In many places, youth create initiatives that encourage understanding, dialogue, and positive interaction among different groups. Their decisions often consider long-term well-being, aligning strongly with the principles of SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So around the world lately, the young people have also been raising their voices on social concerns that affect fairness and inclusion. Many youth-led efforts focus on promoting equal opportunities, encouraging respectful treatment of all individuals, and supporting access to education and well-being. So these actions reflect the spirit of SDG 10, which is reduce inequalities, SDG 5, which is gender equality, and SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. So by increasing awareness and encouraging thoughtful discussion, youth help bring topics into the public eye and inspire the community to be more involved. So a common theme behind these efforts is the aspiration for environments where learning, growth, and public services can improve steadily and benefit everyone. So these contributions align with the values of SDG 4, which is quality education, and SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities, which emphasize development that is inclusive, supportive, and centered on people. So youth leadership is also highly visible in environmental action. Why not? Again. So uh so youth leader is also highly visible in environmental action, where the youth individuals continue to highlight the importance of protecting the planet and using resources responsibly. Their work supports SDG 13, which is climate action, while projects such as tree planting, cleanup campaigns, and awareness activities help advance SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production, and SDG 15, which is life on land. So through digital networks and global connections, youth share ideas from one another and contribute to a collective movement for sustainability. So despite these achievements, young people sometimes face challenges such as limited access to programs, resources, or opportunities that would allow them to contribute even more. So supporting youth through education, digital access, skill building, and inclusive participation helps strengthen partnerships for the goals, which is SDG 17. Um, so as 2030 approaches, youth engagement becomes more important. We can contribute by joining community initiatives, participating in learning opportunities, supporting sustainable practices, and also using technology responsibly. Whether through volunteering, innovation, or research, young people have the ability to address real world issues in meaningful ways. When we connect across different cultures and backgrounds, we reinforce progress across all SDGs: peace, well being, education, climate action, and sustainable development as a whole. Are already clear in many areas, like in education. Young volunteers support learning programs and create tools that make knowledge more accessible. And in health, youth groups promote awareness of mental wellness, nutrition, and safety. And in technology, young innovators design applications and platforms that encourage environmental awareness and responsible digital use. These examples show that youth are active participants in shaping the present and not simply waiting for the future. So youth involvement also supports values such as cooperation, respect, and shared responsibility. By encouraging dialogue and empathy, young people help create environments where diverse perspectives can be heard and understood. Um, this promotes social harmony and strengthens the foundation for long-term stability. In conclusion, youth are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but we also play a meaningful role today. Across the world, young people contribute to peace, equality, and sustainability. And if progress towards the sustainable development goals is to continue by 2030, then it is essential for us to recognize and support the creativity, dedication, and leadership of youth. Um, so this is the end of my speech. Thank you, honorable judges and audience, for your attention. Today, I believe our generation can contribute to a future guided by peace, justice, and sustainability and genuine equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Suhanika, for that heartfelt and compelling message. Your words resonated deeply, emphasizing that peace and justice are not abstract ideals, but daily commitments are all we can advance. You showed us that the youth are not just hoping for a better world, but they are actively constructing its foundation with courage and conviction. Audience, if you enjoyed that presentation, please vote.
Our journey continues with our next speaker, joining us from Nigeria. Let's welcome Ibrahim Ismail Muhammad. Ibrahim's speech, Equality Education, will delve into the transformative power of education that is accessible, inclusive, and equitable for all. He will highlight how leveling the learning field is essential for unlocking every individual's potential. Welcome, Ibrahim.
Honorable Judge, distinguished guests, and my fellow global citizens, a very good evening to you all. Whenever you are joining us from across the world, my name is Ismail Muhammad. It is an honor to speak with you today about a topic that is close to my heart and vital to the future of our world: the role of youth in advancing quality education globally. Education is one of the most powerful tools we have for creating positive change. It opens doors, creates opportunities, and empowers individuals to contribute meaningfully to society. Around the world, young people are stepping up not only as learners, but as active change makers, shaping a brighter future for education. Let me share with you some inspiring examples of youth-led initiatives making a difference worldwide. First, there is a Malala Fund, funded by a young woman who has become a global symbol of courage and advocacy for girls' education. Our education for girls' education. Our organization focuses on creating opportunities to girls in various regions to go to school and receive a quality education. Through community programs and raising awareness, the Malala Fund helps opens doors to learning, demonstrating, uh, demonstrating how young people themselves can lead movement for educational opportunity. Next, consider the Global Youth Education Network. This network connects young educators and activists from around the world, creating a platform where they share ideas, resources, and best practice by collaborating across borders. These youth leaders innovate solutions tailored to their community unique needs, whether it's developing digital learning tools or creating supportive classroom environments. GYEN shows how youth can harness collective knowledge to improve education across and quality globally. Another remarkable platform is One Youth World, which gathers thousands of young leaders from many nations. This forum empowers youth to share ideas for education equality and design projects that create new learning opportunities in their home communities. What makes One Young special is it is focused on bringing young voice into conversation about education, ensuring that solution comes from those with fresh perspective and direct experience. Now, Let me highlight Teach for All, a global network of independent organizations led by young professionals committed to educate equity. They recruit recent graduates and professionals worldwide to teach in schools that benefit from educational support. This initiative has spread across continents, bringing motivated young teachers who work not to educate but to inspire and transform communities. Teach for All exemplify how youth leadership extends from advocacy to direct positive actions. In in the Teach world, we see youth leadership through organizations like Code 2040. This non-profit work to create pathways for young people in technology careers by providing education, mentorship, and internship opportunities. By fostering digital access and skills, Code 2040 empowers individuals while also promoting diversity and inclusion in an industry that shape our future. This highlights how education and youth leadership intersect to prepare the next generation for demands of a rapidly evolving world. Finally, youth-led climate education initiatives are gaining momentum worldwide. Movements started by young activists are encouraging the integration of sustainability and environmental stewardship into school curricula globally. These young leaders recognize that education about caring for our planet is essential for building a sustainable future. For connecting education with important global topics, youth are helping to redefine what quality education means for the future generation. This example from Girls Education Advocacy and Global Youth Network to direct teaching program, teach inclusion Teach inclusion efforts and climate education demonstrating the breadth and depth of youth leadership in advancing quality education worldwide. Young people are not just waiting for change, they are creating it. They are sharing ideas, innovating learning methods, and mobilizing communities. Their energy, creativity, and commitment remind us that achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 is possible when youth are at the center of the effort. So, as we look ahead, let us celebrate and support youth leadership in education. Let us invest in their ideas, listen to their voice, and empower them to lead. Because when youth succeed in education, we all succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim, for that clear and powerful presentation. You made a strong case for education as the great equalizer, a fundamental right that empowers individuals and uplifts entire communities. Your perspective reinforces that investing in equitable education is indeed investing in a brighter and more just future for everyone.
Now, let's welcome back a perspective from Morocco. Please greet our fourth speaker, Mohamed Zubair Jahour. Mohamed will present on labor economics and employment law. He will examine how fair workplaces, just policies, and sustainable economic models are crucial for building prosperous societies where every worker is protected and valued. Welcome, Mohamed Zubair Jahour.
Hello everyone, today I will be discussing the concept of different work within fields of labor, economics, and employment law, all while paying heed to how youth shape experience and innovate these frameworks. Youth hold crucial place in contemporary labor markets because they represent a rising generation of laborers and face unique challenges during the transition from education to employment. These experiences are meant to explain how economic institutions ensure fairness, stability, and inclusion. Understanding how youth engage in both the labor market help us diagnose and highlight the strengths of present systems, all while underlining areas that need reform. According to International Labour Organization, decent work is productive employment that allows for fair income, workplace security, and social protection, and the opportunity for personal development. Universally applicable as this principle may be, they take on even greater meaning in the case of youth. Young people use decent work not for economic reasons alone, but also for reasons of social identity, long-term security, and active civil and economic participation. Where decent work is available, they can be securely integrated into society with self-confidence in future security. In its absence, long-term unemployment, underemployment, and social marginalization generally follow. Labor economics provides insight into various reasons why youth cannot get decent jobs. Since the youth have minimal work experience, there is a gap in their skills, and structural factors deny them access to the jobs. The employment rates among the youth always surpass those of the adults. Economic models also show how young workers are more vulnerable to the fluctuation of business cycles, making it very probable they will bear a greater burden during times of economic instability. Once these challenges are identified through labor economics, evidence-based policies in the form of vocational training, apprenticeships, and employment programs target the youth specifically. These not really enhance employment but help further the development of efficiency and inclusiveness within labor markets. One of the central dimensions of this work is to receive fair wages. Young workers often tend to rely on low income, entry level jobs or precarious employment because they go as far as taking on shady jobs. In large parts of the world, youth receive wages far below the minimum that are substandard and inadequate to meet the minimum costs of living. This diminishes their opportunities to pursue further education, plan for a future, or contribute to family income. Equitable wage policies support young people in establishing financial security and decrease inequality in long-term income. Productivity is also enhanced through encouraging youth to further invest in skill acquisition and stay active contributors in the labor market. Another important aspect is job security. Young people are overrepresented in temporary, informal, and part-time work arrangements, which have limited legal protection. Instability was underlined by rapid technological change and globalization, too, which were also forcing young people to continuously adapt themselves to new forms of work in the labor market. In turn, without protection, youth will be more exposed to income volatility, job displacement, and limitation in career advancement. In this respect, employment services, reskilling programs, and focused legal safeguards would act to cushion such vulnerabilities for smoother transitions towards stable work. Labor law bears directly on the quality of employment for youth through the way it impacts hiring practices, working time, workplace safety, and promised rights, not only to prevent their exploitation, but also to ensure equal treatment. In fact, most young employees are less capable of bargaining or standing firm on their term compared with adults. So, these legal frameworks are facilitating the attainment of balance in the relationship between employer and employee to establish fairness and participation within the labor market. For young workers who may be assigned physically arduous tasks and exposed to unusual working environments, occupational safety and health requirements feature significantly stern and specific safety regulation with proper training in order to minimize risk of work injury, thereby ensuring the workforce is more sustainable in the long term. Non-discrimination and equal opportunities laws go off further of protecting young people against bias in terms of age and experience. To that end, equal opportunities in training and employment allow young people to attain their full potential and contribute fully to economic growth. The right to join workers' union enables growth in social dialogue. If young workers are presented, then labor policies more accurately reflect their needs, while negotiation of wages, safety, and right become more inclusive. Updating labor policies to include these forms of non-traditional work makes sure that young people enjoy the rights of benefits needed for decent employment. Conclusion: the active involvement of young people acts as a prime prerequisite for constructing just systems that accommodate stability, equity, and long-term development in decent work, labor, economics, and employment law. By investing in decent work for youth, societies contribute and not only on today's workforce but also for the strength and resilience for the economies for decades to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mohammed, for that insightful and well-structured analysis. You skillfully connected the dots between legal frameworks, economic stability, and human dignity. It's a vital reminder that creating dignified work environments is not just an economic necessity, but it's a cornerstone of social justice and sustainable development. Audience, if you'd enjoyed that presentation, please vote.
Next, we have another inspiring speaker from Morocco. Let's hear from Kaufawi Khawla. Khawla's speech is titled, How to Make Our Cities Better for Everyone. She will share ideas on urban design, community inclusion, and sustainable planning that put people's well-being at the heart of our cities. A warm welcome to Khawla.
Cities are not just places where we live. They are the spaces where our futures are shaped. Honorable judges, honored guests, and respected audience, good evening. My name is Khawla, and I'm honored to speak about a subject that touches the daily lives of billions of people and lies at the heart of global sustainability. The mission of SDG 11, that is creating inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities for all. Today, more than half of the world's population lives in urban areas, and this number is expected to rise dramatically in the coming decades. Cities have become centers of opportunity and innovation, yet they also reflect some of the humanity's biggest challenges: urban poverty, pollution, housing shortages, traffic congestion, and vulnerability to climate change. All threaten the well-being of citizens. SDG 11 offers a vision, not just for better cities, but for better lives. To begin with, safe and affordable housing is a fundamental pillar of sustainable cities. A home is more than a shelter, it's a foundation for dignity, health, and opportunity. Yet millions of families worldwide struggle in overcrowded or unsafe living conditions. Achieving SDG 11 means investing in housing that is not only affordable, but also connected to essential services like electricity, water, sanitation, and digital access. When people live with dignity, society thrives. Secondly, sustainable transport systems are essential for modern cities. A city's true strength lies in how easily its people can move. Reliable buses, metros, cycling paths, and pedestrian-friendly streets reduce pollutions, cut traffic, and ensure accessibility for children, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Sustainable mobility is not only an environmental necessity, it's a driver of equality. Thirdly, the heart of a great city lies in its public spaces. Parks, libraries, community centers, and green spaces bring people together. They foster creativity, physical health, and a sense of belonging. When cities invest in inclusive public spaces, they create environments where every person, regardless of age, ability, or income, feels welcome and valued. Furthermore, we must recognize that modern cities must be resilient to climate change and natural disasters. Floods, heat waves, and storms threaten millions of lives. Building resilient infrastructure, from effective drainage system to energy efficient buildings, is not just a technical task. It is more responsibility to protect those who are most vulnerable. A resilient city is a city prepared for tomorrow. But achieving SDG 11 is not the responsibility of government alone. It requires a powerful partnership. Governments must adopt inclusive urban planning. The private sector must embrace green innovation and responsible development. Communities must participate actively, ensuring that no one is left unheard or unseen. Even as individuals, we have a role to play. Choosing public transport, supporting recycling, protecting local green spaces, and raising awareness. Small actions, when multiplied, create extraordinary change. In closing, SDG 11 is more than an urban development target. It's a promise that our cities can be places of safety, inclusivity, and opportunity for all. If we want our future generation to inherit cities where people can dream, grow, or thrive, then our efforts must begin today. As the architect Norman Foster once said, cities are the greatest invention of humanity, but they must be designed with humanity in mind. Let's build our cities that are not only smart, but also compassionate, not only strong, but also inclusive, not only developed, but truly sustainable. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Kaula, for that vibrant and visionary presentation. You painted a picture of cities that are just not concrete jungles, but living and breathing communities designed for all. Your ideas show that with creativity and commitment, we can transform our urban spaces into inclusive hubs of opportunity, green spaces, and shared happiness. Audience, if you enjoyed that presentation, please vote.
Our next speaker invites us to reimagine our relationship with the planet. Please welcome El Jauhari Anas from Morocco. Anas will present a zero waste youth generation. His talk focuses on the power of young people to lead a cultural shift towards reducing, reusing, and recycling, turning the tide on waste for a cleaner future. Welcome, Anas.
Good day, everyone. My name is Anas, and I'm representing group number 2. And our topic is a zero waste youth energy. We are a generation that grew up seeing plastic everywhere in our oceans, in our landfills, and wrapped around everything we buy. But we are also from the generation that's saying enough. This is the story of zero waste movement and how we are tackling this crisis of waste by rethinking our habits and demanding change. What is zero waste? The goal of zero waste isn't perfection. It's about mindset shift. It's moving from linear economy, where we take resources, make products, and throw them away, to a circular one. The circular model is simple. Reuse what you don't need, reduce what you use, reuse and repair what you can, recycle what's left, and compose the rest for our generation. It's not just about recycling anymore. It's about consuming less from the start and choosing products to design to last, not to be trash. So, what does it look like in real life? It starts with a simple, powerful swamp. First, refusing single-use plastic, carrying a reusable bottle, coffee cup, and utensils. Second, conscious shopping. I know it's hard for some of you, but we need to be uh, firm and logical about our consuming habits and shopping habits. But I mean by that, by choosing products with minimal or no packaging, buying in bulk, and supporting second-hand clothing markets. Thrifting isn't just a trend, it's a direct rejection of a fast fashion waste. Third, becoming a repairer, not a replacer. Learning to fix electronic, mend clothes, and share skills within our communities. And fourth, mastering proper recycling, and composition understanding. Understanding what gets recycled in a local system and diverting from waste landfills. These are end sacrifice. They are smarter, more intentional choices. But our power goes beyond our shopping habits or our shopping bags. This movement directly linked to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 12, responsible consumption and production. As young people, we are consumers, but we are also citizens, students, and future leaders. We are using our voices to demand systemic change. This means advocating for extended producer responsibilities. By what I mean that holding companies accountable for the entire life cycle of their packages. Policy changes, supporting bans on single-use plastic, and legislation that incentivizes circular design. Supporting sustainable businesses, investing our time and money in companies that prioritize reuse, refill, and repair models. We're not just changing habits, we're changing the markets and pushing for policies that make sustainable choices for the easy choice for everyone. So, for conclusion, the zero waste youth energy isn't waiting. We are building a new normal swap policy, one conversation at a time. Our message is clear. There is no more throwing away things too. The future of our planet depends on breaking up with waste, joining the movement, start where you are, use what you have, and demand a system that doesn't trash in the first place. The revolution will not be disposable. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. That's my time.
Thank you, NS, for that practical and passionate call to action. You moved us from awareness to action, showing that zero waste is more than a goal. It's a lifestyle and a collective mission. Your speech empowers us to believe that every small, conscious choice adds up to a massive positive impact for our environment. Audience, if you enjoyed that presentation, please vote.
Now, let's welcome Abdesamia Jilam, also from Morocco, to our virtual stage. Jilam's speech, Accelerating Resilient Recovery, Role of Infrastructure Sector and Entrepreneurship, explores how smart infrastructure and innovative businesses can help communities not just recover from challenges, but emerge stronger and more prepared. Welcome, Abdesamia Jilam.
Today, we will discuss the very backbone of our sustainable future, SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure. The UN Sustainable Development Goal 9, SDG 9, emphasizes the importance of resilient infrastructure, innovation, and the sustainable industrialization as a crucial element for a sustainable future. By focusing on these key areas, we can drive economic growth and build infrastructure that endures against challenges of climate change and economic shocks. In a world defined by unpredictable shocks, our mission is clear: to accelerate resilient recovery. This means not just rebuilding what we lost, but building back and better. Meaning, we must focus on creating systems and structures that are not only robust, but also adaptable to future challenges. Resilient recovery starts with resilient infrastructure. This goes beyond concrete. It's about essential systems that can withstand, adapt, and bounce back from climate crisis or economic disruptions. We must focus on climate proofing, digital inclusion, and sustainability. Designing physical assets, from energy grids to coastal defenses, to withstand extreme weathers. Investing in affordable, equitable broadband. Digital infrastructure is the essential lifeline for commerce, education, and healthcare during a crisis. Ensuring all upgrades prioritize clean, resource-efficient technologies. Because remember, infrastructure must protect our planet and not harm it. If infrastructure is the shield, then leadership and innovation are the engine of recovery. Innovation is how we create low-carbon industries and new, sustainable materials, decoupling growth from environmental harm. Leadership, especially those in small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, are the key job creators and problem solvers, as they possess the agility to pivot quickly, develop and deploy local solutions to immediate challenges, drive inclusivity, ensure that new resilient industries generate employment for all. We must support them by enhancing their access to finances and markets, giving them the capital they need to scale their ingenious solutions. But we must act. To accelerate resilient recovery, we need a powerful combination: strong, sustainable infrastructure to provide stability, and dynamic, purpose-driven leadership to fuel the rebound. Achieving SDG 9 is a collective responsibility. Let us commit to the strategic, long-term investment that will build the resilient world the next generation deserves.
Thank you, Jalam, for that strategic and forward-thinking
Wait a
presentation.
moment. I think he dropped out. He's coming back.
Today, we will discuss the very backbone of our sustainable future, SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure. The UN Sustainable Development Goal 9, SDG 9, emphasizes the importance of resilient infrastructure, innovation, and the sustainable industrialization as a crucial element for a sustainable future. By focusing on these key areas, we can drive economic growth and build infrastructure that endures against challenges of climate change and economic shocks. In a world defined by unpredictable shocks, our mission is clear: to accelerate resilient recovery. This means not just rebuilding what we lost, but building back and better. Meaning, we must focus on creating systems and structures that are not only robust, but also adaptable to future challenges. Resilient recovery starts with resilient infrastructure. This goes beyond concrete. It's about essential systems that can withstand, adapt, and bounce back from climate crisis or economic disruptions. We must focus on climate proofing, digital inclusion, and sustainability. Designing physical assets, from energy grids to coastal defenses, to withstand extreme weathers. Investing in affordable, equitable broadband. Digital infrastructure is the essential lifeline for commerce, education, and healthcare during a crisis. Ensuring all upgrades prioritize clean, resource-efficient technologies. Because remember, infrastructure must protect our planet and not harm it. If infrastructure is the shield, then leadership and innovation are the engine of recovery. Innovation is how we create low-carbon industries and new, sustainable materials, decoupling growth from environmental harm. Leadership, especially those in small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, are the key job creators and problem solvers, as they possess the agility to pivot quickly, develop and deploy local solutions to immediate challenges, drive inclusivity, ensure that new resilient industries generate employment for all. We must support them by enhancing their access to finances and markets, giving them the capital they need to scale their ingenious solutions. But we must act. To accelerate resilient recovery, we need a powerful combination: strong, sustainable infrastructure to provide stability, and dynamic, purpose-driven leadership to fuel the rebound. Achieving SDG 9 is a collective responsibility. Let us commit to the strategic, long-term investment that will build the resilient world the next generation deserves.
Thank you, Jalam, for that strategic and forward-thinking presentation. You highlighted a critical blueprint for the future, where entrepreneurship and resilient infrastructure work hand in hand to create societies that can withstand shocks and thrive. It's a powerful vision of building back better, smarter, and more inclusively. Audience, if you enjoyed that presentation, please vote.
Our next speaker continues our focus on sustainability. A warm welcome to Riham Nafi from Morocco. Riham will speak on responsible consumption and production. She will delve into how our daily choices as consumers and the ethics of production chains are key to ensuring a sustainable balance between people and the planet. Welcome, Riham.
Ladies and gentlemen, honored organizers and fellow participants, today I want to talk about the important role of youth in promoting responsible consumption and production, which is central to Sustainable Development Goal 12. This goal is not just about the environment, it offers a path to a future where well-being, growth, and sustainability can coexist. As we strive to achieve the SDGs by 2030, we need to rethink how we use resources and manage waste, and young people have a significant part to play in drive this change. Today's youth are creative, flexible, and ready for change. This trait not only makes them the future guardians of the planet, but also empower them to shape a circular and sustainable future actively. First, young people have a strong influence on consumption habits through their daily choices. Whether they buy durable products, avoid non-recyclable materials, or choose ethically produced goods, their decisions clearly communicate to industries. When used OPT for eco-friendly items, They motivate manufacturers to embrace clean technologies, cut waste, and develop more sustainable supply chains. This demonstrates how individual habits can lead to a significant system change. Second, youth are crucial in raising awareness. With their strong voices in school, communities, and on social media, young people educate others about recycling, conservation, and low waste lifestyle. This increasing awareness inspires families, friends, and communities to adopt responsible consumption habits, making sustainability a world norm rather than an exception. Third, young inverters are pushing progress toward ECG 12. Many are working on green packaging, designing digital tools to track waste reduction, and creating innovation for a circular economy with technology at their fingertips and readiness to experiments. You turn idea into practical solution that lessen resource depletion and enhance production systems. Fourth, academic involvement from young people boosts sustainable development. Through research projects, student organization, and university-led initiatives, they explore renewable materials, energy efficient methods, and better waste management systems. Their construction enhance knowledge and give resource and community effective strategies. Lastly, youth leadership is a significant force. Whether they are organizing cleanup drives, running recycle programs, or leading sustainable business initiatives, young activists show that leadership is based on dedication, not age. Their passion and teamwork motivate entire community to take action. In summary, SG12 is not just a vision, it's a shared responsibility with creative determination and focus on the future. Young people can transform how the world uses and produce resources. Truth, truthful choices, build an honest innovation, academic efforts, and leadership. Youth can help create a future where sustainability is more than a goal, it becomes a way of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Reham, for that insightful and conscious presentation. You reminded us that sustainability is woven into fabric of our everyday lives, from what we buy to how things are made. Your message is crucial. By demanding and practicing responsibility, we drive the systematic change needed for a healthier world. Audience, if you enjoyed that presentation, please vote.
Now, let's cross borders to Bangladesh. Please welcome Tasneem Jahan Taj. Tasneem's speech is titled "The Student as a Conduit Extending Lifelong Learning from Campus to Community." She will explore how the knowledge gained in classrooms can flow outwards, empowering communities and fostering a culture of continuous shared growth. A big welcome to Tasneem.
Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my fellow participants. Today I'm going to talk about quality education, which is not only a target on a global list, but a powerful force that shapes mind, strengthens communities, and transforms futures. Under SDG 4, the goal is to ensure inclusive, equitable, quality education and promote lifelong learning for all by 2030. But achieving this goal is not only the responsibility of government or school, it is the responsibility that falls on of us, especially the youth. And today we are at the center of this mission. First, we lead by the way we learn. Education is not just memorizing textbook or passing exam. It is curiosity, exploration, and the courage to ask questions. Platforms like Khan Academy, Coursera, and edX have made this possible, allowing millions around the world to learn everything from coding to foreign languages for free. Students in remote villages can learn computer skill online and then teach this skill to younger children in the community. This is the real impact of the lifelong learning. By embracing learning and sharing it, we show that education is a journey, not a destination. Second, we can reduce learning gaps in practical ways. Many children around the world still struggle to access quality education, but students have the power to make a difference. Tutoring younger children, helping peers navigate technologies, or sharing study method may seem small, but this action creates ripples of change. Many non-formal education programs have enabled thousands of children enables to gain literacy, numeracy, and life skills. This shows that even a single effort to help someone learn can multiply into a larger transformation for the entire community. Third, students can champion inclusivity. Our campuses are full of diversity, different culture, background, and experiences. By engaging respectfully and empathetically, we learn to value empathy, dialogue, and equality. When these values are carried into communities, we create environments for everyone feel safe, supported, and encouraged to grow. Programs like UNICEF Peer Education initiative train young people to educate others about rights, health, and education. This not only empower youth delivering the lesson but also ensure opportunities reach the most marginalized. Inclusivity is in learning and not a luxury. It is the foundation for a fair and strong society. Fourth, youth bring innovation. Young people have fresh ideas, creativity, and energy that can transform education. Program where students bring interactive teaching method to underserved schools show how youth-led initiative can reimagine learning, technology-driven workshop, community project, and student-led campaign make learning exciting, practical, and relevant. By innovating, we not only educate ourselves but also inspire to joy of learning. Fifth, the impact of youth engagement extends beyond the classroom. When students expand learning into their communities, we help people build resilience, problem-solving skill, and adaptability. Lifelong learners become capable citizens, collaborative workers, and informed decision makers. These skills strengthen social development, support sustainable growth, and ensure the future generation inherit communities that value knowledge, openness, and continuous improvement. In short, when we share education, we share the power to change life. So today, as students, we are not just learners, we are connectors, catalysts, carriers of knowledge. Every time we teach, guide, or inspire someone, we light a path for others to follow. We prove that education is not an individual journey, but a collective movement, one that grows stronger every time we share what we know. By taking this role seriously, we contribute directly to achieving SDG 4 by 2030. We empower communities, inspire future generations, and show that education is a shared responsibility, a shared opportunity, and a shared promise. Let us remember this. Knowledge is not meant to be hoarded. It is meant to be shared. When students step forward to learn, teach, and innovate, we transform not only ourselves but the world around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasneem, for that enlightening and connective presentation. You beautifully framed students not as just learners, but as vital bridges carrying knowledge, innovation, and hope from academic halls into the heart of society. It's a powerful model for how education can ripple outwards to create lasting positive change. Audience, if you enjoyed that presentation, please vote.
Joining us again from Bangladesh, let's welcome Farhan Shahriyar Fahim. Farhan's presentation, The Role of Economic Empowerment in Reducing Poverty, will address how providing skills, opportunities, and financial inclusion can break the cycle of poverty and build self-reliant individuals and communities. Welcome, Farhan.
The role of economic empowerment in reducing poverty, a pathway to achieving SDG 2030. Poverty is not just a lack of income, it is a lack of opportunity. Amortoshan. Honorable judges, distinguished guests, and respected audience, good evening. I'm honored to speak on a subject that stands at the intersection of economics, human rights, and global development. The role of economic empowerment in reducing poverty within the framework of Sustainable Development Goal 2030. Poverty is not merely the absence of income, it is a deprivation of capability. It restricts human potential, limits choices, and undermines dignity. Traditional approaches that rely solely on short-term assistance through well-intentioned often fail to address the structural roots of poverty. Economic empowerment, by contrast, offers a sustainable pathway forward. It equips individuals with the tools, resources, and opportunities necessary to take charges of their economic lives and shape their own futures. To begin with, economic empowerment enhances human capital, the most valuable asset any society possesses. When individuals receive quality training, whether in technical or digital literacy or entrepreneurship, they do not merely earn more, they become agents of change. Skill development aligned with involving market demands transform valuable population into productive contributors to the economy. Empowerment, therefore, is not an act of generosity, it is an investment in human potential. Secondly, financial inclusion serves as a cornerstone of empowerment. Access to formal financial services, bank accounts, microcredit, insurance, and digital payment systems gives individuals the capacity to save securely, invest wisely, and withstand economic shocks. Even a modest loan can empower a family to start a small enterprise, finance education, or recover from unexpected crises. Without financial access, generations remain locked in a cycle of vulnerability. With economic mobility becomes possible. Thirdly, women's empowerment is essential for achieving SDG 2030. Women are often disproportionately affected by poverty, yet possess extraordinary potential to drive social and economic progress. When women gain access to education, employment, and financial resources, the benefit ripple outward, improving household nutrition, enhancing child education, and strengthening community reliance. Empowering women is not only a matter of fairness, it is one of the most pragmatic and impactful poverty reduction strategies available. Furthermore, economic empowerment catalyzes community development and national growth. Empowered individuals participate more effectively in markets, stimulate entrepreneurship, and foster local innovation. This collective momentum expands economic opportunities, enhances productivity, and strengthens institutions. A nation where citizens are economically empowered is a nation equipped with reliance, stability, and long-term prosperity. Yet, this transformative process requires a coordinated and sustained effort. Governments must prioritize inclusive policies and investing in education, improving labor standards, and creating an enabling environment for enterprise. The private sectors must champion ethical business practice, innovation, and equality job creations. Civil society and international partners must continue to support capacity building, advocate for social justice, and ensure that vulnerable populations are not left behind. In closing, economic empowerment is far more than a developmental strategy. It is a commitment to human dignity and a foundation for sustainable progress. If we aspire to realize the vision of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, we must shift our focus from charity to capability, from temporary relief to long-term reliance, and from economic inclusion to inclusive opportunity. As Eleanor Roosevelt once said, the future belongs to those who believe in their beauty of their dreams. Let us create a world where individual has the opportunity and the empowerment to pursue those dreams. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Farhan, for that impactful and hope-filled presentation. You clearly demonstrated that economic empowerment is about more than income. It's about dignity, choice, and freedom. Your insights affirm that when we equip people with the tools to build their own prosperity, we can lay the strongest possible foundation for eradicating poverty. Audience, if you enjoyed that presentation, please vote.
Now, let's welcome a vital perspective from France. Please greet Sixtine Lavrat. Sixtine will speak on the role of youth in promoting mental health and emotional well-being. Her talk highlights how young people can champion open conversations, support system, and practices that nurture our inner well-being as fiercely as our outer achievements. Welcome, 16.
Honorable judges, distinguished guests, and respected audience, good afternoon. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in every 7 adolescents worldwide faces mental health challenges. This statistic reminds us that mental well-being is an essential part of human development and a key component of Sustainable Development Goal 3, good health and well-being. I chose this topic because studying abroad has shown me how important emotional balance is for young people. Moving into a new academic and cultural environment requires adaptability, organization, and resilience. And it taught me that supporting our mental well-being helps us stay focused, confident, and engaged in our daily responsibilities. Mental health is not simply the absence of difficulties. It includes clarity of mind, motivation, stability, and the ability to grow and learn effectively. When young people enjoy positive mental well-being, their creativity increases, their academic performance improves, and their contribution to society becomes stronger. In this sense, mental well-being is a foundation for sustainable development. This leads to an important question. How can youth take meaningful action? One way is by encouraging open and constructive communication. When young people speak honestly about pressure or stress in a positive and solution-oriented way, they create a supportive environment that promotes understanding and cooperation. Simple, respectful conversation help normalize mental well-being as an important aspect of student life. Another action is strengthening peer support. Young people naturally observe and understand each other's behaviors, and they can offer encouragement, positive feedback, and companionship. These gestures help build trust, motivation, and a sense of belonging, all of which contribute to emotional stability.
Daily habits also play a vital role. Sleeping well, managing time effectively, practicing physical activities, taking healthy breaks, and reducing digital fatigue are simple choices that reinforce mental well-being. When young people promote these habits together, they help create communities that are resilient and balanced. Finally, youth can contribute by shaping positive, inclusive, and respectful environments. Promoting teamwork, kindness, and mutual support helps everyone feel valued and respected. This attitude strengthens emotional well-being and contributes directly to peaceful, sustainable communities. A generation that prioritizes mental well-being is a generation ready to innovate, collaborate, and build a better world. Mental health strengthens problem-solving, enhances learning, and supports many other sustainable development goals, such as quality education, reduce inequalities, and peaceful societies. Mental health is not only a personal matter, it is a collective responsibility. By communicating constructively, supporting one another, adopting healthy habits, and fostering positive communities, youth can lead the way toward a future when mental well-being is understood, valued, and actively promoted. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, 16, for that compassionate and deeply important presentation. You placed the necessary spotlight on the foundation of all progress, our mental and emotional health. Your message is clear. By fostering well-being, we are not just caring for individuals. We are building a more resilient, empathetic, and productive society for everyone.
And now, please join me in welcoming Tiffany Puspita Kencana from Indonesia. Tiffany will give us a speech titled Youth Rising, Igniting the Future of Learning. She will inspire us with a vision of how young innovators are reimagining education itself, making it more accessible, engaging, and tailored for the challenges of tomorrow. A huge welcome to Tiffany.
Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen, judges, teacher, and fellow student, good morning. Before I start, I want to begin with a question. Have you ever wondered what your future will look like and whether were you truly preparing for it? Today, I stand before you with a belief that burns bright, the belief that young people are not just part of the future of learning. We are its driving force. We are the spark, the energy, and the imagination that will shape the world we step into by 2030. Let me share something honest. There was a time when I spent an hour scrolling on my phone, jumping from one random video to another. Actually, it felt relaxing until I realized something. My mind was getting full, but I wasn't growing. That moment changed me because I asked myself a question that I believe every young people should ask for themselves. What I'm feeding with my future. Learning today is no longer limited to classroom anyway. It is shaped by choice we make every single day. What we watch, what we read, what we practice, and what we allow into our minds. In a word, overflowing with our information, every piece of the content is like a seed. Some seed grow into knowledge, strength, and skill, and some grow into nothing but distraction. So I want to share several points that you can apply into your life. First, build yourself and be careful what you consume. So the first step for us, the youth, it is explore that excites you. Build yourself and be incredibly careful with what you consume. Every click, every video is shaping our mind slowly, quietly, but powerfully.
So don't just consume content, choose it, be careful, be intentional, be selective. And then have you ever asked yourself, does this help me to grow? Does this inspire me? Does this feed the person I want to become? Because here's the truth we often forget. If you're curious about your future, just look at what you're doing today. If all you do is scrolling and do nothing, how can you expect a bright tomorrow? Our future is not built by the dream alone. It is built by our daily habit. And the good news is, even small choices create big change. For example, a teenager once learned graphic design from the free tutorial, maybe on the YouTube or some other online resources. And today, if she diligently learning, she can run her own creative business, and her entire future changed because of what she choose to consume. Second point that you can bring to your home and apply it. Create, share, and build a community that rise together. Like, once you're learning something, teach it. Once you grow, help someone else to grow. Once you find your voice, use it to lift others. Share your ideas, create a small tutorial, encourage your friend, and start conversation that matter. Because one idea from you might inspire someone across the world to chase their dream. One video you make might teach a skill that changes the future. And one kind word might be the reason someone doesn't give up. This is how change truly begin, not with the big stages or a grand speeches, but with a small action that multiply through the connection. So today I challenge all of us, including myself, set your goal, be mindful of what you consume, explore what excites you, create boldly, share generously, and build the kind of learning community you wish you had. Because here's the truth I want to you carry home. A youth who waits for the future will be shaped by it, but a youth who acts today will shape the future for everyone. We are the youth rising, igniting the future of learning. Let us spark that no one can ignore, and the light that leads our world forward into 2030 and beyond. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Tiffany, for that brilliant and fiery conclusion to our speeches. You perfectly captured the spirit of this session, that youth are not passive students of the world, but active architects of our future, especially of learning itself. What a powerful note. The future of education is bright, creative, and in passionate hands. Audience, if you enjoyed that presentation, please vote.
As we near the end, let's welcome Manal El Kassami from Morocco. Manal's speech, Climate Action, will explore the urgent steps individuals, communities, and nations can take to combat climate change, protect our planet's ecosystem, and secure a sustainable future for all. Welcome, Manal.
Good day, everyone, and thank you for being here today. Before we start, let me ask you a simple question. Have you noticed how strange the weather has become lately? I mean, the hotter summers, the sudden storms, or the winter that doesn't feel like winter anymore. These changes are not random. They're sign of climate change, and that's why today I'm talking about Sustainable Development Goal 13, climate action. In the next few minutes, I will explain what is this SDG 13 exactly and why it is so important right now, and how young people just like us, are helping fight climate change through ideas, education, teamwork, and leadership. But to understand the role of young people, we first need to understand the problem they're facing. SDG 13, it's the United Nations call for urgent action against climate change. Its goal is to reduce pollution and help communities prepare for climate disaster and make countries stronger against climate risks. A good example is Mozambique. After Cyclone Idai hit in the 2019, early warning system and disaster training helped save many lives during later storms. This shows how preparation really matters. Because climate change is already affecting our lives. It changes weather patterns, raises sea level, harms crops, and affects human health. In the 2022, floods in Pakistan affected over 33 million people and destroyed farms and homes. This shows how climate change can quickly turn into a human crisis. SDG 13 encourages countries to include climate action in their policies, improve education, and protect communities. So, with such a serious problem, who's taking action? It's just one powerful group. It's young innovators. Young people all over the world are creating smart and creative solutions. Some are designing eco-friendly packaging, better recycling systems, and urban farming projects. For example, in Kenya, students even created biodegradable water bottles made from cactus juice. Young people are also using technology to help the planet. Apps that track carbon use or reduce food waste are becoming popular. One example is All You. I really hope you've heard about this app created by two young women that has saved millions of meals from being thrown away. Young researchers are also making a difference. A famous example is Rao, a teenage scientist who created a device to detect unsafe water. And when young people learn this much, they don't keep it to themselves, they teach others. Education is a key part of climate action, and young people are leading the way. In the Philippines, young-led eco-camps teach students how to recycle, grow food, and prepare for natural disasters. Social media also plays a huge role. Platforms like TikTok and Instagram help spread climate message to millions of people. Maya Pen, a young environmental activist, uses this platform to inspire others to care about the planet. Young movements are also raising awareness on a global scale. Fridays for Future is one of the biggest examples, bringing millions of students together to demand climate action. And once people understand the problem, the next step is leadership. Today, young people are not just supporting climate action, they're leading it. In Rwanda, students created recycling programs that handle tons of waste every year. For example, in India, youth companies encouraged families to switch to the energy-saving light bulbs. And in Canada, students built gardens to protect bees, which are essential for our food system. Leadership also shows in everyday choices, using less plastic, supporting local food, eating more plant-based meals, and choosing sustainable lifestyles. These actions may seem small, but together they create a big change. So this leads to an important question. What kind of future are young people building? If young people continue at this pace, the world in 2030 could be much greener. Young voices are now included in climate meetings around the world. Youth groups organize clean-ups that remove tons of waste every year. In the Netherlands, young activists even won a court case that pushed their government to improve climate policies. The future of our planet is not shaped only by governments or technology, it's shaped by people. And today's youth, their creativity, patience, and courage are helping build a more sustainable and hopeful future. Thank you.
Thank you, Manal, for that urgent and eye-opening presentation. You powerfully showed us that climate action isn't just about policies or technology. It's about collective responsibility, immediate action, and safeguarding the planet we share. Your insights remind us that every choice, big or small, can drive meaningful change and help us build a resilient world for generations to come.
Now, let's welcome our last speaker. The power of collaboration in reaching our shared goals. I'm pleased to introduce Kalau Muind Iun Joel from Congo, who will discuss partnerships for the goal. Welcome, Kalau.
Ladies and gentlemen, judges, and fellow participants, I greet you all. Today I want to talk about the global challenges that we are facing. Environmental pressure, economic instability, social inequality, and rapid technology changes. These issues are bigger than what any single institute or group can solve alone. That's why collaboration is essential. Among all objectives that girls global cooperation, one stand out, building effective partnership. So the question is, what role do the youth have to play in creating better and more sustainable future by 2030? My answer is simple. Young people are not just contributors, we are driving force that connects all efforts. The first point I'm going to talk about is youth as connector. Our generation is more connected than any before. We communicate instantly, sharing ideas, and collaborate through digital platforms every day. This gives us unique strengths, that ability to connect with people we never interact otherwise. This gives us a unique strength, the ability to connect to people we never interact otherwise. Youth can link school groups, organization, company, university, and local communities. We take a challenge from one place and share it with wider connection that can help. We transform ideas into teamwork. We turn local concepts into collective action. In short, we are building bridge. The second point is youth as innovator. Partnership rely on creativity and innovation, and youth people bring both. Every day, youth are developing useful tools, designing practical solutions, organizing teamwork, creating projects, or authoring initiatives with really impacts. When young people collaborate with professionals, mentors, or institutes, the innovation grows stronger. We bring fresh ideas, energy, and imagination. Qualities essential for solving modern problems. Youth turn challenges into opportunities. The third point is youth as accountabilities leaders. Successful collaboration requires clarity and responsibilities. Successful collaboration requires clarity, responsibility. Today, youth are willing to question, verify, and analyze. We use digital tools to track projects, share ideas, information, highlight problems, and promote transparency. We ask important questions and push it into improvement. We make sure commitments are respected. This matter before no longer goals can be achieved without honesty. Youth help to keep collaboration fair and open. And the last point, youth as mobilizator. A partnership only works when people are involved, and youth are matching at inspiration participation. We organize events, camping, workshops, community activities, create projects, and online initiatives. We can make ideas spread quickly. Sometimes, one video can inspire 1,000. Sometimes, one small project can extend across an entire city. Youth bring energy. Youth bring momentum. Youth bring people together. So, what is the role of the youth in building a more sustainable and collaboration future by 2030? We are the connector, we unite people. We are the innovator, we imagine new solutions. We are the accountability leaders who promote transparency. We are the mobilizator who turn ideas into action. Partnership reminds us that we are stronger when we work together, and young people have the unique ability to create bonds that cross skills, experience, technologies, and generation. If 2030 is our target, youth are not waiting. We are leading, we are uniting, and we are showing that collaboration is not just a strategy. It's our generation identity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel, for that inspiring presentation. You reminded us that young people are not just participants, but leaders driving global collaborations and innovation. Audience, if Joel's message motivated you, you're welcome to vote for him now. His vision of youth-led impact was both confident and hopeful. Well done, Joel.
Thank you to all our incredible speakers and our wonderful audience. This concludes the presentation segment of our competition. Each voice we heard today has added a unique and vital piece to our collective understanding of youth leadership in sustainable development. Your passion, insights, and commitment have truly made this an unforgettable event.
As we conclude this inspiring segment, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to every speaker who has shared their vision, passion, and commitment with us today. Your voices have not only informed us, but truly moved us and reminded us of the immense power of youth-led change. It is now my great honor to pass the floor to someone whose guidance, insight, and dedication continue to shape meaningful dialogue and learning within our academic community. We are truly fortunate to have his leadership with us today. Professor Wallace, thank you for your continued support and for fostering spaces where ideas can grow. Thank you for challenging us and bringing us closer together. The stage is now yours, and we look forward to the wisdom and perspective you're about to share with us.
Professor Wallace, your microphone is off.
Thank you. It was an incredible day today. I'm very glad that all the hosts and all the speakers have showcased their best of ability in public speaking. It was one of the longest day where the speakers from over 7 continents spoke from various countries along the Silk Road, regenerating all our minds today, talking about a very important topic, SDG 2030. Everybody have a great perspective, their opinions, thinking, insights, which was very valuable and enriched us in all the ways. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your participation and stay so long. I'm very grateful to all the judges who have been here and who are grading and scoring various speakers from various countries. Thank you so much for helping and joining us. As you know, Global UniTalks started in 2005, and today we are in 2025. So we have 150 plus speakers who will be speaking in various universities across 177 countries where Global UniTalks have presence, and it's held by the local Global UniTalks body. This online platform is for those whom we could not reach and we cannot do it all together on the off campus. So we did this as one of the yearly event since 2000. So we do from 2000 online and also offline. Due to pandemic, we moved a lot on online, but gradually we gone back to offline, where we mentor students who have ability to be a public speaker, a future leader. So there is a legacy. All the winners who are trained by the eminent professors who donate their valuable time for this platform freely, they are the people who take the baton forward and train and educate the young minds who want to be a public speaker, who want to be a leader in the future. So we give a lot of support and guidance and our valuable time as well. Today, you guys made us happy, proved that all our hard work is not futile. We are able to create, we are able to regenerate, and we are able to guide the youths like you in a public speaking and also developing your personality, soft skills, critical thinking, presentation skills, communication skills, and many other attributes which you have able to achieve during these presentations. We are judges. In my mind, all are good speakers. All of them have done an excellent performance. This event will continue tomorrow because we still have speakers who have to speak. Totally, we have around 80 speakers online and 150 plus speakers offline, as I mentioned. So tomorrow will be the concluding day, and we'll start at 2 p.m. And I'm sure that there will be some great speakers lined up, and we will also be looking for the winners who will be Global UNITALKS winner and winning the prize after the judges and the voting, which has been going on Zoom and also on YouTube channel, will be taken together to make a decision by the judges who will be the speaker who will get the first, second, third prizes. We have got here Mr. Abid. He's one of the winners in the past Global UNITALKS. He represents the students' judging panel. So I invite him to give his insight today as a student's perspective, how he thinks that you guys should improve upon more, or you already done very well, and give your feedback. So let's welcome Mr. Abid. And
Thank you so much,
here is
Professor.
insight. Thank you. Welcome.
Am I audible?
Yes,
First and
please go
foremost.
ahead.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to say that, I'm really I'm genuinely surprised by how well most people have presented today. I'm having a hard time judging all these people, marking them. It's really hard for me to position them, But yeah, what I have to say is, the main thing that I want to mention is that anything you do that requires some time to prepare will never go in vain. You see all these speeches that you're writing and rehearsing. Initially, it might feel like it's not really beneficial. But as you see, as time passes and as you go up this ladder of education, all you have to do is stand in front of an audience and speak. And I believe that more often you participate in such programs, the more experience you shall have when it comes to this art that we call public speaking. So I see all of you here, this large group of students participating, and I'm glad that you have put aside your indifferences and you started working on it and you started improving yourself by the day. So yeah, I wouldn't like to add much more to that. All I would say is, I believe that self-improvement should be the utmost priority to every single one of you. And I believe participating in such programs is a part of self-improvement. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Abid. So with this, I pass this to the host and waiting for the closing speakers. Thank you. So let me invite the closing speakers for the vote of thanks who are representing Global UNITALKS family, and they will give their last comments and their feedback on today's event.
Ladies and gentlemen, respected judges and talented speakers, good evening. Today, we gather not just for a competition, but for something far more meaningful,
a celebration of voices, ideas, and the courage it takes to stand on a stage and speak.
Some people may wonder, why do speech competitions matter? Why invest time in preparing, rehearsing, and standing in front of an audience just to deliver a few minutes of speech? The truth is simple. Speech is one of the most powerful tools humans possess. Through speech,
I wanted you to go through it, this particular sentence. I think this is very meaningful, which drived all through the whole event. And this is what is most important we need to keep in our mind. So let us see what the closing speakers have to say.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here today for day one of our two-day international speech competition. It has truly been inspiring and enriching experience listening to participants from different regions share their perspectives, ideas, and personal stories. Each of you has brought your unique voice and contributed to the success of today's event.
Today's session showcased not only talent, but also the courage to speak, the willingness to learn, and the spirit of global unity that this platform stands for. To all the participants, your dedication, preparation, and patience were clearly visible. Whether this is your first competition or one of many, stepping forward and speaking on an international stage is already a remarkable achievement.
Before we conclude day one, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the entire organization team who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make today run smoothly. Your planning, coordination, and commitment have built the foundation for this meaningful event.
I also extend our appreciation to our international jury panel who dedicated their time and expertise to guide and evaluate today's sessions. Your insights and feedback are invaluable in helping participants improve and move forward in their public speaking journey.
To the audience, thank you for your time, support, and enthusiasm. Your presence contributes to the energy and warmth of this competition.
As we wrap up today's program, let us remember that this competition is more than just performances. It is a learning experience and an opportunity to grow, connect, and transform. Each picture today represents courage, creativity, and the commitment to speak up and make a difference.
We hope you enjoyed day one, and we warmly invite you all to join us again tomorrow for day two, where more speakers will take the stage and continue this incredible journey of ideas and inspiration.
Thank you once again for being with us tonight. We wish you a wonderful evening ahead, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Good night. See you tomorrow. Take care. You guys are awesome. Thank you once